Welcome everybody to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge Race 2 weekend. Yesterday we saw the best drivers from both EMEA and APAC. Today we've got North America and Latin America, starting with LatAm. My name is John Sargent. Joining me today, as always, is Luke Crane. Luke, how are you doing today?
Wonderfully well, nice and rested. My family actually went on holiday yesterday, so no children in the house. So I got a proper load of hours sleep, which is always good. But yeah, it's now time for the Americas to show what they are capable of.
It's very weird saying you have a good day's sleep rather than a good night's sleep, but that's exactly what we've just gotten. And we are back at it today again. If this is your first time tuning into the Logitech McLaren G Challenge and you're wondering what all this is about, what this weekend's broadcast is all about, we're halfway through now. We've completed EMEA and LatAm last night. We've got LatAm and North America today. And we're going to go ahead and explain now what this broadcast is all about, why we're here showcasing some of the best sim racing talent in the world. This video is going to explain everything, not just about watching, but how to race and get involved yourself if you want to. And maybe you too will have a chance at winning a grand prize in Las Vegas. Take a look at this. Attention racing enthusiasts, the wait is over. So sit down, strap in, and start your engines. This is the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. This video will explain everything you need to know on how to race your way into the grand finals. First, let's break down the basics. There are 4 regions: North America, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. That's over 170 countries. Each region will have their own stock car, sports car, and open wheel challenge. Open wheel and stock car challenges will be racing on iRacing, and the McLaren 720S Sports Car Challenge will be racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione. The season starts in July and goes through November. Each region will compete through 5 rounds of monthly races. Each round will consist of a qualifying period and a live race broadcasted on Twitch. So now that you've got the basics down, let's dive even further. Where do you begin? One word: qualifier. Anyone can participate on your own schedule. Set your best lap time in any challenge. Drive to the limit and get your best lap submitted. This is your chance to qualify for the monthly round races. So, are you fast enough? If the answer is yes, then you'll move forward to the monthly round races. Every month, in every region, the top 30 drivers from the open wheel, stock car, and sports car challenges will race for a shot at reaching the semi-finals. To reach the semi-finals, you must get a podium position in one of the monthly races or accumulate enough points throughout the season. The top 30 make it in. So, the top 3 from each race in each region and the points leaders move on to the semi-finals. Over 100 drivers have a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. All right, you've made it to the semi-finals, but you haven't crossed the finish line yet. In each region, 30 drivers will race for a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. So, if you're one of the lucky ones that makes it this far, you now have a chance to win it all, because only the fastest drivers from each region will get sent to the Grand Finals weekend in Las Vegas, a 4-day, 3-night trip to Sin City, including an on-track supercar driving experience. The Grand Finals weekend will be a massive, in-person sim racing community event where drivers will put pedal to the metal and compete on stage in front of a live audience cheering you to victory. Want to be part of this but didn't qualify? Compete in a wildcard event for another chance to make it. More information and locations are at logitechgchallenge.com. Winners of the stock car, open wheel, and sports car grand finals will win a McLaren Racing VIP experience, including a 4-day, all expenses paid trip to London, a tour of the McLaren Technology Center, coaching from Lando Norris, and a behind-the-scenes tour with McLaren during the Formula One British Grand Prix in 2022. So pull out of the garage and onto the track, and join us for the world's largest sim racing competition with the 2021 Logitech McLaren G Challenge. So as a reminder, anyone can race. You can get involved on Assetto Corsa Competizione or on iRacing. You can race as many times as you want, submit your fastest lap, and you could be in one of these races that we're broadcasting at the end of each month with a shot at the semi-finals and the grand finals in Las Vegas. And Luke, some of those prizes really are money can't buy.
Absolutely. We were actually in Vegas for the World Finals only a couple of years ago now. It feels like a lifetime ago due to what's going on in the world. And it was a fantastic event, and it's only going to be bigger and better this time around as well. Also, get to spend a bit of time with Lando Norris. Can't be bad, can it?
No, absolutely not. And you guys might be able to as well, because you'll get a tour of the McLaren Technology Center for the winners of the Grand Finals, coaching with Lando Norris personally, and the VIP experience at the F1 British Grand Prix 2022. Absolutely phenomenal prizes on offer, but the drivers today have a long way to go yet. These are the monthly round races. We then need to go through to the semi-final, and they then, of course, have to win it all in Las Vegas, but they'll be invited to Sin City to show us some of their skills in front of a live crowd. Now, shifting back to today's show, let's talk about the format. Luke, explain to our viewers how today's races are going to go down.
Well, again, there's going to be a lot of people in the chat going, I know how racing works, but for you new people out there, is a thing called qualifying. So they have 5 minutes in the stock car challenge, and then they have a 10-minute qualifying session for the sports series and the open wheel. You'll notice on iRacing, the first 2 races today, the qualifying, they will be on their own on circuit, and then with Assetto Corsa Competizione, they will indeed be on track with everybody, hence why they've got a little bit more time. Players are awarded points after the race, depending on where they finish, but it is realistically today all about the top 3 as they will qualify through to the semi-finals.
Right, so top 3, extremely important to make it to the next round. Today's races, though, they're going to be taking place on 3 different tracks with 3 completely different styles of racing. The first race is going to be the stock car race on the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, the Brickyard. The second race will then be open wheel in the Dallara IR01s around Suzuka GP. Absolutely delightful stuff. And the third race, the sports car race, will be featuring the McLaren 720S GT3 sports car going around Kyalami. So over the last month, hundreds of racers have been qualifying for their chance to be featured on today's broadcast, but only a select few have made it to today's show. This is the stock car race coming up in Latin America. Luke, who should we be on the lookout for on this screen?
Well, the big dog in LatAm is Octavio Rondeletta. He was the winner from monthly finals number 1. Hopefully he is able to race today because he requalified as seed number 1, really tightening in their grip as the number 1 stock car driver in the region. Second seed, though, is Antonio Alvarez. He has an iRacing just shy of 4K in oval, which is around about the top 5% on the service. So a very, very well accomplished driver. Third seed driver, Osmar Camargo, has 61 oval race starts and with 1 win. So relatively new to that. So he potentially has overperformed a little bit to be third seed in the qualifying phase, but what a way to reach the next level. He actually has over 3K iRacing in the road section of iRacing, so definitely has a bit of experience and capable of finishing within that top 3 and qualify for the semis. He was actually 6th in finals number 1 in July. So that is the stock car. We head to the open wheel, and well, number 1 seed then will be Dino Filippa. Over 7.5K iRacing, which is within the top 0.1% of the whole service. Like, ridiculously rapid driver here, with 1,087 road starts. He has 465 wins.
Wow.
That's absolutely ridiculous stats there from Dino. Find it very difficult to look past him today as a potential winner, but in racing, anything can indeed happen. We've then got Felipe Ruiz, who has over 6K iRacing himself, with 115 road race wins in 600 attempts there, so a 25% strike rate. As the number 2 seed, will for sure give Dino a run for his money. 4th seed, though, Damien Hall. He's back for the 2nd month in a row. He qualified on pole position last time out, had a terrible start. His race was over before turn number 1, unfortunately, with a little bit of a poor rejoin in the middle of the circuit, but he'll be looking for vengeance here today and try and get himself into that top 3. We head to the sports section here, and the big story really is that we have a father and son duo. So we have qualified drivers today from Argentina, Sebastian and Ayrton Stefano. Sebastian is the dad, Ayrton Stefano is the son. The last I heard, though, is that they shared a rig. So whether they're both going to be able to race today or not, I'm not too sure. So maybe they've made some changes or they've accommodated a second rig in the house, which is always good. Imagine telling your wife there, well, we've got to push our son, but obviously I want to race as well. So it's a free way of getting themselves a play seat and a Logitech wheel into the house, that's for sure. Ayrton is actually 4th seed. Sebastian is 15th overall. From last month's qualifiers, we have one driver. Vinny Oliveira has made it back for this month, but only in seed 30, which to me says the region really means business. Everybody has improved, and I'm just thinking this is going to be an absolutely sensational race for month 2.
I'm really hoping that Sebastian and Ayrton Stefano both get to race. I remember Sebastian's interviews during the last G Challenge and how chuffed he was and how wholesome the guy is after winning the races last time out. So I'm really, really hoping for good things from them. But nice to see Ayrton out qualifying him as well, just reminding him that, Dad, you're quick, but I can give these guys a run for their money too. It would be great to see both of them on the grid. We'll see if that ends up happening a little bit later on, but that sounds absolutely fantastic. We are now going to be moving live into the qualifying for the stock car discipline, and we just want to remind you guys, we're collecting tweets from you all broadcast long using the hashtag Logitech G Challenge. Send us your questions, or maybe let us know who you're cheering for. Let us know what you think, and we'll read out some of your tweets later on in the broadcast. But for now, we are on board with Bruno Castro Alves, the number 3 car, as we get into qualifying for stock car.
Yeah, also, I want to challenge some of the drivers that will be watching today. Maybe your family members are watching, or indeed some friends as well. Let the driver know who you're supporting to maybe record his races, and potentially there could be an incredible overtake that we miss. And then there's a chance for us potentially to be able to show it on the broadcast, or indeed show it on the social media side of things. So make sure that you record your stuff, post it on social media, use the hashtag Logitech G Challenge, and that way we can, again, use this content moving forward in the championship. Tells a narrative and also gets your name out there. But as you're saying here, we're in qualifying, and Bruno Castro Alves there. That is indeed going to slow you down, and that completely ruins qualifying as a whole here, unfortunately, for Castro Alves. It just loses so much momentum here, and to try and get back up to that speed, again, you're using the first lap here just to get that momentum, so it almost becomes impossible to realistically put in a world beater of a time, and actually missing the apex there again as well, which is very, very unfortunate. We've now got Richard Max we're on board with. 9 drivers today, which, considering we have 14 drivers qualify, is not a phenomenal number in the race, but ultimately it gives them all a bigger percentage chance of qualifying.
Also, a lower chance of getting caught up in a multi-car pile-up on lap 1. We haven't really seen one of those yet, actually, in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. I would say drivers on the whole, have been reasonably well behaved. We've had the odd isolated incident, Luke, but very little multi-car stuff.
Well, now you've mentioned it, that's going to happen. So, well done, John. So, the next pile-up is sponsored by John Sargent.
I would love that.
Make your move.
Make all the moves at once.
For sure. But yeah, now you've mentioned it, I've been trying to keep it quiet on the old incident front, but now it's done. So we're going to see a big one today in now, ladies and gentle cars. Richard Max taking a provisional pole here, a 53.182, expecting to see the times come down a lot lower than that when they do their second lap time. And actually, we're on board with Richard Max here in chase cam, which is one of my favorite cameras actually to watch the racing, especially with NASCAR, because you can see the cars come up behind them and just give them a little square tap and do a little bit of bump drafting. Across the line we go then, and it's still a 53.182 there for Richard Max, not improving on the time. Rodrigo Favoretto is currently was in P2. Yao Lima has just moved up into P1. Antonio Alvarez then is in P2. Rondeletto, we're expecting to see Rondeletto at the front there, Octavio. And I'm wondering, because he's already qualified, whether he might indeed go from the back here and just try and show us how overtaking should be done around this circuit.
Hopefully we'll get to see a little bit of that today, and with fewer cars to focus on, actually, we might well get a couple of nice examples of really nice draft passes that we get to zone in on during the race. Don't want to get too far ahead of ourselves, though. Emmanuel Lopez, the only driver so far to dip below the 52-second mark. This is the number 11 car, the Argentinian, putting in a 51.925. Just 1 minute left to go now, with 2 of our drivers still yet to set a lap time.
Yeah, no one's really put in, apart from Emmanuel Lopez here, a real representative time of what they are capable of achieving here. As it looks like we've just had Osmar Camargo go up into P3. He was the 3rd seed, of course, going into this today, and showcasing that, yes, he has the skill set to be right up there. Only 0.4 of a second off in the race. You just got to stick behind the cars in front, and you could be dragged along anyway. So being maybe 0.4 of a second off isn't going to make too much difference in terms of your race pace. You kind of really... your race pace is dictated by who's around you on circuit when it comes to overall racing. So it's not kind of based on your own ability. Keeping your tires in a decent range, that's all down to you. Ultimately, you need to keep making sure that you're nice and smooth, minimal inputs, not scrubbing those tires. We know that tire wear is a huge factor in these 20-minute long races, or 20-lap race today here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Osmar Camargo does go up to P2 then. Again, 0.3 of a second down here. Emmanuel Lopez, number 11, has really thrown the cat amongst the pigeons here. A name that I've not come across previously in the number 11 car. And, well, looking like the fastest driver out there so far as qualifying has come to an end, will take pole position.
Octavio Rondoletto, I'm still waiting to see whether he set a time at the end. We could see him on the number 1 position, but I want to see the time if it's defeating a 51.9 or if he didn't get a time in within the 5-minute window, in which case he'd start from the back. I'm not sure what was going on there, but obviously he's the driver that's returning here. So let's take a look at the track conditions while we get those times together. Just shy of 40 degrees on track temperature, ambient temperature looking about 25, and we have a cloudy condition for the race here, Luke. So nothing too exciting to write home about.
No, pretty much similar to what we've seen all weekend. I'm expecting this to indeed be similar to what we've seen yesterday, where everyone's just going to take it easy out of the blocks. But then ultimately, as we get into sort of the 15 lap mark, that's where people are going to start making moves. And also, we saw yesterday that other people making mistakes is kind of what's costing people. So just keeping yourself out of trouble here is going to be the biggest real factor in how well you do in your race.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at the grid. Let's see who we need to keep an eye on. Okay, so we don't actually have a time from Octavio Rondoletto. He starts in P9 and taking pole position, the only driver sub 52 seconds, Emmanuel Lopez, lining up alongside Osmar Camargo. Joao Lima and Antonio Alvarez will be the second row. Rodrigo Favoretto and Andre Sunaga will be the third row, followed by Bruno Castro Alves and Richard Mack, with Octavio Rondoletto bringing up the rear. Bit of a shame that we didn't get that lap in from Rondoletto, but at the end of the day, when there are 9 cars on the grid, the distance he needs to claw back to get onto the podium here, it's not completely insurmountable, Luke.
It's 100% intentional. There's no way that he hasn't got a lap time in that 5 minutes. So he's wanting to start from the back here. He's going to give us an absolute show from the back. He is the highest I-rated driver in the session. He's the highest I-rated driver we've seen so far in this region within stock car racing. So yeah, I'm expecting him to make his way to the front here nice and patiently and just show us exactly how it is done. But a huge opportunity for the cars at the front here to potentially indeed steal some spots in that top 3 and qualify for our semi-finals.
Getting ready to set off on the formation lap here. I'm looking forward to watching Octavio plow through the field. I'm hoping he's doing it for the show and he's going, Luke's commentating this, we got to give him something to watch, and it's going to be absolutely delightful. As you can see, the actual physical distance between him and the lead car is not horrendous, and because it's a rolling start as well, a couple of good passes on lap 1 and 2, and you'll very, very much be throwing the cat in amongst the pigeons when it comes to racing. We also need to not forget that we haven't seen all of these names before, Luke. Some of them have put in half-decent times, but we don't know if they're time trial specialists, and the racecraft here for a couple of these cars could be found wanting. Now, they've got nowhere to hide.
No, absolutely not. Now it's all about getting the job done. You've done the qualifying times where you've been out on your own, and now you've been in actual qualifying for the race as well. But now it's all about racing, and Octavio does need to keep out of the trouble really here. That's the only thing that could potentially stop him, I would say, is if anyone else makes a mistake in front, then he could be in trouble. But we'll have the inside track as well. He'll be very, very much aware of the mistakes that are potentially going to happen. You can already see there just taking a step back really here and just evaluating the situation. As we come around turn number 2, the pace car, if you don't know what that means that they come around 1 full lap as they line up 2 by 2. The pace car will come in, and then it's up to P1 to then drive off when they decide to go. So interesting stuff indeed as we head then up towards the final couple of corners. Wow, this is going to be an exciting one, John, for sure.
Potential opportunity now to bunch up the field for Emmanuel Lopez. And that could end up gifting us a situation where the cars behind, I'd love to see 2 or 3 abreast going into lap 1. Realistically, the high line ends up being the one taken. But just for a little moment, I'm going to imagine that these overtakes are possible early on in the race. It depends on how disciplined these drivers are, whether anyone makes a mistake. And when you do make a mistake, do you go high? Do you go low? Is there another driver looking to take advantage as well? It's not so simple when so many cars are really, really close to you. If it's just you and one other car, for example, fine, there's only so many things you can do, but having to take everyone else's actions into consideration as well, that's what makes so much of this racing that much more difficult.
Yeah, for sure. You've got 9 cars here. They effectively all need to work together to make sure it's nice and clean and then battle for the rest of the race here. Here we go then. It is time for the first race of this evening. It's the LatAm region's turn for some stock car racing. We're about to go green light racing, and already then Rondeletto has got the jump here on the number 19 there. So Richard Max does drop down. Emmanuel Lopez then does get straight across, covers off Osmar Camargo, and ultimately will indeed take the lead here, as we are seeing a potential change for position in second. Yao Lima's just dropping back as well, but it is indeed Emmanuel Lopez that takes up towards turn number 2. It's a beautiful start from him, and actually almost gapping them all. Look at Rondeletto already up into top 5 here, just showing his class.
Absolutely no fear. Literally inches from the wall there. He's thinking about lining up the car in front. Won't quite make it stick this time around, but Antonio Alvarez is actually giving him a little bit of room on the inside. Might have gone a bit wider than anticipated. And how is this possible? Rondeletto already up to 4th and making a charge down for one of those podium positions already. This is phenomenal, Luke.
Yeah, he's world level. It's simple as that, ultimately. And this is now where he's got to be cool, calm, and collected. You can see just dropping down ever so slightly, just to cover off the potential advancement there of the number 337. He doesn't want Antonio Alvarez to make a move up the inside, cost them both loads and loads of time. He doesn't want anyone to be diving up his inside and then potentially not holding that low line and having contact with them. So ultimately, he's got the hard work done. He's got the slower cars out of the way here. But Rondeletto then putting on a show. I thought he might do this. Thought it might have been intentional. The number 48, though, is chasing them down. Emmanuel Lopez, though, is kind of off driving away. He's got a nice little bit of a gap to work with from Yao Lima. Lima, though, is sticking around in that slipstream, but 0.8 of a second is a big old margin. We then got Osmar Camargo, who is just a further 1/10 of a second back. So very interesting here as the front 4, as per usual, have just sort of got themselves a nice gap to work with, and they'll be battling out for those top 3 positions, as we do indeed potentially see a move here. Or Osmar Camargo, is there any room to maneuver down the inside? He's got no slipstream here, so you don't really want to be out of the pack. You lose so much momentum, and actually will filter back in behind Yao Lima and hold on to that P3.
Joao Lima and Oscar Camargo potentially tussling is going to look like absolute gold dust in the eyes of Octavio Rondeletto. If the 48 car can take advantage of these guys maybe not taking the absolute fastest or optimal line each lap, he will absolutely try and overtake both of them if he can. We've seen an incredible race from him so far. It's almost stealing the limelight a little bit away from Emmanuel Lopez, who has just had a decent start and also managed to get away cleanly. We now have the 2nd and 3rd place cars side by side.
Massive mistake there by Yao Lima. Does not hit the apex at all. Leaves the door wide open. And, well, it's not only going to be one car coming through here, it's going to be Rondeletto as well. Rondeletto on the inside. You can just see in the rear, if you picture the blue car, has the inside track as they come down across the line. It's a great move then from Camargo. Camargo now with that little bit of insurance into 2nd spot. Rondeletto, that's a really clever move there. So he just turns in a little bit later than he usually would, forcing Yao Lima to not be able to turn down and then loses loads of time on the entrance into turn number 1. And then by turn number 2, it is indeed Rondeletto who will take P3. Yao Lima has moved up, and all of a sudden, Osmar Camargo, sorry, should I say Yao Lima's moved down. He was P2. He's now down as P4 in what a straight in a corner.
Absolutely delightful. Well, this is what you tend to find in stock cars. It looks like you've got 5 or 6 car lengths between each other, and everything is fine. One small mistake means that you effectively seal the fate on a second car passing you hundreds and hundreds of meters down the line. It's so momentum based, and it's so important to make sure that you minimize any mistakes you make. Every racing driver makes mistakes. The goal is not to compound them with anything else. And now we are watching Octavio Rondeletto try and chase down Osmar Camargo, while Emmanuel Lopez tries to make more of an advantage out front.
Yeah, Antonio Alvarez has actually got Yao Lima as well. We did see through turn number 2 that the potential move was on, and then by the time they got to the start-finish line, he has indeed got that move stuck and moves up into that top 4. Emmanuel Lopez still P1, Osmar Camargo P2, Octavio Rondeletto is in P3. And I just want to clear something up from yesterday. We actually stated that drivers, if they finish outside the top 3 and someone who already qualified finishes inside the top 3, that means that the positions get dropped down. That is not the case. So basically what that means is right now, Emmanuel Lopez would qualify, so would Osmar Camargo. Rondeletto is already through, but what it means is there'll be more positions available for people to qualify who race via points. So if they never get into the top 3, it'll be an extra position given to someone who's got the most points accrued across the 5 months of finals. So I just wanted to clarify that yesterday, that I was wrong in my assumption that it dropped down. So yeah, my apologies, but we've got it all clear, so it's all good. Rondeletto then in P3, now looking to make more advancements towards Osmar Camargo. You can see Emmanuel Lopez just not able to drive away here. Again, it's so difficult to indeed get a big enough gap to break the slipstream around this. So it's kind of going to be just going to be a target really at this stage for Rondeletto. Rondeletto, the reason why he's taking his time here, I think he's got the pace to get this done whenever he wants realistically, but ultimately doesn't want to be left dead in the water at the end of this race and have his tyres completely shot.
That's going to become more of a consideration as the race goes on. It looks like there was a big moment, possibly a light tap on the wall there in front. We are now on board with Alvarez, who looks to be taking advantage of this situation as well. I'm trying to work out who the car in front of him is. He almost manages to get that gone as well. He doesn't quite. This is Rondeletto. That puts him in second now, and therefore Emmanuel Lopez, the only car stood between him and the top step of the podium. Absolutely incredible.
Yeah, Camargo there making a bit of a mistake there, making a meal of the final corner. Rondeletto then does eventually get past, but at what cost? You saw he had to venture left, so he really had to just oversteer ever so slightly, and the rear stepped out, and you scrub the tyres, you lose time, and that will come back to bite him later on in this race if he's got any sort of ambitions really of taking P1. Emmanuel Lopez in a very good spot here, but in the relative now, he's going to see that Rondeletto's in behind him, and that's where panic stations will indeed be happening for sure. And there's a big mistake there from P4. Antonio Alvarez then into the wall, and that actually is going to give Yao Lima the opportunity to get back up to the top 40. Yao Lima is just taking a few laps here to really get back into some sort of rhythm up the inside, get P4. Can he potentially close up to the back here of Osmar Camargo and potentially make it a 4-way battle for those top 3 positions? But well, as it stands here, Antonio Alvarez, it'd be nice to have a look at the battle between 4th and 5th right now. Antonio Alvarez, I think, maybe costing them both time here, and I think they may have just lost touch with the front 3 by indeed trying to hold on to the position there. He's tried to be too greedy, and we will get the timing. There we go. So he did try and be greedy and try and retake the position. Yao Lima would have thought, yes, I'm going to go off and chase down the front 3, maybe could drag Antonio Alvarez along with me. It's not going to work out. They've lost the slipstream now. These two have got to try and work together. But yeah, it all just stems from Antonio Alvarez getting greedy. He tagged the wall, so he's made the mistake. The door opened up for Yao Lima, and ultimately it's now pretty much up in smoke, their chances of getting into that top 3. That gap's going to get bigger and bigger and bigger.
Really unfortunate there. I can understand what you're thinking from a racing driver point of view. When you make a mistake and you see an opportunity to get the position back, a racing driver's gut instinct is to go for it. It's to fight for that position, to try and reclaim it. But ultimately, especially in stock car racing, Luke, you don't always want to do that. You want to be thinking, what's best for me and the drivers around me, so that I can launch an attack from the peloton later on, for instance.
Yeah, you got to take your medicine in that situation. You've just got to sit back and go, look, I made a mistake. Let me just sit behind you. Let's both gather some momentum together and try and attack going forward and just not lose touch. And look how big the gap is now already. Like, they're nowhere near the front 3 as it stands. So Osmar Camargo has got some nice insurance now to work with. He's got Rondeletto and Lopez in front of him as well. But look at this then. We have got the battle for P1. And actually, you can see that Osmar Camargo may be starting to lose touch here with the front 2 drivers. Emmanuel Lopez has led from the start here, so he would have been taking the favourable line throughout the entirety of this race. So you would imagine his tyres are going to be a lot better at this stage of the race. And moving through the next 5 laps, be interesting to see whether Rondeletto's got enough left in the tank to potentially get into the lead.
Tyres must start to be a bit of a consideration now at the halfway point of the race as well. For a lot of cars that have been tussling and really battling, changing their lines up lap after lap, you would imagine the tyres are eaten up a little bit more than, say, someone like Emmanuel Lopez, who has basically just had to deal with a single line, not really had to drive defensively all race long. So maybe he'll have a little bit of reserve in terms of tyre degradation. Octavio Rondeletto, he hasn't exactly had a rough race in terms of tyres. In fact, most of his moves have been quite clean, but he's definitely seen a lot more action than Emmanuel Lopez. So I wonder if Lopez has more in the tank than he's letting on.
Well, you'd like to think so, but ultimately Rondeletto is for sure the most experienced. He's probably is categorically the fastest driver in this session right now, so that hence why he started from the back here, just to have a nice bit of a challenge here in the McLaren G Challenge. But what I'm really impressed with is you know, I've pointed out 3 drivers who I feel like are going to be up and in amongst it, and still this championship, this competition springs up new names. Emmanuel Lopez wasn't in that list of drivers that I was potentially looking out for to go out and win this, and yet here we are. So again, the Logitech McLaren G Challenge is just providing opportunities for drivers at grassroots level. You may not have any idea how fast you are. You may be just racing against AI. Come and give it a go. As long as you've got an internet connection, go get signed up at logitechgchallenge.com. And you never know, maybe you'll be in the broadcast next time out. Qualifiers are time trials, so you haven't got to worry about racing against people straight away. Just go and do some laps, see how fast you are, see how you stack up against everybody. We've got live leaderboards updating all the time as well. As Rondeletto is feeling a little bit of pressure here. So Emmanuel Lopez not blinking at this stage, just hitting his marks. And Rondeletto is the one who's looking a bit more erratic out of the two.
Exactly. Tags the wall very, very lightly, but enough to give a 10th to Emmanuel Lopez. This is the battle for first place. 3/10 in it between our top 2 drivers. And Rondeletto, you can see really, really pushing every time he turns in. He gets so unbelievably close to the wall, not afraid to try and take every possible inch of room on this track. And you can just see how close he gets there, looking for the absolute perfect line to close up onto Emmanuel Lopez. Meanwhile, Lopez, while he might not be using every inch of room the track has to offer, he's been unflappable. I haven't seen a hint of a mistake from him all race long.
Yeah, it's been a delight to watch for, actually, considering it's kind of an unknown quantity. The number 11 car is absolutely dominated here from start to finish. But again, still got that challenge of Rondeletto to come. I'm sure we're going to see it over the next 3 or 4 laps. But what's really interesting here now is that Osmar Camargo has dropped off considerably, lost 0.8 of a second. He's currently in that P3 position and potentially going to qualify. Antonio Alvarez and Yao Lima have been given a lifeline here. And now this is where they've got to race clever. There's 3/10 between them. So P4 and P5 right now, they are closing up very, very quickly. So we are going to see that 3-way battle for that final qualifying position as well. As we are indeed, there is Camargo in the number 99. And just dropping further and further back. And I told you, as soon as you lose touch and you're on your own, you are a sitting duck. So the 2 cars behind, again, if they're clever, if they race clever right now, they can close up and pass this car very, very easily indeed. It's all about racing clever. And we've seen already from Antonio Alvarez, he's a little bit more erratic and just wants to get the position done as soon as possible. Just can Yao Lima and him work together to potentially just give us that fight? Oh, there's a mistake. I think it's done and dusted. He's into the wall there. So we come out then of what we're going to say turn 2 here. Oh, sorry, we're coming to the final corner. And that was a big, big shunt into the wall. And ultimately, how much time have they lost?
Yeah, Camargo actually took a little bit too much out of the curb on the previous corner and dipped below the white line. And as soon as you do that, the camber changes, it unsettles the car, and you could see exactly what the result was. Drifted across the track a little bit more quickly than he otherwise would have expected, and that is a light dusting of paint onto the wall. But in terms of momentum, it's absolutely huge. You can see the cars behind him really closing up now, and I think Joao Lima, well, smells a little bit of blood in the water.
Oh, look at this. Look at the momentum change here. Yao Lima is going to make this move here as soon as he possibly can. It was actually turn 2 that we were looking at. It's now onto the back straight here. Door open up the inside through turn number 1. Of course, turn number 1's got opportunities to overtake. It's turn 2 that tightens up. And well, it's all about now if Osmar Camargo just gives a little nudge to the car in front to Yao Lima, then tags the wall. Now going to be under pressure from Antonio Alvarez, I would imagine, as they head onto the back straight. Then it is going to be a 3-way battle here. And we know that if Alvarez gets an opportunity, he is going to take it on as soon as he possibly can. He closes up here, actually. And on the back straight here, he may be able to slingshot past both of them. Osmar Camargo then defending that position valiantly as they come through 3. And he's looking to move forward here in this race as well. And now this has all of a sudden got very interesting indeed.
Really, really fun 3-way battle now. And a position on the podium is at stake. Joao Lima currently in that P3 spot, but Osmar Camargo now defending P4 from Antonio Alvarez, swinging all over the track to try and break slipstream at the moment. Some very, very dramatic driving coming out of here from Lima. I'm not sure anyone was close enough to mount a strong challenge on that corner, but clearly all 3 of these drivers feeling the pressure. Another little bit too much on the inside again from Osmar Camargo, but manages to save it and not go too wide on the exit this time around.
He's panicking. He's absolutely panicking here. But Yao Lima, it was the perfect decision to make there on the exit of turn number 4. Move over. You know, it's where the car is on the absolute limit. That's where you can spin the car, and everyone has to follow you effectively to keep that toe. So you're forcing drivers to make decisions they don't want to make. So I completely understand what Yao Lima's done. We're coming through 3 now. I'd imagine he's going to do exactly the same through 4. Camargo just struggling here to hang with Yao Lima. So Yao Lima, we know he had pace earlier in this race, and Alvarez kind of cost him the chance to be in the top 3 because they were battling so viciously. But all of a sudden then, he's got up to the head here. He is in that 3rd position. And now what he wants to see is Alvarez do exactly the same to Camargo. He wants Alvarez to send one up the inside, slow them both down, and then he's able to drive away here. But actually, Alvarez finally trying to work with someone. He gave it a little bit of a nudge there to Camargo, a little bit of bump drafting. If you don't know what that is, that means you slipstream up to the back of another car, and instead of making the overtake, you actually push them forward. So you're both gaining a bit more momentum. Camargo, though, struggling to get the car around the corners here at this stage. And there we go. Yao Lima making that move once again. And that's almost a squeeze onto the grass there from Camargo. Camargo, he's beaten there. Alvarez has the position nailed. For sure, down in towards turn number 3. There we go. Alvarez does make the move stick here. But ultimately, these two going side by side is potentially going to cost them the run here. And Yao Lima in a great spot as they come up towards 3 to go. Yao Lima in 3rd position is looking golden here to potentially go out and take the victory. There's contact between Camargo now and Alvarez still side by side. But look how much time they've lost here. Yao Lima is in absolute dreamland.
Yeah, this is fantastic. They're not busy drafting off each other. They're busy battling side by side. This is exactly the situation that Yao Lima wanted to engineer. He's successfully done so, and we can now expect him to simply pull away from these two cars. This is really exciting racing, but at the end of all of this, you're going to see what the resultant gap is between 3rd place and them. It is insane how quickly you can pull a gap while the cars are fighting like this.
Yeah, it's already 2 seconds. They've gone through 6 corners side by side, holding hands. And yeah, it looks great them skipping along the circuit together. And yeah, it's friendly, but unfortunately, it's just really, really slow. So yeah, they've lost the chance here of potentially progressing into that top 3. And Yao Lima is going to be absolutely loving life here. Camargo just cannot chop down. Cannot chop down on the nose there because Alvarez is still side by side. As much as this is slow, they are putting on a hell of a show for us. This is fantastic for us to watch here. And I'm sure we're going to see them come back as well. And we've been waiting for a little bit of side-by-side action around Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I thought it might take until the North America side of things happens later on, but ultimately we've seen a lovely bit of action here from Camargo and Alvarez. Camargo, though, he was holding all of the aces earlier in this race, but ultimately with the battle going on between these two, as they are still side by side, absolutely ridiculous here from both of them. I know that they realize they're going to cost each other the chance to go through, but this is still sensational stuff to see. Emmanuel Lopez, by the way, still holding on to P1. Next time they cross the line, well, 1 to go.
Oh, you really can't make it much closer than this between 3rd and 4th place. Emmanuel Lopez currently 2 seconds ahead of Rondoletto. It's, oh no, big contact there, just the tiniest nudge that absolutely compounds, and both cars in trouble. That is the number 99 car of Oscar Camargo. He needs to survive for another lap and a half. This is Tokyo Drift going on at the Indy Motor Speedway.
Absolutely love that from you, John. Big contact, the slightest touch.
Big movement, baby. Slight touch, big movement.
Love that. Yeah, he's just tried to squeeze down too much. He tried to squeeze Alvarez onto the apex, and Alvarez didn't move. He held his low line, and Camargo sort of turned into him. And then with the side drafting and ultimately the car running out of grip, he loses the rear. He loses out. It's as simple as that there. There's nothing wrong with Antonio Alvarez's position. He did everything he needed to do. But as it stands, we are going to head up towards the leader here, Manuel Lopez. It looks like he is going to hold on for the victory. As we come around the final couple of corners, we are on board with Emmanuel Lopez. Made a nice little gap for himself as well. And I'll tell you what, I did not see this coming, but again, it's the beauty of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge that new opportunities open for new drivers. And well, it is going to be a victory here for Emmanuel Lopez. We are going to see you in the semi-finals, that's for sure, later on in the year. Again, had to ward off the presence of Octavio Rondoletto, who's come back after winning in month 1, started from the back of the grid and wanted to assert his dominance like a dog. And, well, Lopez has gone denied. Not today. Takes the victory. Yao Lima, wow, what a race of attrition that was. Managed to still get into a top 3. Incredible stuff there from him to hold his nerve effectively. Antonio Alvarez and Camargo putting on an absolute show, but ultimately finishing down in 4th and 7th, respectively. Rodrigo Favoretto is in 5th, and then we've got Andre Swanaga in 6th position. Well, we've got the top 3, John, but ultimately the race was between 4th and 6th. That was incredible stuff.
It really, really was. All of the entertainment was down there between P4 and P6. Some very, very interesting stories. We have P1, of course, Lopez doing an incredible job. P2, though, from the start of the grid, Rondoletto absolutely showing us fantastic masterclass in how quick he can actually be. But Lima as well. What a beautiful job holding on in that race of attrition to be able to clinch that third podium spot. Really difficult to call out your favorite driver from that. All three of them had phenomenal races for very different reasons as well. Let's go ahead now and take a look at the final results powered by Splunk. Let's see for the stock car exactly what's going on. Emmanuel Lopez does indeed get the victory with Octavio Rondoletto in second place, just 2 seconds behind. Joao Lima just about managing to hold on in that race of attrition. You wouldn't know it from the gap on this timing screen, but as recently as 2 laps before the end, that was a 3-way fight. Antonio Alvarez in 4th, Rodrigo Favoretto in 5th. We then have Andre Sunaga. Oscar Camargo unfortunately drops down to 7th, but what a race he gave us. Bruno Castro Alves and Richard Max will bring up 8th and 9th respectively. Now let's go ahead and take a look at some of our wonderful highlights from that race. Luke, we've got quite a few moments from different drivers and all for different reasons as well. This is going to be fun watching.
We're watching Rondoletto here just do what goes up to P5 here at relative ease, and kind of wanted to stretch his ego, I think, during this race, but Lopez was having absolutely none of it, which is fantastic to see. He got up to Lopez, and that is the wall he could not conquer, as we see the move then from Rondoletto to get up to P2. Sorry, we're on board with Camargo making the move up towards P2, and then we see Rondoletto coming through as well. And that was indeed when we were watching, it's P2 down to P5, but managed to get back up into P3, which is a fantastic result in the end. But look at this. Lopez did tag the wall, was under a lot of pressure here. This is a big mistake then. And that's what brought in P4 and P5 into the conversation with Camargo. Camargo was looking great, just lost touch with the front two, but ultimately lost out just by making silly little mistakes. But that's what happens with tyre wear. Pressure indeed is a thing. Here's the move then for that 3rd position and qualifying through to the semi-finals. And it was a beautiful move made in the end. It just chops up. But this was the battle, really. Again, who'd have thought 9 cars would have provided such amazing racing? Again, we saw an incident there where there's a little bit of contact and Camargo runs up into the wall. But those 2 drivers specifically, they were side by side for about 8 corners, which is so difficult to do. But it's all about Lopez today. Picks up the victory and actually has got one up on pretty much the favourite to take this whole competition for me.
The LatAm stock car race has actually served us arguably the most entertaining story to follow so far in the G Challenge, as far as these oval races have gone. But let's go ahead and make sure that you can also join the race if you're at home. You might be watching, you might not be one of the drivers on the chat, but you can still go ahead and participate. Use !giveaway in Twitch chat and visit the link for a chance to win Logitech G gear and iRacing credits. Anyone can win these prizes, so go ahead and make sure that you are entered into the giveaway. It costs absolutely nothing, and it's a fantastic way to get involved with the Logitech G Challenge. And finally, we just want to say a massive thank you to Splunk, Logitech G, Quantum Pay, and McLaren for helping us put on the show. We had EMEA and APAC yesterday. We then have LatAm and North America today. And we're doing this for 5 months before we even get to the semi-finals. So it's all to play for. And you can go ahead and race yourself by going to logitechgchallenge.com. We will be back with the Dallara IR01s on Suzuka for the open wheel race after this break. Don't go anywhere. Attention racing enthusiasts, the wait is over. So sit down, strap in, and start your engines. This is the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. This video will explain everything you need to know on how to race your way into the grand finals. First, let's break down the basics. There are 4 regions: North America, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. That's over 170 countries. Each region will have their own stock car, sports car, and open wheel challenge. Open wheel and stock car challenges will be racing on iRacing, and the McLaren 720S Sports Car Challenge will be racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione. The season starts in July and goes through November. Each region will compete through 5 rounds of monthly races. Each round will consist of a qualifying period and a live race broadcasted on Twitch. So now that you've got the basics down, let's dive even further. Where do you begin? One word: qualifier. Anyone can participate on your own schedule. Set your best lap time in any challenge. Drive to the limit and get your best lap submitted. This is your chance to qualify for the monthly round races. So, are you fast enough? If the answer is yes, then you'll move forward to the monthly round races. Every month in every region, the top 30 drivers from the open wheel, stock car, and sports car challenges will race for a shot at reaching the semi-finals. To reach the semi-finals, you must get a podium position in one of the monthly races or accumulate enough points throughout the season. The top 30 make it in. So, the top 3 from each race in each region and the points leaders move on to the semi-finals. Over 100 drivers have a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. All right, you've made it to the semi-finals, but you haven't crossed the finish line yet. In each region, 30 drivers will race for a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. So, if you're one of the lucky ones that makes it this far, you now have a chance to win it all, because only the fastest drivers from each region will get sent to the grand finals weekend in Las Vegas, a 4-day, 3-night trip to Sin City, including an on-track supercar driving experience. The grand finals weekend will be a massive, in-person sim racing community event where drivers will put pedal to the metal and compete on stage in front of a live audience cheering you to victory. Want to be part of this but didn't qualify? Compete in a wildcard event for another chance to make it. More information and locations are at logitechgchallenge.com. Winners of the stock car, open wheel, and sports car grand finals will win a McLaren Racing VIP experience, including a 4-day, all expenses paid trip to London, a tour of the McLaren Technology Centre, coaching from Lando Norris, and a behind-the-scenes tour with McLaren during the Formula One British Grand Prix in 2022. So pull out of the garage and onto the track, and join us for the world's largest sim racing competition with the 2021 Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Welcome back, everybody. We are now getting stuck in qualifying for the open wheel race on Suzuka. Very, very different style of driving to what we just saw in the stock car race. And just a reminder, anyone who's watching this broadcast today can participate. Go to logitechgchallenge.com and see what you need to do to potentially be in our monthly round races for September. But for now, Luke, we've got 12 drivers in here. In fact, a couple of familiar faces, including Joao Lima, who is back in open wheel as well. Very, very different beast from stock cars. Sorry, I'm still I'm trying my best to listen to you, but I can't hear you over those wheel rims.
Yeah, those wheel rims are loud. Wow, crikey. Yeah, as we come through Spoon Curve here, we've got some pretty good drivers here. Damien Hall has got to kind of right the wrongs from last time out, qualified pole, and ultimately, or qualified near the front, and actually made a terrible start and ended up right down the back of the order into turn number 1. It just didn't work out at all. So race was over very, very quickly. We've got Michael Velez, who has indeed been to the World Finals before. He is actually in the video that you were just talking over, John. The one that we haven't heard too much of as of yet at all. Not at all. We heard that too much. But yeah, Michael Velez was a global finalist. So yeah, expected big things from him in the 219. 219 is actually his favorite number as well. Just to let you know, that's his choice. We've then got Northern Motta. Not too much information about that driver. I'm expecting all of these drivers to be quick that they qualified for this stage, to be completely honest. We've got Richard Max and then Yao Lima, like you were saying. But the one to beat is going to be Dino Filippa. What, 7.5k I rating? That is world level I rating.
Well, let's see if he can put in those kind of times in the qualifying session here. We've got just over 7.5 minutes left remaining. All drivers should be reasonably chill, focusing on getting their out laps ready. I believe they'll be able to come out for a second go as well within the 10-minute period. So if they don't get a beautiful lap set first time round, they'll be a bit squeezed for time, Luke, but I think a second opportunity is possible here.
Yeah, but they will stay out, because if you come into the pits and then your next out lap counts as one of your laps. So basically, they've got a select amount of... They've got 2 laps, or they've got 2 opportunities. So you've got your out lap, which doesn't count originally. And once you've crossed the line once, that lap starts. That is your first time lap. If you then come into the pits, your next time lap will be your second official lap. So you're done. So you can't really come in. So you need to do all 3 laps in one go to really maximize your time. So yeah, just it's a little bit different, a little bit unique in iRacing. As we've got our favorite field of view once again. Love this. Seems like the Ferris wheel's about 4 different countries away from us at this stage. But you get to see how long the legs are there as well. Across the line we will go. And we will get some times up on our screen very, very quickly. And there we go. So Michael Velez, a 1:30.864. Yesterday we saw some 1:29s being the times to beat. I'm expecting to see that from a couple of drivers. I'm expecting Michael Velez to actually go a little bit faster than the 1:30.864. But definitely an improvement from him, the Colombian, looking very quick indeed. And actually quicker than Diego Marcel as it stands. But again, lots of fast drivers yet to come here. And I'll tell you what, if the stock car race is anything to go by, John, I think we're in for a bit of a cracker here.
Yeah, I really quite enjoyed weaving together the story of the stock car race. It came together very nicely. I thought drama up and down the field, beginning, middle, and end. It was a joy to follow as a commentator, and I'm really hoping that we see something similar in the open wheel here. Our first test will be to see how quick these guys go. And Dino Filippa, you said he's one to watch out for, just casually wipes 8/10 off the face of everybody else.
It's almost like I know what I'm talking about. It's crazy.
Right?
Everyone knows that that's not true, though. I've just got one thing right. It's the first one of the weekend.
It's all right. Some of us
But I will
know
dine
you.
off of it. I will dine off of that. I just won't say anything now for the rest of the 2 broadcasts to go, and that means I've got a 100% record today, so that'll do me. I'm all about percentages. For sure. 8/10 clear then of Michael Velez. Diego Marcel now 1:31.2, so 1.2 seconds off of the pace. I'm expecting the field to close up a little bit more here. Whether anybody can find the pace to challenge Dino, I'm not sure that's going to happen today. Like, for me, I haven't really seen any races so far over the course of the 2 months where there's been a genuine clear favourite, apart from maybe yesterday with Van Loozenord in the same discipline for EMEA region. But Dino Filippa is a different beast in this session. He is phenomenal.
Michael Velez has improved on his time from before. He's now up to a 1:30.5, or just shy of. Still 3.5 off of Dino Filippa, but significantly closer to the sharp end where he wants to be.
He's really not taking any chances here either. There's no curb usage on the exit there of the chicane. Nope. So he's not taking any chances here, is Dino Filippa. And there's the 1:29.6. Brilliant time there. That, again, would be competing at the top level in all of our regions. So really cool to see. The fact that we've seen drivers such as Van Loozenord in the EMEA region and the APAC region. We saw Bo Albert. He wasn't even able to win with Bo Albert in his one. So this is hotly contested here in the open wheel. And, well, it's no different for the LatAm region.
Imagine what'll happen if he was taking chances and really grabbing every inch of the track. I wonder how many tenths he could potentially shave off of that.
Well, I think we're about to see that now.
Yeah, 6.46. Still 8/10 up on the improved time set by Michael Velez. We'll have to see if anybody else can chase him down. 3 drivers currently in the 1:30s and another one in the 1:31s. But some improvement needed, and a lot of improvement needed, to try and beat Dino Filippa here. Absolutely tearing up the track. And that's not part of the track.
That is a line through turn 1. Just not a good line, not the racing line, just a line.
A line.
but it's qualifying, so this is where you've got to find the limits of the circuit. It's not such a big deal. Although when you've not got a lap time in, that's a 1x straight off the bat. Your lap's done. So whether he'll have a time to get one more in, I'm not too sure. Whether indeed they've used all of their lap times. So there's no tally mark, unfortunately, next to the name, so we do not know. As I believe this is Diego Marcel coming across the line. Currently 5th position in behind Damien Hall. Hall, a 130.992. We've got Bruno Canavas then just up ahead, but it is still Dino Filippa, who's 0.8 of a second clear here of Michael Velez. An incredible time from Michael Velez, but to be 0.8 of a second back is just testament to Dino Filippa's pace. But yeah, it's good to see Velez here again. A world finalist previously, been in the streamed part of the championship since LatAm have been introduced into the Logitech McLaren G Challenge many years ago, or a couple of years ago, should I say. And again, just proving that he's got the pace on multiple different games. He's qualified on GT Sport before, he's raced on Project Cars 2 before, and now here we are on iRacing, and yet we're seeing the same result.
I've got a theory. I think those wheel rims are simply illegal and add a second to the lap time. Or take a second off, rather. It's got to be.
We are in Japan, so like there's probably Neo lights under there as well, and all sorts of shenanigans as they...
He gets pole position. There's a party mode button he engages on the dashboard.
What car parks do they go to, do you reckon? Because is it Asda in Japan? Like, it's Asda car park in the UK, or McDonald's. I guess it's McDonald's. So they all go to there in their Dallara 01. What am I talking about? Yeah. Everyone in Japan owns a Dallara 01, and they just go to their local McDonald's car park and just park their cars up, make loud noises. Like,
that'd be amazing. That counts as an evening's entertainment for me. I'd very happily go and watch that. No questions asked.
What are you doing tonight? Yeah, I'm just going to go and check out all of the Dallara community of my local area.
I only have one request: don't block the drive-through. That's it.
Yeah. Where'd you put the subwoofers? Where's the Pioneer going?
Oh God, there's a lot of planning involved. That's all we're going to say.
It's a good question, though.
Yeah, very good question. No one coming close to beating this time yet. Still no further improvement from Michael Velez, and it doesn't look like any other driver even is dipping below 130.9 right now. So at the moment, those two drivers are very much out in the clear.
Yeah, for sure. Yao Lima not getting a time in. Nicholas Lelis, Rafael Blanco, again, none of those drivers have got a time in as of yet, which is, I wouldn't say worrying. Again, there's only 12 drivers in the race, so potentially you can get yourself up the order. It's a 12-lap race. You can be patient. Getting that top 3 is absolutely key. And we saw from the last time out in the monthly final for LatAm that people were struggling to get off the line. And that is probably the biggest. There's 2 real big tussles you've got to have with yourself here. Get the car off the line because it's such a high torque, indeed no weight to the car at all.
Yep.
So get off the line is the first thing, and then trying to keep your tyres feeling half decent for 12 laps.
And that's a little bit of a challenge as well, isn't it? Because in the sports car discipline, the tyres are tend to design to last longer, but stock car and open wheel, you really do see tire degradation and different styles of driving needed to keep the car on the grey stuff employed throughout the course of even short races here. Big wobbly there, but just about managing to keep it on the grey stuff.
But this is just practice now for the race, and if you had a microphone on those tyres right now, they'd just be going, no more, like they're proper screaming at the driver, because yeah, they last like 2 laps and then you're in trouble. So yeah, and oh well, that's definitely you can practice your starts, but with the tyres being old, you're not really going to get a representation of what it's going to be like on the grid. So the fact that you're able to control it with the tyres being at the state that they are, again, you should be a little bit better off in terms of the actual race start. But here we go. We're ready to rock and roll. Qualifying is over. We're here for race 2 of the LatAm region. We're here at Suzuka.
So let's go ahead and take a look at the track conditions before checking out our grid for the race. Qualifiers are now over. And here's how things are looking. They're identical actually to before. Cloudy, track temperature just a shade under 40 degrees Celsius. Nothing too exciting. No intermediates required. No wet races. I wonder if we're allowed to get some of those. That would be quite nice. I suspect not. But either way, the drivers are going to be happy.
To have rain first.
Well,
so,
yes.
I mean, apart from that stipulation, we could do. But that's apparently coming later on this year, actually. So
global warming's really gone too far.
12 years we've been waiting. We've got a few more months to wait, and then we will have it. But it will happen for sure.
Let's go ahead now and take a look at the grid for the race that you are about to watch. So no questions about it. Dino Filippa in the number 10 car. He's got the rims for the job as well and starts in pole position. Absolutely delightful time. Lining up alongside him is Michael Velez. We then have Bruno Canovas and Damian Hall on row 2. Watch out for Damian Hall, who'll be very eager to snag one of those podium spots. Diego Marcel and Alex Castro will be lining up right behind them. Norton Mota and Bastian Salinas will be row 4 of the grid. And we've got Richard Max and Rafael Blanco immediately behind them.
Yeah, only a couple of drivers then further back, and that is Nicholas Leles and Yao Lima. Yao Lima starting from the back here. Again, we didn't see any lap times produced. I'll have to check if there are 12 cars on the grid for us to be able to guarantee that they are racing. But yeah, could Yao Lima make it 2 from 2?
If only his points in each discipline sort of added up to each other. I'm pretty sure that's not how it works, but had a really, really fun race in the stock car discipline. It'd be great to see him put an excellent performance in an open wheel as well.
Yep, absolutely. Well, it looks like there's 11 cars on there potentially on the grid now. I think there might be 12 as well. So I think we're going to get all of them, which is always good. We're just waiting them for the last couple to indeed join. And then we're ready to rock and roll.
Looks like the car in 3rd place we're waiting to join the grid. There's always one, isn't there? There's always one that says, actually, hang on a second, I need to refill my gin and tonic. Every
time. It doesn't matter whether there's one driver. You'll be waiting for that driver. It's as simple as that.
This cocktail umbrella's gotten a bit soggy. I need to replace it.
Absolutely. But then if you're like me and you don't let the drink sit in the glass too long, you've never got to worry about that problem.
So that's the trick I've been missing.
Yep, drink it. Here we go.
Excellent.
We're off. Well, no, a couple of drivers. Oh, whoa! That is spectacular. And while Yao Lima, I think, was looking good to go 2 for 2. Well, unfortunately, it's a lot slower by being on your roof, and there's no right mechanism like it's Robot Wars. And Yao Lima has maybe managed to make it 5 yards. He actually went higher in the air than he did go distance traveled in front of him. That is race over for Yao Lima.
That is so unfortunate. I think he did really cover more distance vertically than horizontally, sadly, but that is absolutely race over off the start line. Damian Hall, of course, up in 3rd position now. We're not sure whether there were technical problems or otherwise, but Damian Hall will be able to profit from that, and he slots into 3rd place provisionally. Clean start from Dino Filippa and Michael Velez right behind him. Gap between them, I would say just under a second at the moment. Good start. No real opportunities to overtake yet. Let's see how long it takes for these drivers to settle into a rhythm.
Diego Marcel's made up to P3, so Damian Hall has dropped down into 4th position.
That's it.
Yeah, so there's just one change of position there. But yeah, Yao Lima, I think, has just joined the old Jeff Bezos and Elon Musk challenge to try and get up into space. He's winning right now. He's definitely traveled the highest as it stands. Crazy. Yao Lima, hopefully, maybe we'll see him still on the grid in a minute. As we come through 130R, Dino Filippa, who was definitely the favorite to come through this, he has just started off beautifully well, not getting involved with anybody, gets off the line nicely, and now it's just a couple of laps here to build yourself a nice lead, and then you can just take it easy, make sure you've got decent tyre wear for the rest of the race, and then you're golden to indeed punch your ticket as we come across the start-finish line. And there is actually no car on the start-finish line, but John, maybe we're going to be able to see what happened.
So while these drivers get settled into rhythm, let's go ahead and take a look, a little bit of a closer look at the start again, courtesy of Quantum Pay, the future of modern banking. Hashtag make your move, in this case, vertically.
Oh, Yao Lima makes a beautiful move, makes it 3 wide. But then the car in front of him, which we will figure out exactly who that was, just moves over. Oh, it's just so unfortunate for Yao Lima. That is, again, race over unless someone hits you over. And I think it might have been Richard Max. So Richard Max has just moved over, and you just got to be... I hate to be horrible. You just got to be better than that, really. You've got to understand your peripherals. And, yeah, very unfortunate then for Yao Lima. He's going to be furious. Although he's also got to the race previously to consolidate as well. So he's pretty happy of the day, but it could have been a little bit better.
Dino Filippa leading by 1.3 seconds from Michael Velez. We've got Diego Marcel just 0.6 behind, and Damian Hall a further second adrift. They've then got a little bit of a gap between them and Rafael Blanco, who's 4.5 seconds off the leader in 5th place. And the midfield battle looks like to mainly be between Bastian Salinas and Bruno Canovas in 7th and 8th, respectively, who are basically nose to tail right now in their fight for 7th position. But otherwise, sadly, Alex Castro and Joao Lima don't look like they'll be playing any further significant part in this race.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how much these drivers have learnt from watching the other regions so far this weekend and also previous months as well. Michael Velez is not pushing the car, so he's not trying to build a huge gap here because he just doesn't want to overheat those tyres, wants to keep them again in a decent range, and I think he would quite happily give up P2 as we did see yesterday in the EMEA region. Just give up P2 and then move forward here by getting into that top 3, but ultimately be looking good in the sort of final 3-4 laps of this race. So the first 8 laps are obviously key. You got to sort of drive yourself into a very good position, and then you've got to manage it for the final 4 laps of the race. So yeah, it's key right now not to push too hard, not to put too much heat into the tires, and just have something left.
1:39.56 coming out here from Diego Marcel. You can tell, getting a little bit frustrated behind Michael Velez. They're locking up, getting slightly close to the car in front. You don't want to be doing that too often. Otherwise, you end up running out of juice on the tires so that you won't be able to perform those overtaking maneuvers later on in the race. Needs to be wary it doesn't do that again. Just needs to be a little more patient. Maybe this and avoiding a potential accident is a good reason for Michael Velez to potentially let him by, but you have to watch out for Damien Hall as well.
Yeah, I think he's got no choice here. Michael Velez is just really playing a nice patient game. He's on the brakes just so much earlier, which means there's less chance of him locking up the wheels. Whereas in behind, you're seeing Diego Marcel just being very aggressive there. And, well, the aggression has not paid off there. It's actually Damien Hall all of a sudden is putting pressure on Diego Marcel. Michael Velez just putting his car in the right position, hitting his marks, making sure he hits his turn in, and he is golden here. Again, it just seems like he's driving within himself, which is a great long run strategy. Again, a 12-lap race is not a long run, but ultimately with the way the tires are built here, it is. So you've got to make sure that you look after them throughout the entirety of this race. Diego Marcel, then, he is going to be his own worst enemy as it stands, the way he's pushing. Damien Hall, then P4 in that green car, is right up in behind P3. So right now, Michael Velez, who we're on board with right now, he's kind of clear. There's nothing really much happening around him. Yeah, the battle behind here, this is perfect for him. He wants them to tangle, maybe grab a couple of seconds. That means he can take even more lap time off. Here we go. We've got the battle then on screen. Diego Marcel, that's a big mistake then. Door open up the inside. Damien Hall then slips one up the inside. Not quite able to get that power down early here. But Diego Marcel, this is fantastic for him right now being in P3. But ultimately, this is not the strategy for this race. He's going to be in trouble as this race carries on. Again, Damien Hall there being very, very patient. Could have probably tried to slip one up the inside himself there, but decided against it. And he's just going to wait for his moment here. I think he realizes that Diego Marcel is overdriving that car. Here we go then. Slipstreams his way down towards 130R. Damien Hall decides, nope, not this time around. Maybe he's going to make a move into that final chicane. Make sure you get a decent traction out of 130R. It is a flat-out corner. Damien Hall then maybe go late on the brakes there, and I think there was contact between the two, and Damien Hall is going to let him go. Good sportsmanship there. Again, even though the top 3 is the qualifying positions, he let him go, and he's going to instantly get the position back, I think. Maybe both drivers have some damage, but that's great to see.
Does it count as letting him go if you instantly overtake straight back into T1? I would have thought you get maybe 2 turns grace there, but Damien Hall clearly doesn't agree. A little unfortunate on the tap. I do love to see the sportsmanship. It's great to see that they rejoined the track in the same order that they left it. And now Damien Hall has at least provisionally got that place and is up into 3rd.
Yeah, well, he could have just driven off then, and we'll both be pretty mad about it. So, yeah, I think he did the right thing. Yeah, that's true. I think the battle really right now is Bruno Canavas and who we got, Northern Motta. They're P5 and P6 right now, the number 69 and the number 23. So, yeah, them two potentially could close up now to Damien Hall and Diego Marcel if they've both got damage to the car. There's contact, and these cars are basically made out of paper mache. So any kind of contact here is going to lose you a lot of lap time.
The fastest lap of the race, by the way, 1:29.254 from Dino Filippa. Currently on another planet compared to everyone else. And we don't just mean that because Yao Lim is aiming for Mars at the moment. He is more than a second a lap faster than everybody else as far as fastest lap is concerned. Absolutely blistering stuff. So he's building a very nice, healthy gap at the front of the field. 5 laps gone, and he's almost 5 seconds ahead.
Here's Canavas. Canavas then P20, number 23 has actually made the move then on Motta, and he's ahead. So as we head then down in towards the final chicane, you'll see that it will change in a second. He will be top 5, and maybe he's now going to start to fly. He started P3, so he's definitely got the pace. And actually, you can see this. What tells you what gear they're in, tells you where they started. Some nice stats there down in your bottom right-hand corner. Well, there you go. So it is P5 now for Bruno Canavas. If the 2 drivers in front have got damage, he is indeed going to charge his way through here. And there's an opportunity here for the Brazilian to potentially make a run for this top 3.
I wonder if we get to hear Hanky on the radio there as well. Cars in front have damage. Push, push, push now.
It's only on ACC, unfortunately, that he works
Sad.
on. Yeah, it would be great to see
if only we can port him over everywhere. That'd be great. But never mind. I think he he should be somewhat mindful once he starts seeing the lap times and the gap to the car in front. If he starts seeing that close up quite quickly, even if he can't yet see the car in front, he's going to go, hang on a second, there might be a problem there. This is going to be an opportunity to push.
Yeah, what I want to see right now on the left-hand side of your screen with a timing tower, it says what their fastest lap is. I want to see what their last lap is. So hopefully we can get that changed in the API in a minute, just so we can see if the lap times are indeed quicker once Bruno Canovas has crossed the line, because he's not had to overtake anyone this lap. I just want to see what kind of pace he is at as it stands. The interval, though, between him and indeed Diego Marcel is about 4.5 seconds. So about 4.5 seconds there between them. So we will get a look into exactly how far the gap has come down. But if he is catching, we'll see it. We will notice it. And we'll also notice if the two drivers in front do indeed have damage. The big winner in this situation, though, of the battle between Damien Hall and Marcel was indeed Michael Velez, who's got a real nice gap to work with here. Across the line, then, they will come. And the gap about 4.3 seconds. So not really closing that gap, actually, here, even though he's got clear track. So I'm going to say that Marcel and Damien Hall haven't got damage, but I'll tell you what, one thing, they are definitely battling here.
They were very fast earlier in the race as well. Just purely taking a look at the fastest lap, Diego Marcel is something like 0.8 faster than Canovas. So if damage meant that he dropped off significantly from that, we would see that gap come down. We saw it was at 4.5 seconds before. If it ended up being 3.5 or something like that, that's blood in the water territory for Bruno Canovas. Unfortunately, it only went down to 4.3, and Diego Marcel's trying to do an overtake on Damien Hall as well. So possibly not the absolute most blistering pace he could be setting here. I think, unless we see a big mistake coming out of Damien Hall or Diego Marcel, which is perfectly possible in the closing stages of this race, third and fourth here should be relatively secure.
Yeah, I would say so. They are going to start battling for position now, which will lose them a lot of time. But ultimately, I think Damien Hall's in a good spot here. I think Diego Marcel is going to reach the cliff of his tyres as they head up towards, 5 laps to go here? So they're over the halfway point. You can see how huge the slipstream is with these cars, punching a huge hole in the air and able just to hang them with Damien Hall. So if Hall is running really fast laps here, just by being in the slipstream, you're able to keep up, maybe gain a second a lap, depending, even if your tyres are indeed shot here. As actually, we come down towards turn number 1. This is for that final qualifying position. And well, Diego Marcel makes the move up the inside. Damien Hall did not defend that as much as he probably wanted to. And he's just decided, he actually runs wide there on the exit of turn number 2 as they come through the S's, and he is struggling here. So I was saying that Diego Marcel might be the driver struggling with tyre wear, but Damien Hall just seems to have found the cliff edge himself.
Yeah, you can see the rear of that car wiggling just a little bit on occasion, especially coming out of high-speed corners. Damien Hall is not having the time of his life controlling that car right now, doing everything he can just to keep it on the gray stuff and trying to keep within touching distance of Diego Marcel, who's already pulled out something like a half-second lead. So potential desperation there, as you just saw Damien Hall going a little bit wide, diving up and missing the apex there. Hopefully he can stay in touch, but right now it feels like he's trying to compensate by overdriving, and I'm worried that's just going to send the tires further off the cliff.
Yeah, for sure. He's kind of just got to knuckle down here and just put in a couple of sort of steady lap times, steady that ship, and just try and stay in the slipstream. If you can stick in the slipstream here, you're going to gain that sort of 7, 8, 9, maybe a second a lap. So you don't necessarily need to be as fast as the car in front. As you can see, again, he is closing up. He's quite far behind, but big moment, actually, from Diego Marcel. How has he held that? Oh! That is what you call a missed braking point by around about 3.5 miles.
Wow. Actually, to be fair, I want to give Damien Hall credit for managing to avoid the car in front there, but that was a big moment. And now Bruno Canovas is going, well, I was waiting for a big mistake. It's now happened. I've got 4 laps to pass. Yeah,
and well, he gets past Damien Hall, then he will charge towards Diego Marcel. He has closed that gap as well, which is the most important thing here. So the gap right now then is actually 3.4 seconds between Marcel and Bruno Canovas. So Marcel is again, we know he's going to struggle near the end of this race. It's all about really what Canovas has got left in the tank. He'll use Damien Hall here to slingshot his way up the order. He's got to try and get it done, I would say, before the final corner, and then look to potentially run away on the next lap. But we will indeed find out. He's closing up hugely here.
He's going to be able to make a move soon. Let's take another quick look at the Quantum Play replay of that last move, courtesy of Quantum Pay. Let's take a look at this missed braking point there. Huge moment for Damien Hall.
Yeah, we just saw that actually it was Marcel that made a bit of a bobble himself and made a bit of a mistake. And you just see he tried to correct it. So he's missed his breaking point and he's tried to correct it by turning in early. And ultimately the car's just gone, nope. And it's like a happy dog chasing its tail. Its tail becomes its head and it just turns away around. Here we go. Here is the move. I said he needs to get this done. Oh, on the inside of 130R. This could be delightful. Damien Hall's on the outside.
Whoops.
And Damien Hall is into the wall here. I need to see that again. He's got no wheels left. That is going to be another DNF here for Damien Hall. And for me,
oh no,
I don't think it didn't look like Bruno Canavas had moved away from the apex there. It looks like he held a really tight line. It'd be very interesting to see that once again. But yeah, as it stands then, Bruno Canavas is going to go up to P4. Was there the fact that it was such a vicious outcome, yet Bruno Canavas was able to go, I'm not sure there was any contact there at all, to be fair.
Let's take a look. I know we've got 2 of them in a row, but the action is coming thick and fast here in race 2 of this race weekend. Let's take another look at the Quantum Pay replay of that crash going up the inside of 130. A very ballsy place to make a move. Is there contact here?
Oh no, it's netcode. Oh, it's so unfortunate.
That's a shame. It looked like, it registered on one car, but not the other, is how it looked like to me.
Yeah, so Canavas has kind of got away with that, fortunately. And it's just, yeah, really, really unfortunate. Can't really odds that, I'm afraid. That is the nature of the beast in terms of sim racing. This is something that we have to combat.
I don't think Canavas did anything wrong there.
No, it was a phenomenal move, and I think he was going to make it stick as well. And
yeah.
Hall hasn't turned in too much either. Like, Damien Hall's done a superb job of leaving the perfect amount of room, but ultimately, Netco's trying to sort of guess where the cars are half the time, especially if you're in different countries as well. So it's trying to well, not guess, it's trying to calculate where the car is with all of the coding. And ultimately, sometimes it gets wrong. It's done wrong. So that's what's happened there. Canavas then is going to try and potentially close down on Diego Marcel. The gap then between them is 3.5 seconds still. So Canavas may have lost a little bit of time on the previous lap. I'm not sure he's quite got the pace here to go and take on Diego Marcel. 2 laps to go here. Again, full of incident, full of overtakes, and just full of frantic racing.
Suzuka is known as a driver's circuit for a reason. So much action up and down the field throughout all sectors of this circuit as well. Absolutely delightful stuff. One person who's going to be pretty happy with the way they performed so far, though, Bruno Canavas, up to P4 after a, frankly, nightmarish lap 1. I'm sure he would prefer to be in one of those podium positions right now, but he's got to be pleased with the way that he's managed his race so far. It doesn't look like his tires have fallen off the cliff in a way that we've seen some other drivers struggle to handle them this race. I say that and he locks up a little bit, but he's generally been smoother than some of the other drivers we've seen today.
I think he can afford to lock up here. I think he's left something in the tank here. I don't think Diego Marcel has. Marcel might be under pressure. He's got 1 lap to go after this part of the circuit. He started 5th, he's up to 3rd. You say Bruno Canavas is going to be relatively happy with his performance. I don't think he is. He started 3rd on the grid, so, you know, straight away you're in that qualifying position. The fact that you've dropped back, I think the recovery from the position he was in, that might be what he'll be happy with. But ultimately,
of course,
if you start P3, you're expecting to be in the top 3, right? So Diego Marcel is definitely being caught here, and I think we're going to see a tiptoe lap here just to try and get to the end. Definitely not in the best state right now, and the gap between the 2 of them is going to come down quite substantially, I feel. Across the line they go then, and yes, it has come down. So it's around about 2.4 seconds, just shy of 2.4 seconds here. So Bruno Canavas has taken a second out every single lap, but it's all about here, Dino Filippo. What a drive. The favourite coming in, the highest iRacing in the whole field, and ultimately has delivered on the promises, what was shown to us in the qualifying period the last month.
He takes the rims off the wheel for the race. We need to get the FIA to take a look at that.
Yeah.
Smells something fishy going on there. But no, 2 seconds ahead of Bruno Canavas' Diego Marcel. I think you're absolutely right that a tiptoe lap is called for, just to be nice and safe and try and cement that podium position. At the end of the day, when you've driven the wheels off that car nearly literally for 10 laps, and you've got that 2-second advantage, now's the time to make the most of it. Make sure you bring the car home in one piece and get yourself into one of those top 3 places.
Yeah, you've done the hard work again, finishing a 1/10 of a second ahead of someone or 10 seconds ahead of somebody. It doesn't really make a difference, really. If you're in the top 3, you're in the top 3. Ultimately, the gap, again, was about 2.4 as they cross the line. We are going to see Dino Filippo, though, take the checkered flag here and pick up the victory. First time we've seen Dino Filippo it's not going to be the last, that's for sure. Into the semi-finals you will go. Michael Velez is going to pick up P2, but it's be interesting to see what the P3 battle is like. How close is it? Fastest lap of the race of 129.254. But again, I don't think we're going to quite see the battle for P3, unfortunately. But Michael Velez then and Dino Filippa are both indeed going to finish in P1 and P2. Looks like Diego Marcel has crossed the line. Oh, it did come down to 1.3 seconds. So Diego Marcel does finish in that top 3. Canavas was chasing him down at a rate of knots. Maybe one more lap and it could have been really interesting, but ultimately not going to be. Diego Marcel holds on to that P3.
Very, very nicely raced there by all of our drivers. Unfortunate for a few, but looking forward, for example, to seeing Damien Hall in action once again. I love how that wheel just magically got reattached. It's like, no, I refuse. I'm just going to keep going here. A shame for him 2 months in a row, but that's why we run this competition over 5 months. There are opportunities, of course, for drivers to bounce back from unfortunate incidents like that one. Really, really good fun up and down the field in both of the races we've had so far today, Luke. Today has started wonderfully. Yeah,
it's just warming up nicely. You got to feel for Damien Hall. It's 2 races in a row now where he's just becoming like the nearly man. I'm sure we're going to see Damien qualify at some point during this championship. Again, a very misfortunate one today. Last week was kind of his own, last month, should I say, it was probably his own fault more than anything. This time, there's not much he could do. But again, very encouraging performance. But the top 3, another 3 outstanding drivers making their way to our semi-finals later in the year.
Right, let's go ahead and take a look at our final results here for the open wheel category, sponsored by Splunk. It's Dino Filippa in a world of his own out in front. In fact, finishing 8.5 seconds clear of Michael Velez, who drove a commendable race to second place. Bit lonely. He's got 8 seconds either side because Diego Marcel managed to coax the car home in third, just ahead of Bruno Canavas. We then have Norton Motta, Bastian Salinas, Alex Castro. Damien Hall will be classified in 8th position. Richard Max and Rafael Blanco will make up the top 10. And Joao Lima, what can we say? Really unfortunate off the start line there. Potential for a great move. Sadly, ended up on the roof and went further vertically than they did horizontally, but we'll have another opportunity to do that in month number 3. Let's go ahead now, Luke, and take a look at some of the moments from that race. It certainly was action-packed.
That was a definition of a highlight there for sure. Joao Lima off into the air. Again, leave the dad jokes to me. We then look on board here. Oh dear, completely missed the breaking point there through the Degner. Already another car there off into the kitty litter as well. Too much power down, unfortunately, for the number 11. It just doesn't quite work out. Yeah, we just had frantic battles really between, what was it, P2, P3. Here was a contact with Damien Hall and indeed Marcel. Marcel then was given back the position, but then instantly, as you said, John, he just retook the position. Again, as we look down in towards turn number 1, this was a decisive move made in the race. But yeah, it's just great stuff just to see new names up here once again in that top 3. This was the contact we saw then through 130R. Again, yeah, nothing. No one's done anything wrong there, effectively. The netcode has unfortunately been the cruel mistress, which the netcode normally is.
Very exciting race from start to finish, but at the end of the day, a really well-deserved top 3 from our drivers. We look forward to seeing them in the semi-finals. Everyone else, of course, picking up valuable points, and they can qualify on points even if they don't make their way onto the podium in one of our 5 monthly round races. Now, earlier we asked you to send in your tweets using the hashtag Logitech G challenge. Our social team have picked Espionage ZA, which I'm guessing is South Africa. Logitech is the best peripheral brand by car. Oh, I don't even know if my Badum Tish is registering at the moment, but hopefully we can get some more. But actually, what you, Luke's a dad. We can get some dad jokes in. I'm sure we can get some more car puns before the end of the broadcast. I'm sure we'll come up with a couple, but do keep them coming using the hashtag Logitech G challenge. And while you're thinking about joining us on social media as well, don't forget there are prizes you can win. Join the race by using !! giveaway and visit the link in chat for a chance to win Logitech G gear and iRacing credits. Anyone can win one of these. Just go ahead and hit ! Giveaway now and follow the instructions on the link. So best of luck to everyone entering the giveaway. Hopefully you'll be able to walk away with some goodies of your own. We just want to say a huge thank you once again to Splunk, Logitech G, Quantum Pay, and McLaren for helping us put this wonderful show on. We've still got one left to go. It's Kyle Army in the McLaren 720S GT3 sports cars. The races this weekend haven't disappointed so far, and I'm really looking forward to the LatAm edition of this. That after this break. Attention racing enthusiasts, the wait is over. So sit down, strap in, and start your engines. This is the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. This video will explain everything you need to know on how to race your way into the grand finals. First, let's break down the basics. There are 4 regions: North America, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. That's over 170 countries. Each region will have their own stock car, sports car, and open wheel challenge. Open wheel and stock car challenges will be racing on iRacing, and the McLaren 720S Sports Car Challenge will be racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione. The season starts in July and goes through November. Each region will compete through 5 rounds of monthly races. Each round will consist of a qualifying period and a live race broadcasted on Twitch. So now that you've got the basics down, let's dive even further. Where do you begin? One word: qualifier. Anyone can participate on your own schedule. Set your best lap time in any challenge. drive to the limit and get your best lap submitted. This is your chance to qualify for the monthly round races. So, are you fast enough? If the answer is yes, then you'll move forward to the monthly round races. Every month, in every region, the top 30 drivers from the open wheel, stock car, and sports car challenges will race for a shot at reaching the semi-finals. To reach the semi-finals, you must get a podium position in one of the monthly races or accumulate enough points throughout the season. The top 30 make it in. So, the top 3 from each race in each region and the points leaders move on to the semi-finals. Over 100 drivers have a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. All right, you've made it to the semi-finals, but you haven't crossed the finish line yet. In each region, 30 drivers will race for a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. So, if you're one of the lucky ones that makes it this far, you now have a chance to win it all. Because only the fastest drivers from each region will get sent to the Grand Finals weekend in Las Vegas, a 4-day, 3-night trip to Sin City, including an on-track supercar driving experience. The Grand Finals weekend will be a massive, in-person sim racing community event where drivers will put pedal to the metal and compete on stage in front of a live audience cheering you to victory. Want to be part of this but didn't qualify? Compete in a wildcard event for another chance to make it. More information and locations are at logitechgchallenge.com. Winners of the stock car, open wheel, and sports car grand finals will win a McLaren Racing VIP experience, including a 4-day, all expenses paid trip to London, a tour of the McLaren Technology Centre, coaching from Lando Norris, and a behind-the-scenes tour with McLaren during the Formula One British Grand Prix in 2022. So pull out of the garage and onto the track, and join us for the world's largest sim racing competition with the 2021 Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Welcome back to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, ladies and gentlemen. We have now had the stock car and the open wheel races in LatAm, and we are now moving on to the sports car discipline. You'll notice a little bit of a difference here. All of the cars are on track at once for qualifying, so they'll need to make sure they leave each other a little bit of space. We're going to be tussling for position just a bit to make sure everyone gets a bit of clean air. But otherwise, it's a straight up 10-minute qualifying session. And again, very, very important that they get a decent position, because the racing on Kyle Army we've seen so far, Luke, has been so unbelievably close. Every single bit of an advantage that any driver can get seems to be mattering quite a lot here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think we're at a different time of day as well from what we saw yesterday in game, because the shadows are all in different positions here. It's a little bit darker as well.
Sunset now, isn't it?
Yeah, so I think the track temperature will be a little bit lower as well, which would be quite nice for the drivers. But yeah, this has been probably the most competitive races we've seen across all 4 regions, apart from North America. North America is normally the stock car that is the highlight of their week, and well, we're going to see that later on. I'm super excited for that. You missed out, John, last time. It was sensational.
That's going to be good. But I enjoyed watching the race back, but I'm really looking forward to being a part of this one. It absolutely will be a highlight for me. Completely agreed.
But this sports car challenge has been probably the most competitive over the course of all of the regions, apart from the North America stock car. So yeah, this is going to prove to be just the same. And it's just very similarly to what we're going to see in North America with the stock car. There's not really anyone that stands out in particular. Like you see in the EMEA region, there's sort of 4, 5, 6 names where you're like, they're nailed on to be at the front. It's going to be a golden opportunity for them. And we saw very much the same as well with the APAC region. There just isn't that. It's kind of like when I'm putting together who I'm going to like look at, I'm just looking at the list going, it's probably best if you don't say anything at all and just let the surprises happen. Like legitimately, that's how I feel. And it makes me even more excited about it. That's for sure.
It's really exciting. We saw something like 21 drivers all in the 1 minute 40s, for example, in EMEA, and it just becomes borderline impossible to call. Sure, the drivers out in front are statistically most likely to win the race, but when you're out in front and 3/10 behind you is 9th place, you're like, what? How on earth is that even possible? And Kyle Lamy has really been serving us some fantastic racing, really, really close lap times as well. The track's very wide. There are multiple lines through some corners. The drivers are loving it. We're loving it. And it makes it that much harder to predict the results. So I would argue the viewers are loving it as well.
Yeah, I think the biggest question today, though, will be, will Ayrton have somewhere to live by the end of the day? Because if he goes and beats his old man today, we've been saying that Sebas has been racing for the dads in the world. But if he gets beat by his son live on the broadcast today, maybe Ayrton's sent out to fend for himself now for the rest of time. Go out to get a job and all sorts and get his own house. But then if he's good enough, he can make a career from this. Who knows?
Be careful, Luke. Your kids might be beating you in the G Challenge next year or the year after. It's only a matter of time, my friend. It's inevitable.
Dare.
We just don't know when.
Dare. They do love sim racing, by the way. I've got a 5-year-old that is just not quite big enough to get involved as of yet, but I've actually got a he's nearly 14 years old. He's 13, and he actually was given a Logitech wheel from Logitech a couple of years ago for his birthday, so that's really kind of them, and he is absolutely into it. He loves all of the games, loves Formula One, he loves ACC, like he's really got a great future as well. But yeah, there's so many, and I've seen that across the course of all championships, really, and not just in the McLaren G Challenge as well. I'm looking at league racing as well. The sort of bottom of the line in terms of age is just getting younger and younger and younger. And normally when we see the younger drivers, there's a lack of respect, let's say. The kind of racecraft is lacking, but that's changing now. Right. The younger drivers really are genuinely learning, from watching sim racing. There's competitions to watch all around the world now. So they're learning from their idols, I guess. Like some of the top sim racers in the world are genuinely now heroes of the younger people. It's its own entity outside of motorsport.
Well, maybe it won't be that long before we see them also competing. And Luke Crane won't be the only name we see qualified in the EMEA region. We'll have to wait and see next year, perhaps. But for now, let's go ahead and review all of the drivers that we are about to see in the sports car discipline. So a lot of names here, but some very, very quick ones as well. We've already touched on them a little bit earlier. Ayrton out-qualifying Sebas, for example. Who else have you got your eye on here, Luke?
Well, the fact that Vinny Oliveira, who, of course, he came second last time and is now already into the semi-finals, the fact that he was 30th in the time trials this time out says to me that it is absolutely wide open. You've got to look at the Ayrton and Sebastian Stefano story, of course. I think Mariano Rodriguez is someone to watch out for. Daniel Shinji, we saw last time out as well. A very quick driver in their own right. Jada Borges as well, who put on a couple of really good overtakes at Spa last time out. So someone who, if he gets given a bit of clear air, potentially will show his serious pace.
Well, he was fastest before. If he's able to find a way to get that car onto the front row, maybe we can just deal with that clean air. But with so many drivers potentially on the grid, you also have to be thinking to yourself, racecraft, staying calm, tire management, making sure that you can comfortably defend and you stay calm under pressure. All of these are going to be vital skills unless we see another Van Loozenord move off into the distance without having to worry about any of that. But at the end of the day, for the majority of these drivers, that's going to become very important very quickly.
That's one thing we haven't seen really in this series. Boquida, I guess, in month 1 was the only real driver that just drove away in the sports car series. That is very relatively compact in terms of the pack. Kyle Lamy is one of those circuits where, again, you don't lose too much time if you take adverse or different lines to drivers in front of you or behind you. It's very much favorable for racing. We just haven't really seen it explode. I've been feeling Kyle Lamy is like the best track in the game to get racing and make overtakes and have a load of fun, but it hasn't quite yet exploded. Every single race so far has been really, really close. We just haven't seen all of those overtakes come into fruition yet. So hopefully this is the region that does indeed deliver.
Well, we've certainly seen some fireworks in the first 2 races that we've had today, so fingers crossed that Kyle Lamy delivers on that front as well. The races have been close. We haven't necessarily seen that many overtakes because, frustratingly, these drivers are just such good sim racers that they more or less don't make mistakes, and even when they do, they're so minor they know exactly how to defend. It's a sign of just how good these lobbies are. But you're right, I am gunning for a little bit more action now, I think, in this race, and I'm looking forward to a bit more. Whether North America would also serve up something similar, Maybe in the stock cars. I'm less convinced they'll do that in the sports cars, but I've been wrong about this before, and we've had some absolutely explosive races. So maybe that's what we're going to see now.
Yeah, absolutely. And well, it's maybe 60% Brazilians in this lobby, and they are well known for their aggression. So I'm expecting to see those fireworks. And if we don't see fireworks in a race, it's ACC. At the end of the race, whoever crosses the line first, they get fireworks anyway.
Exactly right. So guys, we're just sorting out the lobby that we're hosting for the drivers at the moment. We're going to go to a very brief commercial break, and when we come back, we will head straight into qualifying for the sports car discipline here in Latin America of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
I think they put the wrong time of day in the race. That's why.
Yeah, but I thought that would be relatively simple, and they would have just rehosted the lobby in 1 minute, and we would just gotten cracking.
No, you got to go and change all of the server configs. Then you got to reload it and then do it. It should take. To be fair, it should only take a couple of minutes. But you've also then got to get all those drivers back into that session. So it's the drivers really. That might not be the case.
I'm really looking forward to this race now. Attention racing enthusiasts, the wait is over. So sit down, strap in, and start your engines. This is the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. This video will explain everything you need to know on how to race your way into the grand finals. First, let's break down the basics. There are 4 regions: North America, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. That's over 170 countries. Each region will have their own stock car, sports car, and open wheel challenge. Open wheel and stock car challenges will be racing on iRacing, and the McLaren 720S Sports Car Challenge will be racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione. The season starts in July and goes through November. Each region will compete through 5 rounds of monthly races. Each round will consist of a qualifying period and a live race broadcasted on Twitch. So now that you've got the basics down, let's dive even further. Where do you begin? One word Qualifier. Anyone can participate on your own schedule. Set your best lap time in any challenge. Drive to the limit and get your best lap submitted. This is your chance to qualify for the monthly round races. So, are you fast enough? If the answer is yes, then you'll move forward to the monthly round races. Every month, in every region, the top 30 drivers from the open wheel, stock car, and sports car challenges will race for a shot at reaching the semi-finals. To reach the semi-finals, you must 30 make it in. So, the top 3 from each race in each region and the points leaders move on to the semi-finals. Over 100 chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. All right, you've made it to the semi-finals, but you haven't crossed the finish line yet. In each region, 30 drivers will race for a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. So, if you're one of the lucky ones that makes it this far, you now have a chance to win it all. Because only the fastest drivers from each region will get sent to the Grand Finals weekend in Las Vegas. A 4-day, 3-night trip to Sin City, including an on-track supercar driving experience. The Grand Finals weekend will be a massive, in-person sim racing community event where drivers will put pedal to the metal and compete on stage in front of a live audience cheering you to victory. Want to be part of this but didn't qualify? Compete in a wildcard event for another chance to make it. More information and locations are at logitechgchallenge.com. Winners of the stock car, open wheel, and sports car grand finals will win a McLaren Racing VIP experience, including a 4-day, all expenses paid trip to London, a tour of the McLaren Technology Centre, coaching from Lando Norris, and a behind-the-scenes tour with McLaren during the Formula One British Grand Prix in 2022. So pull out of the garage and onto the track, and join us for the world's largest sim racing competition with the 2021 Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are now into the qualifying session for the sports car discipline here in the LatAm region of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. I'm John Sargent. With me is Luke Crane. We've had 2 fantastic races today so far, and the third race, Luke, it's not guaranteed, but it's on Kyalami, so our hopes are up.
Yeah, it's kind of, we've been waiting for this to be set off. We're waiting for it to all get exciting. The races have been super close this weekend so far around Kyalami with the other regions. But yeah, yet to really go off, if you like, in terms of a firework. Has been a bit of a whimper. So I'm excited to see how this goes down. Looks like we had an issue with the server in terms of the time of day the race was on. Now it's nice and sunny out there. So it's the same as the other regions. So again, I'm just guessing. I think that might be the reason. But we're back here for the racing. It's now 9 minutes to go. And well, they get all of that 9 minutes to get their best lap time in and see where they qualify for the race.
I've got some slightly frustrating news, some bad news to start off with, unfortunately. Sebas Stefano will not be in this lobby, but will be represented by his son, Ayrton. Apparently, he's suffering from some vision problems, and since Sebas Stefano can only see P1, other positions on the grid simply don't register to him, which makes sense. He's a winner. So as a result, Ayrton is going to be in this lobby instead. And jokes aside, Sebas, we wish you a speedy recovery. Hopefully, we'll get to see you. We'll get to see 2 Stefano cars in this lobby next month around.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be live and broadcast and have my son beat me live in front of everybody. I'm joking. No, we wish you the very best, Sebastian.
It's going to happen. We just don't know when.
Yeah, for sure. We will see them race at some point together. But yeah, again, wish you a speedy recovery. But ultimately, we have got Ayrton, though, representing the family right now. The whole hopes of the family rest on that young man's shot. No, let's not put that kind of pressure on him. That would be really, really cool.
Wait to the start of the race before we do that.
Yeah, the bills will be paid if you do this out. There's so much pressure on. No, it should be good. I've seen him race. He's a phenomenal driver. A bit of a raw talent. Definitely a rough diamond, if you like. There's a few mistakes in there, as you would expect from a young driver. But in terms of raw pace, very quick driver indeed.
So you have 19 cars in this lobby at the moment. Just getting those tires warm, starting to get those out laps together so that we can focus on nailing a couple of quick laps. We've already mentioned, of course, Ayrton Stefano. He started here as the 4th seed, I believe, by qualifying time. But frankly, I'm not really using those as benchmarks at the moment, specifically for Kyalami, because so many drivers are so close to each other in terms of lap time. It honestly comes down to who had more Weetabix for breakfast this morning, I think.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, you're gonna have, if it's a 10-minute qualifying session, which is going to give you maybe 5 laps, potentially 6, which is more than what they had at Spa. They had maybe 2 attempts at Spa, but yeah, it's a little bit more chance of them to get their best representative time in. But normally they're used to sort of 30-minute sessions in terms of qualifying for a little bit longer race. So yeah, a little bit of pressure, which I think plays into the hands of someone like Ayrton, who is young. All of the younger drivers on this grid will be, again, they don't have nerves, do they, at that age?
No, not really. That's the world's their oyster, and they don't even realize it. They haven't learned to fear anything, and if anything, that's what we fear the most about them as we see him out on track. Ayrton there in that green car, looking pretty composed so far through the first couple of corners, or last couple of corners, I should say, going on to the start-finish straight. We're looking forward to seeing the first times pop up on that board very, very shortly.
Here we go then. First times are indeed going to be popped in now, as we will indeed transition to the timing tower to the left there. 140.5 then for Renan Negrini, currently the fastest as it stands. 3 tenths further back then is Jada Borges. Ayrton Stefano then is just a few tenths further back in 3rd position. Whether or not we indeed get to the really low 40s remains to be seen, but very good start then for Negrini.
A 140.5 provisional pole at the moment. It's crazy to think that despite having no lap times in the 139s back in the EMEA race, I'm pretty sure that would have maybe got you something like 10th on the grid. It was absolute madness, and I'm really hoping we have a qualifying session that begins to unfold in a similar fashion. Still 5.5 minutes left to go, and plenty of time for these drivers to get their lap times in. The first lap time seemed to predominantly be in the 141s, no fewer than 8 drivers in the 141s at the moment, with just 3 dipping below. I'm fully expecting to see the majority of them dip into the 140s shortly, and this order is going to get shaken up in the next few minutes.
Yeah, couldn't agree with you more there. I think the biggest factor here is that they are already 2 tenths quicker than what the fastest qualifying time into this event was, a 140.761. That has been the same for every single region anyway. We know we're expecting to see faster times, but the fact that we've got a 140.5 as a banker time, the first time posted, I think we could expect to see potentially maybe another 3-4 tenths of a second. I think Renan Negrini is going to potentially find a time that would compete with the EMEA big boys.
Just under 5 minutes now. Still a couple of cars not submitting their laps yet. Maybe waiting until the... I don't really know if there's any advantage to waiting longer than that. Maybe they're already all on their out laps, but we should be able to see them here soon. I think this is going to be a rather entertaining field, and certainly the largest field of cars that we have today. And that just means more midfield tussles and more potential for racing incidents to happen, shall we say, crashes and whatnot. So qualifying here just took on a little bit of an extra dimension. You don't really want to be tussling with a load of cars. It's a fact of life in racing. You are going to have to obviously beat everyone else on track, but ideally you want to deal with 1 or 2 cars at once, not 19.
Yeah, Karganen's actually put himself up into a top 3 there momentarily, improving on the time as the times really are starting to tumble in. And Jada Borges has also replied now for 140.5. Diego Karganen is then in P3. Alessandro Silva moves up to P4. Vinny Oliveira, already qualified, remember, takes up that 5th position. With around about 3 minutes 40 seconds to go, should be able to get 2 laps in if they're already on one, plus a 3rd if they manage to cross the line. So if they cross the line before the 0 hits, that means they get to finish that lap time as well. Something that's a little bit different to iRacing. They only get a certain amount of laps they're allowed to do, whereas this, you can do as many laps as you want in that 10 minutes. And they will indeed duly try and deliver that as well. 43.2 at the back then for Mariano Rodriguez and Sebastian Munoz. So they need to definitely find a little bit more time here. But now we've got 4 drivers into the 140s, and then we've got a couple of 141.1s for Vinny Oliveira and Ayrton Stefano. So expecting those 2 drivers to indeed improve. Vinny Oliveira has just moved down to P6 actually, so lost a little bit of, lost 1 position.
Starting to really close up in the high 140s, low 141s. If we take a look at, say, 140.8 and 141.3, for example. There's something like 7 drivers in that half-second gap at the moment. A couple of cars right now tussling for position on track, needing to find some room so that they can go ahead and push themselves and get those representative times in. Oliveira now moving out of the way of Laba. Hopefully they'll give each other enough clean air that they can complete 1 or 2 more laps. 2.5 minutes to go now until the end of qualifying.
Well, Oliveira has just moved himself up to P5 ahead of Oliveira. Vinny then moves down into P6. There's a couple of Oliveiras. There's 3 actually in this session. Is there 3 or is there more than 3? There's 3 Oliveiras.
Yes, Daniel Oliveira, Vinny Oliveira. Is there a third one on the other page as well?
There is, currently in P19.
Yes.
We've got Cake Oliveira as well. I like Cake.
Well, maybe we'll see the third Oliveira come out with a blistering time right at the end. Hopefully there aren't technical problems that are preventing that lap time from being submitted. We'd love to make sure all of our drivers get a representative lap time in. We don't want anyone left out. So far, though, currently 7th now, Ayrton Stefano. Dropped down very slightly, but might be on course to put an even faster lap in. We'll wait and see. Not much opportunity left to do so now. 90 seconds until the lap that they're on is the last lap they're going to be able to do.
Look how close, though. We've got Vinny Oliveira and Daniel Oliveira as well. They are, what, 900ths between the two of them away from hitting that magical 140. I'm not sure we're actually going to see a quicker time posted by P1 as it stands as well. Carlos Ferry then at 42.4 now, 16th position. Ivan Herrera's moved down and Munoz as well. As we look at the standings, Murillo Laba is in P8 still. Felipe Diaz and Lincoln Miguel then are your top 10 as it stands. But it is still Negrini that's taking top spot. 1 minute to go here. People are going to start to find their actual form here. They're really going to throw everything at it because, of course, if you bin the car right now, you still get a fresh new one ready for the race.
So drivers giving it their all. Now is the time to really, really push on these final laps. Currently, still a 140.5 as the fastest time. We have seen faster times, although we haven't seen any 139s yet. So still the potential to shave a couple of tenths off that in the closing seconds of this qualifying qualifying. I just saw Borg, and he's also done a 140.5, but is literally half a tenth off of Paul at the moment. This is starting to get very close.
Yeah, it's getting spicy. And again, they've got 16 seconds now to cross the line, and they will get one more opportunity. So Munoz, Oliveira, all the Oliveiras are indeed getting their positions here. Laba is also going to get across the line. Yes, 5 seconds remain. So Laba, I think, might be the last driver that indeed will get that opportunity to put in one more lap time. So everybody has got a lap time in now. Even Cake, I still love Cake, in P19 at a 44.925. But it is indeed Renan Negrini right now, 140.512. Jada Borges, can he potentially find just over half a tenth really to get himself up onto the front row? It is going to be close.
All drivers now have got a lap time in, but unfortunately the qualifier timer has now reached 0 seconds. So the lap that they're on is going to be the final lap. They're going to have to try and get the best position they possibly can. This is the last lap they're going to have a chance to do that. And still, I'm a little surprised that we only have 4 or 5 drivers in the 140s. I honestly expected more, but the midfield, Luke, is still ridiculously packed together. And I'm beginning to suspect that the action isn't going to be at the front of the field in this upcoming race.
I think we're going to see action everywhere, to be completely honest with you. It's not going to be a case of it settles in really quickly to just a long train. I think this is going to be frantic. I think we're going to potentially see people taking risks that you wouldn't normally see within this game. Again, it's only a 20-minute race. It's a sprint race for these drivers. So I'm expecting to see from the get-go here, it'd be absolutely bananas, to be completely honest with you.
This is going to be very, very exciting indeed. 19 drivers will hopefully make it onto the grid. It looks like the remaining drivers are now just making their way into the pits. That does not look like a hot lap to me. Things are chilling out now on the Kyalami Grand Prix circuit. I believe that is qualifying complete. So before we move on to the race, let's go ahead and do a quick review of the conditions that we should be expecting moving into the race. Only 30 degrees on the track temperature, a little bit less hot than the other races that we've had today. 25-degree ambient temperature and an overcast day with no breeze as well. So going to be pretty sweaty, Luke.
Oh yeah, it's going to be sweaty. Really, really sweaty. It is South Africa after all. Here at Kyalami. Well, see how they could deal with this, really. Again, it's not the hottest conditions you'll ever see. When you race at Kyalami, you're kind of expecting it to be track temperature-wise, maybe up towards the near 40s, high 30s, low 40s. So 30 is going to be pretty easy to contend with. The tyres are pretty durable in this game as well, so they haven't really got to worry about that. So it's kind of just give everything right now. Try and get yourself into that top 3 and then advance to the semi-finals later on in the year.
Now, around Kyalami, one of the fun things about this circuit that you don't really get as standard these days, Luke, let's be honest, is that it's possible to take multiple lines through corners, which means we might actually get some really, really close racing on this grid. Renan Negrini now on pole position confirmed, just ahead of Bourget in second place. We have Cognan in third, with the first of 3 Oliveira's in fourth. Alessandro Silva is actually in fifth, so they're splitting them, and Stefano is going to be lining up sixth. Daniel Oliveira, now he was right next to Vinny, right at the in the closing moments of the qualifying session, but I think a couple of cars just about managing to squeeze past them. And then we have Piana lining up in P8 as well. Lava and Diaz will make up the 5th row of the grid.
Heading then to our next set of 10, we've got Lincoln Miguel, then we've gone Fabrizio Montez. We've then got Matias Machado and Damian Neri in 13th and 14th. Mariano Rodriguez and Carlos Fari are in 15th and 16th. We've then got Herrera and Sebastian Munoz in P17 and 18. And then we've got Cake, still love Cake, Oliveira in P19.
Maybe we'll see Kayik Oliveira really put the screw in and show us
ruin it.
Lovely.
Oh, don't ruin it. We want to call him Cake for the rest of the day.
Cake? Oh. I mean, I'm still thinking of Cake for what it's worth.
Yeah, well, that's true. Yeah, we'll just think about Cake. Sorry, I just had to take my opportunity to get Cake into the
We could have a scenario where they actually charge up the field. I really, really want that. Very similar to the stock car race.
That would be great. The cake, the cream in the cake always rises to the top. Anyway, we are here. Off we go. It is racing for the final race then of the LatAm region. That's the worst one I've done all weekend for sure. Horrendous joke.
Dad jokes, you're allowed.
Negrini then trying to hold a nice line up the inside. He would have watched yesterday and saw the move made in the APAC region for the lead from 4th up to 1st, and indeed covers that off nicely. And well, yesterday we saw a whole cluster at the back there of mistakes, and Negrini runs wide there. Borges trying to force a little move up the inside of 3, not quite going to work out. Now they've got the long run down in towards Sunset, and everybody's been very well behaved indeed.
I was expecting more drama than this, but frankly, the drivers have been very mature and very composed. Front 4 cars looking like they're building out about a half a second gap to everyone else. So Silva looks like he's ahead of the Oliveira train. Actually, both of them, they're back together. I'm pretty sure they started something like 4th and 7th there, Luke, but they are side by side on track right now.
Yeah, for sure. We're missing so much action in the mid-pack at this point. We just saw someone off the circuit there. Looks like 3 yellow cars were all close to each other as well. Oliveira, yeah, the Oliveiras were close together here. As we're on board then with P4, that's Alessandro Silva. He just wants to try and keep hold of the front 3 at this stage of the race to potentially book his ticket to the semi-finals. But the gap is starting to form here, but very well behaved from everybody. Again, in the mid-pack, there was a little bit of shenanigans, but ultimately everyone's got through relatively nicely.
We're watching Silva in 4th position at the moment. Oh, very bouncy over that curb there. Don't really want to be taking the high point on that curb. As you can see, it unsettles the car, and you're just trying to wrestle it. Thankfully, it's on a straight as opposed to an immediate change of direction. But that was certainly biting off a little bit more than you would otherwise expect. Everything is safe and sound now, though. We've got the pair of Oliveira cars immediately in front of Ayrton Stefano, so this could be a fun fight brewing. And we've got Laba immediately behind him, in fact, right up his tailpipe as well.
Yeah, for sure. And we're starting to see 2 groups form here, which is dangerous. Dangerous for Oliveira's, it's dangerous for Stefano's, it's dangerous for Laba, because they could indeed very quickly become obsolete in this challenge for the top 3. Remember, the top 3 qualify for our semi-finals later in the year. Maybe it could be you next time out. LogitechGchallenge.com. Go get signed up, come and get involved. I want to see you all. I want to see all of the sim racers racing. The front 3 have kind of got a little bit of a gap then to what would be Alessandro Silva and Daniel Oliveira. So those 2 are just frantically battling for position. You can see that Oliveira is trying to find a little bit of a gap to move with in P5. But then you've got the another Oliveira. There's so many of them. It is basically the Oliveira's race right now, sponsored by Oliveira at this stage. And, well, there we go. Oliveira does indeed take the fastest lap as well, 48.006, but it was lap 1, so There's only so much you can read into that. But the front three have got away, which again is very dangerous here to P4 and P5.
I think Danny is just behind Vinny on track at the moment. No, he's just ahead, pardon me. So Vinny's actually got a little bit more clear air, but it's Danny that managed to get that fastest lap. And we have actually got Kike up to P12 as well from the last row of the grid. So just want to point that out. That's 7 gains of position in the first 2 laps so far. Doing very, very strongly, the Oliveira clan.
Yeah, absolute magic there. P19 up to
wow,
P12.
Really
we haven't seen many overtakes really over the course of this track. Well, and as we say that, who finds himself facing the wrong way? Oh, that is a horrendous rejoin as well. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear.
I'm so sorry.
From bad to words. Yeah, looks like he's trying to have his cake and eat it, and it's not quite going to work out. We did see a change of the lead, though. Jada Borges has made a move up into the lead, got the move done through the final corner. So is ahead then of Renan Negrini, which has now meant the whole field have checked up. And now the front 9 cars are very, very close indeed. Borges, though, looking to drive away here, trying to get a bit of an advantage. Negrini, though, maybe starting to struggle here with the consistency. 1 lap time, of course, qualifying. It's all about just nailing that 1 lap, but in a race, you've got to string the laps together.
One small mistake, even if you are setting the most blistering lap times on track, unfortunately means you can lose several places. So you're right, it just makes all of the difference there. And Borges really just taking that position and holding on to it. Negrini looks like he's a little bit faster, so it must have just been a simple mistake. This could actually end up being a really exciting second half of the race. Will Negrini eat up a lot of his tires trying to get past Borges too quickly, maybe?
That's the one thing they don't have to worry about in this, to be fair, John. Tires aren't really going to be a huge factor here, so they should be good. So it is literally just give it absolutely everything.
Yeah.
But whilst you're in the top 3, you're good. You don't really need to. P2 is as good as P1. P3 is as good as P1. Just making sure that you do indeed hold on to that position.
Even going into, say, the final 5 minutes of the race, the driver's not really going to notice too much of a drop-off yet then.
You would notice a tiny bit, but it's not going to affect your ability to defend. It's not going to affect your ability to attack another driver. Ultimately, you're still going to be pretty good. You're going to be in good shape. 20 minutes is absolutely nothing with endurance tires, effectively.
Fair enough. Well, let's see whether or not more mistakes are potentially going to creep in, because that seems to be the source of a couple of these overtaking maneuvers out on track at the moment. Right now, we're still watching Stefano close up, to be fair, on the pair of Oliveira cars. And top 3, you know what? These 2 groups that were threatening to break away, they're actually holding together reasonably well on track. Everyone's staying within touching distance of each other. I don't think anyone is more than a second behind the car in front at the moment until you get all the way down to P9.
Yeah, first 10 minutes in this race, you've really just got to pick your battles, really wait for mistakes, force the driver in front of you to make a mistake, and then you can just make easy opportunities, get some freebies effectively. That way you lose minimal time to try and chase down the lead 3. But then once you get past that 10-minute mark, you've got to start making the moves yourself. That's where you lose a lot of time. You've got to make your way up into, of course, the top 3. The beauty of this championship, though, is that it is top 3 that qualify, but ultimately you're also battling for points for every position, because if you don't come in the top 3 over the 5 months, you can still go through by accruing more points than everybody else, indeed, through the whole season as well. So there's multiple different layers of how to qualify here. One driver, though, who is starting to maybe struggle here is Laba, dropping off the pace here. The front 7 have kind of got away. It was a group of 9. Now it's going to end up being 7 cars. So Stefano can really look to push forward here on the Oliveiras up ahead, because he's got no pressure from behind.
Not really sure exactly what the problem is there, but you're right, that gap's starting to form, and Lava's going to have to, well, he's got a little bit more homework to do to try and chase up the back of the car of Stefano. At the moment, though, it doesn't look like there's any particular drama here, with the possible exception of the rear Oliveira car in this train. Ayrton just really lining it up, not looking like there absolutely is going to be an imminent overtaking maneuver, but like you say earlier, Luke, just putting pressure on, making sure that their mirrors are full of you, trying to pressure them into a mistake so that it's very easy to decide where you want to overtake.
Yeah, last thing you want to do, though, is be the cause of the mistake there. Stefano got very close through turn number 1, but definitely has a bit more pace than a couple of cars in front here. And we'll want to start getting the hurry up here. 2 minutes left to go until we get to the halfway point in this race. And I think you'll find you're going to see Stefano potentially sort of trying to engineer himself in a position to get ahead. Oliveira's, though, both up ahead here as it stands. Then we've got Daniel in 5th position, Vinny in 6th position. Vinny already qualified as well, of course. So we know he is not going to be an easy target to make an overtake as they get even closer here then. And then we come downhill. And I think you'll find that Stefano is going to set himself up for a potential move into the final sector underneath that rear wing. And actually didn't get on the power nearly early enough. And now we've got a really harsh braking zone, a very wide entry to the corner, and it's a late lunge and there's nobody home. Oliveira is going to hold on to that position, and that is lack of experience, unfortunately. Oliveira was just, do you know what? You can make that move, but ultimately I'm going to be on the brakes early here. You're going to go sailing past me. I'm then going to filter back into 6th position. And now you've got to do all that hard work once again.
Nice, calm under pressure there from Vinny Oliveira. Ayrton Stefano, you're right, maybe a little bit inexperienced, but at the same time, that was a brave lunge. Tried to make it stick, couldn't. He's going to have to do it again. Maybe, psychologically, he can try and take the place and force Vinny into a mistake. But I have to say, Vinny actually handled that very well.
Yeah, for sure, but you've got to be careful making moves like that because you're not in control of the car. Ultimately, if you're running past the apex of a corner, you're not in full control of the car, which means you're putting other races at jeopardy as well. So it's all a learning curve. You've got to make mistakes to learn, but ultimately you don't want to make mistakes that cost other people the chance to be qualifying in the race. I tell you what, what's getting very, very interesting here is that Renan Negrini is almost becoming the cork in the bottle now. Was leading out, Jada Borges is just driving away, and there are 3 cars frantically battling for that P2 and P3. Only 2 of them can get to qualifying positions, and it looks very, very close indeed. So Alessandro Silva and Negrini are battling for, well, they're in the qualifying positions as it stands, and it's just about whether they can indeed hold on, because Kargnen is not far behind them at all.
That's a good point. Negrini there, starting off from pole, did get overtaken in the first quarter of the race, and now we can see dropping back just a little bit, unable to quite keep up with the pace of Borges up ahead. Negrini now only 4/10 ahead of Silva, who is only a further 7/10 ahead of Kargnen. This really is the train. It's starting from P2, and this race is potentially turning into a story of, can Negrini hold on to a podium position?
We're at the halfway point of the race now, so 10 minutes are gone. These 4 at the front, or this group of 3 here that are battling for second spot, they can afford to be a little bit more passive about this situation, although Silva is definitely taking it upon himself to get this move done as soon as possible. That extra insurance of that position as Negrini then indeed will go late on the brakes up the inside. And is there a slight overlap here? No, there isn't. Silva, though, loses time as well. But look at this on the exit then. He's got the inside line up towards 3. He will send one up the inside. He's been squeezed there by Negrini. And ultimately, that is a very naughty move there by Negrini. Kargnen, though, he's going to take full advantage of that situation. And now Silva's going to drop down from where he was, P3, battling for P2. Ultimately, now he's in the clutches here for the Oliveiras.
Very bold move, but also Negrini really slamming the door shut on a corner where that high curb is so unbelievably dangerous to the cars as well. Silva doing well, to be honest, holding on to the track position to make P4. I thought he was potentially going to lose more time in a couple more places, but he lives to fight another day. He's now just behind Kargnen, and maybe both of them will get another shot at Negrini, but perhaps a little bit of flash of desperation from Negrini there when he shut that door. I'm not sure he's going to be able to do that forever.
Max Papis will not be a happy man if he's watching at home. He was the head steward at the last global finals we had, and that is what he would call a reactionary move. So obviously you've got to preempt where someone's going to try and attack you, so you go defensive or take the inside line for a corner. There was a definite overlap, and the Greenies just forced him off the track effectively there. So that is not good to see. And Silva is going to be, well, he's got every right to be angry with that, because right now he is now in P4. He's in the bubble position. Kargnen got an absolute freebie. You can't fault Kargnen. He's just taking full advantage of that situation. But now Silva, if he gets behind Negrini, expect him to make a send-it move for sure.
Yes, if we get the opportunity, we will see a lunge up the inside. I'm almost certain of that. Negrini has managed to build out something like a half a second gap at the moment. Silva taking a look at Kargnen, just trying to pressure him into a mistake at the moment. That was very much a look at me in your mirrors as opposed to a serious move. The Oliveiras behind don't appear to be attacking that forcefully. 7.5 minutes left to go now in this race. I think if Silva wants to have another crack at Negrini, he has to get past Kargnen pretty swift.
Yeah, well, I don't think that's the main objective for him right now. I think he realises just getting past Kargnen will give him that top 3, which is where he wants to be. But I tell you what, I've got to give kudos here to Silva, because he's not driving under tilt at all here. He's only had a lap to really gather his thoughts after what had happened there previously with Negrini. And he just made a potential move there at the inside of Kargnen, but it was, again, just getting into the mirrors. He could have made a late dive up the inside, He tried to force something, but he didn't, which is quite respectful.
That's a good point. He's also got the, admittedly only just, but he's got the fastest lap of any of the cars around him as well by a tenth or two. So we know he's got the outright pace. The question now becomes whether he can make it a move that he can stick on track. Now Cognan ahead of him, in between him and Negrini. Negrini...
It's a vital part of the circuit right now. This is the final sector here. You've got to nail this. You've got to be very close on the exit of the final corner and then try and potentially manufacture a move in towards turn number 1. And actually, there's a bit of a mistake there by Cognan. Grabs a load of curb here. Opportunity then for Silva. You can see he takes a wider entry here, which means he will be able to get on the power a little bit earlier. But Cognan has actually done a sensational job there of holding firm. The gap definitely not close enough for him to make a lunge to Silva. Silva's running out of time here. He's going to be, again, pretty unhappy with how Negrini's dealt with him, but ultimately it's still in his hands and he can make this overtake.
About a car's length between them going into the first sector of the lap. We'll see if he can make anything of it this time around. Silva and Cognan looking like they are bolted to the track at the moment, but those tiny mistakes do start to creep in, as we saw Oliveira having a tiniest twitch and getting onto the grass there, and Vinny maybe acting as rear gunner there for Danny momentarily, having to lift off slightly. It looks like they're going to stay in position for now, and Stefano is all over the back of them both.
Yeah, Stefano looking to try and find himself an opportunity. It's Brazil versus Argentina here. Battle of the ages for sure. The Oliveiras nearly have it coming together there, and Stefano, I think, he's going to have to try and make something happen. We've seen him already lose a bit of patience in terms of trying to send one up the inside into the third from last corner. But ultimately, if he doesn't make any moves now, it's going to become almost impossible to get that top 3 position. But also, they are looking to score points, or big points as well. So not as all lost, or all is not lost, should I say, if you are in P7. Again, the battle for that P3 is very much heating up here. Silva then has got to nail this final sector. It's all on whether Silva can be close out of the final corner. Come then up towards this, such an open right-hander. And then it's down into the crest before they go up the hill once again. You've got to grab a load of curb on the entry here, but it can unsettle the car and send you out wide. Cognan again. This doesn't look that comfortable through that part of the corner, but the final corner he keeps nailing on the exit. Silva then needs to be closer effectively. That's a mistake there from Cognan. So Cognan, do that 2 more times and you get yourself a drive-through penalty. So the pressure may be starting to show here on Cognan. Silva, though, is probably the furthest he's been so far in this race behind Cognan. So he's doing a good job. Negrini now all in his own in P2. But Borges, what a performance so far from him. Got up to the lead and hasn't looked back since.
Borges has just had a nice quiet race post-overtake. It has to be said. He did what he needed to do in the first couple of laps of the race. And he's just whistling to himself while we watch everybody else duke it out further down the field. This really has been a dream race for him.
Oh, Negrini, slow down. Negrini, slow down. Oh, there we go. So
no.
Negrini now is, well, is it going to be a chance of redemption here for Silva? Silva's lining him up here, and he's going to make a late lunge up the inside. Oh, there's contact between both of them then. And while that's 1-1 for both of them, but ultimately 2 wrongs do not make a right. And if there's going to be penalties added after this race, Oliveira then is going to put himself, or Daniel Oliveira is going to put himself in a position then to potentially take full advantage here. That was definitely a retribution move. He thought he might be able to make it stick. Negrini, again, pinned him onto the apex. It's brilliant stuff from Negrini in terms of the defensive move, but ultimately there's so much momentum being carried there. It just didn't work out. So Silva does indeed move up a position, but ultimately I'm pretty sure that will not stand.
What happened to Negrini to cause the slowdown in the first place?
Just running wide on circuit. Like, if you run a huge amount wide, so certain corners you get a warning, but there's certain corners where if you run wide, you do get told to slow down and give back the time that you would have gained.
So unfortunate there for Renan Negrini. He now has it all to do again. Silva running wide there, 2 wheels on the grass, hobbling around, and he's now, well, he's getting his door knocked on by the Oliveiras as well, managing to just about rescue some speed going onto the start-finish straight, but it's very clear there's a speed deficit here. Can we make this stick? It doesn't look like he's pulling up alongside at the moment, but he's thinking about it. Silva having to go defensive.
Yeah, Silva forcing him to go all the way around the outside here. But what about the whoop-de-whoop, the potential? It is there. Oliveira then is going to try and get a bit of an overlap then towards the kink here as they head up towards turn number 3. But Silva has done what he needs to do to hold on to this spot here. He will just indeed want to get P3 on track. But I tell you what, that is a huge mistake here. Oliveira then is indeed going to have the momentum all the way down to Sunset. This is a fast part of the circuit before they then head back up the hill. And I think you'll find that Silva is just going to get his car into a good enough position to not lose any momentum. Is Oliveira going to be able to make a move up the inside? Nope, not quite close enough there. And ultimately, Silva is going to hold on to the position. But now he makes the mistake here. Oliveira then has got the overlap here up the inside. Daniel Oliveira is going to try and make the move through this sweeping left-hander. And has he got it stuck, though? That's the question. He's still there. They've got then the other Oliveira, Vinny, trying to come through as well. Again, already qualified, so you'd imagine he's not going to try and make too many moves here. As Silva runs wide, the Oliveira's about to coming together. Negrini now involved here as well, but Danny holds firm. He's up to P3, and I think we've got one more lap remaining after this. And can he hold on?
Stefano sneaking in with both Oliveras as well. It's all kicking off third through sixth. Very, very wild ride in the second half of this race in Kyalami. And the front two cars are going, what on earth are you talking about? There's no dramas here at all. They've sailed off into the distance. Borges rather sailed off into the distance. We've got Cognan in second place, but the two Oliveras, Daniel now has a podium position, Stefano up to P5, and we have Silva and Negrini once again next to each other in sixth and seventh. I don't think this is the last of the fireworks, even though there's only a minute to go.
Yeah, I think we've just seen a big mistake actually from Silva. I think Silva just spun the car coming out of the second to last corner, so we'll get confirmation as they would have all crossed the line now once it transitions to the top 15, and then we will see is whether Silva has indeed lost any positions, but I'm pretty sure that was the car we saw going round. And Silva, it was.
You're absolutely right.
Yeah, Silva's dropped right down the order then because of that. Very, very unfortunate. Moved down to P9, but Daniel Oliveira, how he held firm there. Ultimately, not only did he have to contend with making the moves in front there, he had Vinny Oliveira as well, just in behind him, who actually gave him a nudge on the side of the car. At this corner here, he gave him a little nudge, and ultimately that could have cost him big time, but it didn't. He just held his composure and made the move stick. And fair play to him. He's just kept himself involved. He was waiting for the shenanigans to go down in front of him, and that duty has been delivered. And Danny Oliveira then is looking golden to punch his ticket to the semi-finals.
A little bit of bump drafting there. I thought we had that in the first race of the day, but the Oliveira's managing to drive in formation here. Third and fourth at the moment, and it looks like they have a big enough gap to Ayres and Stefano behind them that they should be able to cross the line in that order as well. Race time has now hit 0, so the next time Borges goes across the start-finish line, that will be the end of this race. A beautifully driven race from him, I have to say. We haven't seen much of him on screen. We haven't needed to. He's been absolutely delightful from start to finish. Really, really well raced.
And there you go, checkered flag being taken by Borges. Congratulations to him. An absolute flawless race. I'm not sure he knows what carnage has just gone on behind him. I don't think he really cares either. The Brazilian then does take the checkered flag. Diego Cognan, who was involved in the thick of it for around about 12 minutes of this race, ultimately got into P2, did not look back. And then, well, Daniel Oliveira didn't look like he was in P7 for the first part of this race. Managed to make his way up the order, got some overtakes. And, well, we were saying we haven't really seen many overtakes at this circuit, and we're expecting fireworks. LatAm have duly delivered.
Yes, they've really delivered for this particular race. Good, fun stuff. And the midfield, or really third through sixth, have delivered quite a lot of exciting overtakes. Really good on-track action as well. I'm trying to think of a period in that race where we weren't expecting or anticipating something to happen, or whether something was actually happening on track. And I think pretty much all race long, we had something to talk about there. Really, really good stuff. The only person it was boring for was Borges out front.
I can tell when a race is exciting is because my mouth feels like I've eaten a load of sand. My mouth feels like I've eaten a load of sand right now. It's so dry. So yeah, it was a fantastic race. People taking opportunities. I feel that there's going to be a few things looked at in terms of the stewards, and a few drivers are going to have to learn from their mistakes moving forward in this championship. But ultimately, Borges, bulletproof out front.
Really, really powerful drive from Borges there. We don't want to take anything away from him. At the end of the day, we didn't talk about him very much during the race because he was out front doing his thing and all of the action was going on behind him. But you can't ignore the fact that he went there, got the job done. He didn't start in pole position, remember. He had to get that overtake done in the early parts of the race as well, Luke. And I thought his racecraft in getting to first position was just as strong as his drive thereafter.
Just opened up for him, took his opportunity, got on the brakes late, made the move, just didn't look back. It's as simple as that, realistically. Has some serious pace. One of the top seeds in terms of the qualifying phase. Was very quick last time out of Spa. Was actually very unfortunate as to not get into the top 3. But second time's a charm. Comes in, gets the job done. And we're going to see him later on in the season.
Well, speaking of seeing him later on in the season, let's go ahead and take a look at our final results for that race powered by Splunk. here we go. So Borges taking home the victory there. Absolutely delightful drive from him. Cognan will be in second place, and then we have Danny and Vinny Oliveira in third and fourth respectively. Ayrton Stefano coming in just behind them, gave them trouble throughout that race, I have to say. Negrini in sixth after a lot of trouble. He was in second, I believe, at one point, tussling between second and third. He's going to be disappointed with that, but he was involved in some very interesting action. We then have Laba, Montez, Silva, and Neri making up the top 10.
Yeah, we head then to the rest of the field then, and Piana in 11th position with Machado in 12th. Lincoln Miguel, Sebastian Munoz are in 13th and 14th position. Carlos Farri, Mariano Rodriguez are in 15th and 16th. We've then got Felipe Diaz and Ian Herrera, and then another Oliveira in P19.
So a very action-packed race there. I mean, let's take a look at the action all the way from the start. I really wanted Kike Oliveira to storm through the pack, but unfortunately, Luke, it was not to be.
No, it wasn't to be. We were singing, well, I say we were singing the praises. I'm giving you the commentary curse here. You're like, oh, he's up to P12.
That's true. He's crashed. Yeah. No, that's very true. That was an
he's on
curse.
Camera and he's spinning. I was like, oh, great, cool. Well done, John. Yeah, we're not supposed to mention people doing well. Ultimately, we're the reason they crashed. But this is the first bit of contact here. So Negrini and Silva. Yeah, he's got to leave a little bit more room there for sure. And he's lucky that actually on the rejoin didn't get cleaned out by Silva. So Silva's just banged on the brakes. And he's very, very safe with that situation. So, yeah, you've got to respect it here. Here's Danny Oliveira then, who is running wide there. And ultimately under a lot of pressure. Just about holds on to this position. But then this is where it all starts to go pear-shaped. So Cognan then gets given an opportunity. There's Negrini. He obviously runs wide. And has to take a slowdown for running wide as well. So not only loses time because of that, but loses time to slow down. Silva then looking for that opportunity once again, and then just does the send of all sends, contact between the two. And again, like I said in the broadcast, two wrongs do not make a right. So Silva now under pressure from Oliveira, and then all of a sudden it's just like a formation lap, but at full speed. It's like a car park here. And as you can see here, Silva mistimes his braking point. You've then got Vinny Oliveira, who's already qualified, making a late lunge up the inside of Danny Oliveira. And well, fair play to Daniel, who indeed did not make any mistakes there. He held onto the position, but ultimately all of this was going on behind Borges. Borges is at the front there with elevator music in the car, just going do 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 do. Nothing's going wrong for that guy. Picks up the victory. And job is done.
So that was the sports car race. Let's now take a look at what we saw earlier today. Here are the final standings for the stock car race. Your top three: Lopez, Rondoletto, and Lima, making it through there. Next, we then, of course, had open wheel before coming to the sports car. So let's go ahead and take a look at them as well. Philippa, what a beautiful race from Dino Philippa. Velez and Marcel will both be able to make it through onto the podium in August round races here at the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. And then, of course, that ridiculous race on Kyalami. I mean, Luke, we've had three really, really fun races. LatAm has not disappointed.
Certainly hasn't. Yeah, we were expecting some fireworks, not just from ACC, and well, it's been delivered, which is fantastic. But for me, again, it's new names coming through the ecosystem and just proving that this championship is giving opportunities to lots of sim racing talent that maybe didn't realize they were quite at that level. So it's just exciting to see all of these new names, and potentially later on in the year, I know I'm getting ahead of myself, we may see some new names on that trophy.
Well, you can be one of those new names that participate in the next couple of months. We're running this all the way through to November, and then we have the semifinals. All you have to do, that's right, I'm talking to you at home. Go to logitechgchallenge.com. You can register and post your fastest lap on any of our monthly round races, and you might be in these races that we are broadcasting at the end of each month on Twitch. You could get to the semifinals and maybe even get to Las Vegas. So make sure you go to the website and check it out. Thank you very much for this broadcast, ladies and gentlemen. A huge thank you to Splunk, Logitech G, Quantum Pay, and McLaren for being able to help us put all of this on. We still have North America left to go. So after this next break, we are going to NA. Make sure to stay tuned for all of the action. It's been absolutely fantastic in terms of racing today, and we look forward to coming back with North America for more after this break. See you soon. North America, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. That's over 170 countries. Each region will have their own stock car, sports car, and open wheel challenge. Open wheel and stock car challenges will be racing on iRacing, and the McLaren 720S Sports Car Challenge will be racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione. The season starts in July and goes through November. Each region will compete through 5 rounds of monthly races. Each round will consist of a qualifying period and a live race broadcasted on Twitch. So now that you've got the basics down, let's dive even further. Where do you begin? One word: qualifier. Anyone can participate on your own schedule. Set your best lap time in any challenge. Drive to the limit and get your best lap submitted. This is your chance to qualify for the monthly round races. So, are you fast enough? If the answer is yes, then you'll move forward to the monthly round races. Every month in every region, the top 30 drivers from the open wheel, stock car, and sports car challenges will race for a shot at reaching the semi-finals. To reach the semi-finals, you must get a podium position in one of the monthly races or accumulate enough points throughout the season. The top 30 make it in. So, the top 3 from each race in each region and the points leaders move on to the semi-finals. Over 100 drivers have a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. All right, you've made it to the semi-finals, but you haven't crossed the finish line yet. In each region, 30 drivers will race for a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. So, if you're one of the lucky ones that makes it this far, you now have a chance to win it all, because only the fastest drivers from each region will get sent to the Grand Finals weekend in Las Vegas, a 4-day, 3-night trip to Sin City, including an on-track supercar driving experience. The Grand Finals weekend will be a massive, in-person sim racing community event where drivers will put pedal to the metal and compete on stage in front of a live audience cheering you to victory. Want to be part of this but didn't qualify? Compete in a wildcard event for another chance to make it. More information and locations are at logitechgchallenge.com. Winners of the stock car, open wheel, and sports car grand finals will win a McLaren Racing VIP experience, including a 4-day, all expenses paid trip to London, a tour of the McLaren Technology Centre, coaching from Lando Norris, and a behind-the-scenes tour with McLaren during the Formula One British Grand Prix in 2022. So pull out of the garage and onto the track, and join us for the world's largest sim racing competition with the 2021 Logitech McLaren G Challenge.
プロフェッショナルドリフトドライバーの田口和也です。ドリフトって非日常的な車の動きをしているので、見ているお客様を楽しませられるっていうのがドリフトの魅力だと思っています。決して安全ではない、一歩間違えばクラッシュになってしまうっていう危険と隣り合わせの興奮っていうのが非常に自分自身で運転している中では魅力でありますね。 僕のレースの会場だと普段は一般道として使われている普通の道でレースをすることがあるんですけど、物理的にそういったところでは練習をすることができないんです。なので僕は事前にシミュレーターでトレーニングをしてます。いかに自分が掴んでいるステアリング、そしてペダル、さらにはシフトが今車がどのような動きをしているかをどのくらい伝えてくれるかっていうのが非常に重要なんですけど、 G923 はステアリングを通して車の動きのフィードバックをリアルに伝えてくれるのでトレーニングに重宝しています。ドリフトのスタートは日本の方が先で、アメリカは後からドリフトがスタートしたんですけど、今となってはもう完全にアメリカではプロフェッショナルのモータースポーツになっていて、ドライバーだけではなくてチーム、監督、メカニック、そしてオーディエンス、お客さんも全てがみんなプロなんですよね。日本人としてアメリカのドリフトシーンで活躍することによって母国日本のドリフトモータースポーツカテゴリーももっともっと盛り上がってメジャーになっていってくれればいいなというふうに思ってます。G923 は僕にとっては欠かせない存在ですね。
Am I allowed in here? Normally I'm behind the wheel. The beauty of esports is that anyone can experience the adrenaline of Formula One for themselves. Just grab a gaming setup, put it onto drive, and let the data guide and help. Hi, I'm Landon Norris, and you're about to experience the art of data.
I think the biggest advantage of the G923 for me is just how realistic it is. The feedback that you get as soon as you plug it in, it was pure enjoyment as soon as I started driving. This is kind of the closest I can get to accessing that adrenaline and emotion of being on a gravel rally stage in Finland and flying over those crests. For me, it's about getting as real as I can to the environment that I race in, and obviously the wheel is the best instrument for that.
Welcome to the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. I'm John Sargent. Earlier we watched LatAm, but now we get to race with North American drivers. I'm really excited to be bringing this to you, especially for the stock car race this evening. It promises to be an incredibly exciting evening, and joining me for all of the action, as always, is Luke Crane. Luke, this is it, North America, stock cars. We were talking about it earlier on, and now it's about to happen.
Yeah, just as a region, I've been with the Logitech McLaren G Challenge since North America were introduced a couple of years ago. So to see this region grow and produce the talent that we have done so far, and to see the opportunities that we've given, has been quite mesmerizing, to be completely honest with you. But normally with these competitions, EMEA, the sports car is like a highlight. In North America, it is the stock car. So the one we look forward to each and every month is going to be an absolute smoke show of a race.
Well, if this is your first time tuning into the Logitech McLaren G Challenge and you're wondering about what this weekend's broadcast is all about, look no further. We've got a video to play for you now that will explain everything on how to race, how you, that's right, you at home, can get involved and join in for month 3 through 5 as well, because we're doing these races all the way through to the end of November, and then we have the semifinals and the grand final in Las Vegas, where you can win money can't buy prizes. So if you want to get involved, this will tell you everything you need to know. Attention racing enthusiasts, the wait is over. So sit down, strap in, and start your engines. This is the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. This video will explain everything you need to know on how to race your way into the grand finals. First, let's break down the basics. There are 4 regions: North America, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. That's over 170 countries. Each region will have their own stock car, sports car, and open wheel challenge. Open wheel and stock car challenges will be racing on iRacing, and the McLaren 720S Sports Car Challenge will be racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione. The season starts in July and goes through November. Each region will compete through 5 rounds of monthly races. Each round will consist of a qualifying period and a live race broadcasted on Twitch. So now that you've got the basics down, let's dive even further. Where do you begin? One word: qualifier. Anyone can participate on your own schedule. Set your best lap time in any challenge. Drive to the limit and get your best lap submitted. This is your chance to qualify for the monthly round races. So, are you fast enough? If the answer is yes, then you'll move forward to the monthly round races. Every month in every region, the top 30 drivers from the open wheel, stock car, and sports car challenges will race for a shot at reaching the semi-finals. To reach the semi-finals, you must get a podium position in one of the monthly races or accumulate enough points throughout the season. The top 30 make it in. So, the top 3 from each race in each region and the points leaders move on to the semi-finals. Over 100 drivers have a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. All right, you've made it to the semi-finals, but you haven't crossed the finish line yet. In each region, 30 drivers will race for a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. So, if you're one of the lucky ones that makes it this far, you now have a chance to win it all, because only the fastest drivers from each region will get sent to the Grand Finals weekend in Las Vegas, a 4-day, 3-night trip to Sin City, including an on-track supercar driving experience. The Grand Finals weekend will be a massive, in-person sim racing community event where drivers will put pedal to the metal and compete on stage in front of a live audience cheering you to victory. Want to be part of this but didn't qualify? Compete in a wildcard event for another chance to make it. More information and locations are at logitechgchallenge.com. Winners of the stock car, open wheel, and sports car grand finals will win a McLaren Racing VIP experience, including a 4-day, all expenses paid trip to London, a tour of the McLaren Technology Centre, coaching from Lando Norris, and a behind-the-scenes tour with McLaren during the Formula One British Grand Prix in 2022. So pull out of the garage and onto the track and join us for the world's largest sim racing competition with the 2021 Logitech McLaren G Challenge. So that's how you can get involved with the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. You can be racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione or iRacing. It doesn't matter. You can submit as many lap times as you want across all of our racing disciplines. We've even seen some of the drivers who qualify for the final in multiple races. We've seen that already throughout all of the regions that we've covered so far. And now it is the turn of North America, where some of these drivers will hopefully make it through the semifinals and then go to Las Vegas for the grand finals in January of next year. Promises to be extremely exciting stuff, Luke.
Absolutely will be. Again, North America has kind of risen over the last couple of years. Some of the standards, well, the standards just completely incredible now. Very much looking forward to seeing how this plays out. But first of all, there may be some new people involved here watching, and now we're going to talk through the format of today's show. So we've indeed got ourselves 3 races. We've got ourselves some stock car racing. There'll be 5 minutes qualifying for those drivers at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And then in the second race, which will be open wheel, it's 10 minutes qualifying. On iRacing, they will be alone qualifying. So that means that you'll see them on their own out on circuit. So they've got the whole circuit to themselves. They are still on the same server. But then you'll notice with Assetto Corsa Competizione is that they are all together on circuit. Players are awarded points from first all the way down to 30th. Top 3 is the most important positions. Of course, they book their tickets to the semi-finals later in the year. But ultimately, if you finish outside that top 3 and you accrue points over the course of the 5 months, you could potentially book your ticket there as well.
Right, so the top 3, very important to make it through to the next round, but today's races will take place on 3 different tracks, and we will get to see 3 completely different disciplines of racing as well. The first race, maybe a little bit more of interest in North America, shall we say, are the stock car race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. That's going to be so much fun. The second race will then be the open wheel as drivers take to the track in the Suzuka GP circuit, which has promised so much action and has absolutely delivered throughout this weekend. And finally, the sports car race at the end on Kyalami, an absolute peach of a circuit where we have just seen really good racing and really close qualifying times up and down the field all weekend in every single region. So over the last month, hundreds of racers have tried qualifying for their chance to be featured on today's broadcast, but only a select few will make it to today's show. Here are the drivers in the stock car in North America, and it is an absolute full house of qualifiers here, Luke. Who are we watching out for?
Well, last month we had 3 eNASCAR Championship drivers, and they all qualified. This time we have 0, but such is the level in North America, especially for the stock car. Expect this to be an unbelievable race. Half a second separating all 30 drivers. Number 1 seed is Jarrett Lieber. He has an I rating of 7,264 around oval, so expecting huge things. He's got 253 wins on the service out of 1,417 starts. 1,417 starts. That is absolutely incredible. Connor Daly, full-time NTT IndyCar driver for Ed Carpenter Racing, also qualified for tonight's race and the open wheel challenge. Pretty handy behind the sim is old mullet. We head then to the open wheel section, and well, Brandon Hawkin, winner from month 1, comes in as number 1 seed this month as well. The Canadian is ready to lock down this region. David Moore of Team Woo and world finalist back in 2019 is giving the older folks some hope as he is qualified seed 14 for tonight's race. Connor Daly, as mentioned above previously, is in a 26th seed for the open wheel, but unfortunately he cannot race in the races tonight because of real world racing commitments, which is very unfortunate. We head to the sports car challenge then on Assetto Corsa Competizione. Ryan Woodrow, 5th seed, raced in last season's North America Finals, so great to see him back. Aldo Zampatti is 14th seed, also back in this year's competition, has made the stream part of the competition since the inclusion of North America back in 2019. There are so many names that stick out in this list for the sports car that I'm just not going to mention any of them. Like I said, in terms of the previous one we've just done with indeed LatAm, I'm going to let the race speak for itself because there's 2.4 seconds separating the whole field of 30, so I'm pretty excited to see how the race goes down.
It's going to be really good fun, and another good reason why we probably don't want to mention too many of these names straight away is that I seem to be doing a good job today, especially in the LatAm region, of caster cursing people mid-sentence. They're not even waiting for me to finish my sentences now, Luke. Drivers are going off the track the moment I think of their name. I'm getting a little bit paranoid now, especially with such stacked fields coming into North America.
Take your finger away from the button, John. Take your finger away from the button.
All right, it looks like a qualifying has begun. This is going to be absolutely fantastic stuff going into the stock car qualifiers. Only 5 minutes, remember, and each car will get a nice clean track, so effectively an instance of the server for each driver to complete their qualifying laps here at Indy. And on the surface, Indy may look straightforward from a bird's eye view, but at the end of the day, Luke, it can be extremely technical.
Yeah, absolutely, especially turns 2 and indeed turn 4 when you're indeed exiting onto the big long straight, the back straight, or indeed the start-finish straight. There's a little bump on the exit of the corner next to the wall that can send you off into the wall. And actually, we're going to get a good look at it here as you see the car slightly move to the left towards the middle of the circuit on the exit just to try and avoid that wall, because obviously the weight transfer will force that car onto the outside.
So a lot of times are going to get set momentarily, but before we dive properly deep into the qualifiers, let's take a look at some of the players that we caught up with a little bit earlier on.
Net race leader is the number 25 of Nick Ottinger, your defending 2020 series champion, Tim. One of the best who's ever done it.
My name is Nick Ottinger. I am from a small town in North Carolina called Claremont, and I'm a professional sim racer for William Byron Esports and Team Solo Mid. So what attracted me to sim racing, and it's kind of a little bit of a story here, is I had open heart surgery when I was 13 years old, and that progressed to where I was, kind of out of school for a solid 2 months. So when I got into sim racing was because I was actually with my dad watching what he did. So he would watch every Sunday, the NASCAR Cup guys go around the track. My love for racing started there. I mean, it kind of just trickled down to, just loving sim racing.
He'll win the battle, but it is Nick Ottinger who wins the war. Nick Ottinger, the 2020 eNASCAR champion.
To be able to sim race, it really opened up a lot of opportunities for me. I actually have quite a bit of hobbies. I love to go hiking, and kind of expand on that story. Earlier this year, I went with my teammate Logan and a couple buddies from the racing side of stuff in iRacing, and we went to Utah earlier this year. We done a little hiking in Zion National Park. One of my favorite memories was with my dad. He took me to a Truck Series race in 2011. That was my first time experiencing a high-speed, racing automobile. We actually sat up really high, which was just presented a lot of good stuff to where you could see the whole track, and that's probably a good memory I had of just going to the track and experiencing it the first time with him. This is my first year competing in the Logitech G challenge, so I kind of expect to do what I've done in eNASCAR Coca-Cola series, and that's do just prepare the best I can, because at the end of the day, preparation is key. I expect the competition to be pretty equivalent to the Coke series, and I'm expecting the same thing for the Logitech G challenge, to where it's just going to bring the best out of every driver. And I mean, you got a great prize that people are going for, so I want to be a champion. I mean, we're eNASCAR champion last year, and I'm trying to do that for the Logitech G challenge as well.
Certainly an interesting piece there, Luke, and eNASCAR champions participating in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge here. Absolutely no joke. Really just goes to show the depth of talent and the caliber of driver we have in this North American region.
Yeah, for sure. And well, the three that were from the eNASCAR Championship, they already booked their tickets to the semi-finals, which happened last month. But moving on to August, which is happening right now, this is going to be incredible here. Big opportunity for all of these drivers. Lots of phenomenal drivers here as well. This is what they do. The NASCAR Oval, this is North America to a T. This is going to be a classic race for sure. And you can just tell by the times now, they're separated by absolute hundredths of a second.
Several drivers dipping below, wow, I say several, 8 drivers dipping below the 52-second mark here, effectively 2:10 separating all of them from Jared Liebert all the way down to 8th. Absolutely phenomenal. You called out Liebert as well. We knew that he was one of the fastest drivers here, but as it currently stands, he is proving it too. Although less than like just over half a tenth ahead of Eric Heater. He is by no means going to be zooming away from the rest of the field.
Oh, half a tenth is absolutely huge, though, around an oval. It's not many places you can lose too much time. So, yeah, to find half a tenth on the rest of the field that's so stacked as this, it's a huge lap there from Liebert. It was something I expected to see him right up the front end. Again, with that, you could almost say, oh, maybe he's just a time trial specialist. But ultimately, with a 7,264 iRating backing him up, he is the real deal.
So these are going to be the track conditions. 39 and a bit degrees Celsius on track and 25 degrees ambient. We're going to have an overcast race as well, so it's not going to be absolutely beating down with heat. And I just want to remind all of you as well, we're collecting tweets from you using the hashtag Logitech G Challenge on Twitter. So send us questions, let us know who you're cheering for, and let us know what you think about the races today. We may pick some of your tweets later on to go ahead and read out on air. So here is the grid for this race. Jarrett Liebert in first place, and we've got Eric Heater lining up on the front row alongside. Immediately behind them, we have Zeke Willis and Caleb John Lavender. Behind them, we've got Michael Wright and Ian Lane. And following on from that, row 4 of the grid sees Connor Anton partnering alongside Zachary Robinson. To complete our top 10, we've got Malachi Drake and Matt Bean.
On row number 6, then, we indeed have Cody A. Harris and Joseph Selby. And then in 13th position, we have Andy Glassick with Randall Nichols in 14th. Jeffrey Decker and Trey McCrickard then are in 15th and 16th. Miles Morse and Ched Martin in 17th and 18th. And rounding out the 10th row, we've got Shane Hensley and Jason Leadingham.
That's not all, massively stacked with just 21 drivers on the grid, but I think it's the first time we've actually seen more than 20 drivers today in the stock cars. Matthew Dinkle will round out this particular race, but plenty of opportunity and a lot of room to maneuver if he's able to maybe grab a couple of overtakes on lap 1. And earlier on in LatAm, I think we saw someone go from something like, what was it, P11 to P5 in about 3 minutes. It was pretty insane.
Yeah, it was incredible here. I don't think that's going to be easy for anybody to do in this field here. They are going to make sure there's no room to maneuver. They've got one full formation lap before we head on to a 20-lap race here at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. And, well, it is absolutely anybody's from this field. I can tell you that now. Mistakes are going to be massively costly. You've got to try and avoid that. Being anywhere outside the top 10, if someone makes a mistake in front of you, you're pretty much in this narrow circuit here. You're almost guaranteed to be caught up in it. So, yeah, having your wits about you or being on your toes is absolutely vital today in order to make your way up the order.
So this is how this race is going to work. They will, of course, get the full formation lap. It's a 20-lap race. When the pace car disappears, the leading driver will then be able to choose when to go. Really looking forward to seeing what they are going to end up doing throughout the course of this race. Plenty of cars to also team up with, maybe bump draft alongside and try and squeeze a little bit of time towards the cars in front as well. So I'm looking forward to seeing which drivers are just fighting each other and which, Luke, are going to work together to try and chase up on the rest of the field.
Yeah, they're all going to have to work together at some point, especially the front runners here. We've got Liebert and then we've got Eric Heater, who definitely put down a heater in terms of lap time in qualifying, puts himself on that front row. But yeah, they're going to have to indeed work together very early in this race, try and ward off any pressure from behind. But these drivers have got the most experience in terms of oval racing. It's relatively new in Europe, actually being able to watch it, let alone take part in it. So yeah, we're going to see how it's done properly here for sure.
Halfway around the formation lap now. Looks like the car's getting off the line okay. Nothing too crazy at the moment. I'm looking forward to seeing what's going to happen at lap 1. Are we going to see the drivers do almost ballet so far this weekend, where we haven't really seen big pileups or anything like that? We've actually seen a couple of minor tussles, but otherwise drivers have been really respectful, have been able to utilize space really well, and as a consequence we've seen some fantastic lap 1 overtakes. I hope we see a few here today.
Yeah, for sure. I think you're guaranteed for that. As they head up towards that final corner, then the pace car will indeed drop in, and then we will be green light racing. 20 laps of Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It is indeed Jarrett Liebert then who will take the left-hand side of the circuit, and then it will be indeed Eric Heater on the right-hand side on the outside lane. They are 2x2 here. 20 laps of racing. They will go as late as possible, I would imagine. And Jarrett Liebert has taken them away, and here we go, 2x2 in towards turn number 1. And it's a great start then from the number 1 seed, expecting him to be right up the front here. But Heater under pressure very early on through turn number 1, and Heater is going to drop down the order as it stands. Yes, Zeke Willis is trying to make a move here for P2, and this is perfect now for Liebert. He can just drive away here, and he knows already in lap number 1 the drivers behind are absolutely on the limit with their tires. And actually there's a mistake there as Caleb John Lavender is going to now make some advancements down the back straight here up into P3. The front 3 then are single file, and actually everybody now is into single file as it stands. Frantic start, clean start. This is going to be an absolute classic.
This is looking very clean from our drivers so far. Very impressed with Liebert that he was able to gain this sort of a gap on lap number 1. I don't actually think he dropped Heater that much at all. I thought the reaction times actually from Heater were fantastic, but somehow Jarrett Liebert has still been able to find several additional car lengths to be nice and comfortable here in lap number 1. The cars looking like they all got away more or less okay as well. Maybe just showing the depth of experience that the North American region here in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge they have in stock car racing, just showing us the caliber of even the average driver. And of course, this isn't the average driver. This is pretty much the cream of the crop.
For sure, Zeke Willis was the driver really that was key to Liebert being able to drive away. He pulled up alongside Eric Heater for P2, slowed them down through the first couple of corners here, gave Liebert the opportunity to drive away, but ultimately he's now dropped down into P4. So Michael Wright then has moved up into P3, so good that they named him 6 times. So yeah, into 3rd spot right now. The top 3 as it stands is Jarrett Liebert, Eric Heater and Michael Wright as they filtered in nicely now. They're just settling down here and expect it to be nice and calm for the next couple of laps as they all feel their way into this race. And then, well, what happens after that? It's going to be absolutely mesmerizing for sure.
And then taking a look at the racecraft moving on later in the race as well, we start to see some of the cars get, a little bit twitchy around the rear end and potentially tap the wall when they don't mean to as the tires start to go off, especially in the second half. At the moment, things look pretty comfortable, pretty settled. We're really just looking up and down the order now for who is going to be the first to make a move.
Going to be honest with you, John, if you'd done 20 laps around this circuit, you'd be twitchy around the rear end as well. That's for sure.
True. I'd be doing that on lap 1.
Yeah, definitely. But yeah, it's all about keeping those tires in a decent range as well. We see that the final 5 minutes each and every time is just try and keep it in check, really. Try and be in that top 3 position and hope that everyone else behind you've burnt those tires out. You can see that realistically the front 2 have kind of got away from this position right now. They're in P1 and P2 quite comfortably, but then there's a battle forming for that 3rd spot. Again, you don't really want to attack too early here. You do not want to burn those tires out, especially because there's a group of 3, 4, 5 behind you as well. If you make a mistake, like Zeke Willis now, if he tries to make the overtake, doesn't quite get it done, he's just going to be under pressure from the group behind very, very quickly indeed.
And because everything is so momentum-based, it can be so brutal when you make a small mistake or when you aim to do an overtake and it doesn't quite work out. You don't just end up losing that position. Suddenly you've got 2, 3 cars knocking on your door going, hey guys, we'd like to come in too. Especially so early in the race when several cars are fighting for that 3rd position. It's just not necessarily a risk-reward ratio that's worth taking right now if you're in P3. You just want to settle down, try and get a little bit of distance out. And if there is an opportunity, by all means, go for it. But make sure the door is wide open. Don't leave yourself hanging at the end of it.
Jarrett Liebert here. We haven't seen anybody be able to drive away into the lead of the race. My prediction for the North American League was, or Championship would be that this would be the most difficult one to drive away from the pack here. Liebert, though, is putting in lap times right now where legitimately I can see him maybe in 5 or 6 laps. He could genuinely be ahead of the tow here and potentially be faster than the whole pack behind him, which is so rare to see.
It's going to be really odd seeing a car out in front when the cars behind are in tow and able to help each other and still not gaining on the leader. It does feel very odd that could even happen, to be honest. The lack of a car punching a hole in the air in front of you, you would think that it's difficult to get away, but it just goes to show the sheer pace that Jarrett Liebert is demonstrating for us today. I actually borderline can't believe the gap that he's continuing to pull out, especially with the cars behind him in single file, generally being well behaved.
Ironically, as soon as we've started talking about that, the gap is starting to close down. So I think the group behind have started to figure out that actually he might be able to drive away here. So they've all just put a little bit more in. And there's a big mistake there from the number 7. That was nearly a trip into the wall, and you can see what that's cost him. That's cost him enough time here to potentially lose the spot then to Zeke Willis versus Connor Anton. Connor Anton up the inside of 3, as we indeed are still on board with the number 98. And I think Connor Anton is just about going to make it stick. The number 21 does move up then into P4, going to try and advance up towards the top 3. and not too much defending there from Zeke Willis. I think he realized as soon as he tagged the wall there, or well, he didn't tag the wall, as soon as he lost the rear, it was almost curtains there. So he just gave the position up, now tucks in behind, and now he's going to off to chase up the top 3, hopefully.
On board now with Michael Wright in 3rd place. Saw a little bit of a mistake earlier on. You could see the car just twitching with the tail end sliding out. I think that was out of 2, but don't quote me on it. And as a result, Michael Wright now joining this fight, I think, between Jarrett Liebert and Eric Heater, closing to within just a 10th or 2 of 2nd place. So capitalizing on that mistake to gain a bit of an advantage. Not quite an overtaking position yet, but he's sniffing at one.
Michael Wright's inputs there were absolutely spot on. Not oversteering the car at all, not trying to get the tyres, not trying to get the car to do too much work than needs to be. Using the camber in the corner as well, just dipping those left wheels underneath that white line as well. Perfect stuff then from Wright. He's looking at the long term in this race, that's for sure. And as I say, that does make a little bit of a squirrely effort on the exit then of 4. But ultimately, it won't have cost him too much time. Then we've got the number 21, Connor Anton, trying to make some more advancements here. Was in P5 2 laps ago, now into P4. All of a sudden now into the battle for the top 3. Remember, top 3 will indeed qualify for the semi-finals later on in the year. That is the key positions. That means you don't have to really come back and race. You can do, but ultimately, if you get the job done. And as you can see there, there's the difference in inputs. Anton is just fighting the wheel a little bit more here. So he's got a looser car. That means, which ultimately should mean the car's a little bit faster, ironically, but as the race goes on, the tyres will burn out a little bit faster as well.
Getting very close, looking for an opportunity, but can't actually see a gap in the car in front there. You can see the car's just closing up on the straights there, running slightly wide. That could be a bit of a mistake, actually allowing someone else through. Who is that? Is that Zeke Willis coming back at him?
Yeah, absolutely sent up the inside. The door was left open, but it looked like Connor Anton was caught napping there, because he really did leave the door open very, very late indeed. But ultimately, if this keeps going down, the door's open now, so I think you'll find that Ian Lane's going to come through here for a top 5 as well. It's too late now to be fighting for that position, and as they come through turn number 2, they're just losing so much time to the group in front here. So right now, the best situation to do, ironically, is to just drop in behind and potentially try and latch onto the 7, hope the 7 then latches onto the front 4. This is not ideal here at all, losing 2 positions at the mid part of this race. So Connor Anton, Zeke Willis then up the position. Connor Anton's the one dropping back here, 2 positions. Malachi Drake, they're a little bit further back here, but ultimately, if they indeed keep making moves on each other like this and slow each other down sufficiently enough, he could come into play as well. But the front 4 are closing up. Zeke Willis then, after making that mistake on lap number 4, has found a little bit of form here, found a little bit of pace, and now he is just creeping up towards that back 3. The back 3 have not really put a foot wrong all race.
Tiniest slide there, but manages to catch it very, very well. Trying to move up onto the back of Michael Wright. You can see the rear end of that car as they go into the corner, getting closer and closer. And I have to say, Zeke Willis is looking like he's got a strong amount of pace right now. Might even get close enough to have a sniff up the tailpipe here. They're both looking at it, and they're actually both coming up the back of Eric Heater as well.
New fastest lap though for our race leader, Jarrett Liebert, of course, leading the way and still managing to put in the fastest laps here. Yeah, it was a potential opportunity there for Zeke Willis. What an exit it was out of turn 2, and he does. He finds himself a little opening here. And again, this is the battle for the final qualifying position. So this is the battle for P3. The front 2 will be seeing this in the rearview mirror and be hoping that this just continues. Willis then has the inside line and realistically has to be let through here. Otherwise, they will lose too much time. It is let through, and now they can try and work together to try and catch up to the front 2. But this could quickly become 2-horse race at the front, and then this battle for 3rd for the entirety here. This is now where you make or break your positions to potentially qualify for the semi-finals.
It's amazing that Jarrett Liebert had a couple more car lengths lead. He's being reeled in, and yet is still setting the fastest lap. And I'm thinking, hang on a second, that gap's getting smaller, not bigger. But I think really that just goes to show the pace of the cars behind him catching up rather than him slowing down. This field is, to be honest, quite fun to watch. And I'm really hoping we get to see the top 4 cars bunch up again so that it's not a 2-horse race at the front.
Yeah, I think you'll find right now that Michael Wright's burnt his tyres up. He's not able to hang here with Zeke Willis. And the next 2 laps here are absolutely key. And if he loses any more momentum, he's almost going to be used as a leapfrog by Ian Lane and Connor Anton. So those 2 are hoping that he does indeed drop back here. As we're on board then with Eric Heater, and he would love to get one over Jarrett Liebert here for sure and potentially take the lead of the race. But if you do go side by side, we're seeing how much time you can lose. These 2 are ultimately going to get themselves qualified as it stands. And well, you can tell, I was going to say, is Eric Heater pushing? He absolutely is. Nearly tags the wall there. He is on the limit, and I think he would love to win this race.
These cars getting so close together. And yeah, I don't think Heater's leaving anything on the shelf. He is absolutely going for it, trying to be as smooth as possible with that line. The tiniest jiggle on the exit, really just trying to keep the car on the edge as much as possible, staying to within just about a quarter of a second of Jarrett Liebert and closing very slightly on the straights. Remember, Jarrett is punching a hole in the air for Eric right now, and nobody else is doing that favor for Jarrett. So Eric Heater having a little bit of an advantage. Maybe he'll lead his tires up slightly less and he'll be able to find a way past in the second half of the race. We're on lap 13 of 20 right now. Third and fourth place, Zeke Willis and Michael Wright respectively. They are the best part of a second behind, so they need to try their best to make sure they don't lose toe and they keep hanging with these guys. But it looks like it's getting more and more difficult.
Yeah, I think these two are going to be able to stretch this out now. I think they're in a bit of a league of their own at this stage. It's all about Michael Wright. I said the next 2 laps were going to be key for him, and actually he's been able to tag onto the back of Zeke Willis. So that battle for that third position looking very, very spicy indeed. Around about 4 tenths of difference between the two. 7 tenths then between P2 and P3, although that is going to close up, I think, here. So I said that it might be over. The front two might be able to drive away. Not sure that's actually going to be quite the case here. I think Zeke Willis may have closed up a little bit as they come across the line. We will get the timing on the left-hand side of our screen. Well, we'll get that in a minute anyway. But the front two are still very, very close. Liebert there, not getting the best of lines through there. We finally starting to see him start to struggle here in terms of the rubber underneath that car. Everybody checks up here, and yes, the front three have closed up here because of the leader. So Liebert just makes one tiny mistake, and ultimately the whole field then get the opportunity to just latch onto the back.
Little bit of a wobble from Liebert about a lap ago, allowing he to get tucked right up behind, and Zeke Willis is now looking very, very aggressive. Always waiting for that opportunity. He's just driven very well, to be honest. We're not really seeing the kind of wobbles out of him that we have been seeing from some of the other cars in the field. Nice and calm under pressure, and ultimately out of these cars, that's a big hit into the wall, and this is going to be a change of lead for sure. The question is, how many cars are going to come through and pass Liebert? He's down to P3, and now P3 itself is also under threat.
Liebert with just no dramas whatsoever thus far has just dropped down to 4th position. Can he hang on to this group in front? Is the damage going to be too much to hang on to this front three? And right now then, Eric Heater just kept forcing him to hit the same line over and over again, and Liebert unfortunately not able to do so. Tires have let go, and now the front two are Heater and Zeke Willis. Zeke Willis now looking to potentially make his way up into the lead of this race, and he is. He's going to make a dive up the inside towards turn 3. This is perfect then for P3 and P4. So Liebert then maybe going to get a bit of a lifeline with these two battling for position. And wow, he's just been so bulletproof so far today as Liebert. And ultimately the pressure has told him with 5 laps to go.
Still side by side, refusing to let this go. This is going to be beneficial to both Liebert and Wright behind. They're going to be delighted that this is still happening, and Michael Wright actually might try and follow Zeke Willis through here. Eric Heater now coming under a lot of pressure from behind, and if Jarrett Liebert can help it, he wants to get past as well.
Yeah, this is warming up nicely here, and again you can see he's trying to get the toe of both cars in front here. He's just trying to find himself a little opportunity. He'll start bump drafting as well, and again they've all got to try and work together. He's just got to find himself an opening. I'm not sure that Liebert's car has quite got the pace here. He's going to have to manufacture something with his own racecraft, and he's got to do something pretty darn special. You can see he's losing time along the back straight here, so we've send it in nice and deep. He's just going to try and force these two to stay too wide. Bit of curb grab there. Unfortunately for Michael Wright, will lose a bit of momentum round the outside, and Eric Heater will hold on. And these three now are being dropped here by Zeke Willis. Zeke Willis, though, with a very patient drive so far. And well, what, 4 to go as they cross the line now. It's now a 5-horse race here. A 6-horse race, shall I say. There's 2 cars now catching up to the back. Ian Lane and Connor Anton are joining the party.
This has all sorts of drama going into the final quarter of the race. Zeke Willis having just a little bit of breathing room because everybody else is fighting tooth and nail behind him. Eric Heater still just about holding on to second place, but he's looking at that gap in front going, I don't want to be defending against these guys. I want to make sure I can still keep pace with the leader here and try and engineer a scenario where there's a possibility to overtake going into the final couple of laps. He's realized that now. He's managed to open up a car length or 2, but he's still got some work to do if he wants to get the overtake done.
Oh, Liebert's just been absolutely mugged off here. The door wasn't really open, but it was forced open in the end then by the number 11 car, Ian Lane. He moves up to P4, and he wants to advance then a little bit further here. He's got the number 98 then of Michael Wright just up in front. Liebert with that damage, unfortunately, just not going to be able to hang here. He's doing his very best, and just to still be in this group is actually testament to his racecraft, but ultimately just does not have the car underneath him. And as they come across the line for 2 to go here, ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed the lead for Zeke Willis. What a drive it's been for him. Again, just being very patient to get himself up the front end of this order. And actually, it's 3 laps to go here. I thought the ticker was going to change, but it had already changed. It's quicker than my brain indeed can think. We've got Michael Wright then in P3 as it stands, just taking opportunities after opportunities. Eric Heater started P2 alongside Jarrett Liebert, and ultimately is P2 here, but with Zeke Willis in behind. Are we going to see some changes here with a couple of laps to go? Ooh, you wouldn't bet against it.
Eric Heater started P2, still is P2, but has been involved in quite a lot of the action in this race so far, I think it's fair to say. Like you mentioned, really patient drive there from Zeke. Absolutely no qualms whatsoever about that. It's not over yet, though. Still 2 laps, lap 19 out of 20 now. And Eric Heater is determined to make an opportunity out of this, a fraction of a second behind, just a car length or 2. And he's going to try and make something happen, maybe on the very last lap.
Yeah, I think it'd be silly to try and make a move at this stage here. I think you just stay behind. He realizes the gap between 3rd and 4th is relatively big at this stage of the race. They will close up, but I just don't think they're going to close up sufficiently enough. You can see there's 11 cars then on the same straight in the background, just showcasing the skill set that we do indeed have here in North America. That's for sure. And as they come around the final corner, it is going to be the final lap of the race then, once they cross the line. They are going to head on to lap 20 of 20. Zeke Willis, though, has been, well, Mr. Patient. He's got himself up into the lead of this race, and he is now stuck there as well. Eric Heater then is in 2nd position, and Michael Wright is in 3rd. Is Ian Lane going to be able to close up enough here? The gap was half a second. The gap is half a second between Ian Lane and Michael Wright. He has got to get the run of runs. We need to head on to P4. Ian Lane, can he potentially get that run? These two are good and golden. Zeke Willis is absolutely golden here, and so is Heater. But really, it is all about that 3rd position. You can see, indeed, that there's just Ian Lane pushed too much there. Maybe just tagged the wall himself. Only 2 corners to go in this race. And are we going to see any changes in position? I don't think they're all quite close enough here. Ultimately, they've all saved enough tyres to the end of this race. You've got to feel for Liebert. One small mistake, and unfortunately, such huge ramifications. But I'm sure we'll see him back, that's for certain. Zeke Willis, though, has been so patient. He waited for the opportunity, took the lead of the race, and he's going to take the checkered flag. Winner's row then for Zeke Willis in the number 7. Congratulations to him. Eric Heater does take P2, and well, it is going to be Knightley that finishes down in P3. Ian Lane was not quite quick enough to indeed get there into that top 3, but Zeke Willis, what a drive.
Absolutely fantastic second half of the race. Zeke Willis was busy watching Liebert and Heater duke it out, and managed to get a fantastic overtaking opportunity on both of them to leapfrog himself into the race lead. Never relinquished it from there. Came under a little bit of pressure from Heater, but ultimately, of all the drivers that have shared some time at the front in the top 3 positions, Luke, I think it's fair to say Zeke Willis was the one where we didn't necessarily see him get particularly squirrely. We didn't find that he was wrestling for control with the car. His inputs looked fantastic. Everyone else suffered some degree of problems. Zeke, no problem. Cool as a cucumber.
Well, he got overtaken earlier by Connor Anton, but he was patient. He let the move happen. He let it progress. He went down to P5 at one point during that race, and he did not let it phase him whatsoever. He realized he had the pace today, maybe for the longer run in terms of our 20-minute race, and ultimately did get back up to the lead, just took his opportunities when they came. A few drivers, of course, had to make mistakes for that to happen. He kept cool, he kept calm, and he kept calculated and took that checkered flag.
And that, of course, is going to pay dividends for him. He has got his ticket through to the semi-finals of the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Let's take a look at our final results here in the stock car race for North America, powered by Splunk. An absolutely delicious race there. See Zeke Willis take home the glory. Eric Heater and Michael Wright will complete the podium. We then have Ian Lane, Connor Anton, and Jarrett Liebert, who was in the lead for so much of that race. He'll finish in 6th position. Behind them, we've got Randall Nichols, Caleb John Lavender, Malachi Drake, and Andy Glazik making up the top 10.
Your next 10 drivers then are Zachary Robinson, Cody A. Harris, Matt Bean, Joseph Selby, Jeffrey Decker, Trey McCrickard, Miles Morse, Ched Martin, Shane Hensley, and then rounding out your top 20, it is indeed Jason Leadingham.
And bringing up the rear of the field, unfortunately getting caught up in some of the drama in the early race, it's Matthew Dinkel. Still managing, though, to pick up some points, and those could end up being very valuable come the end of the 5 months, because at the end of the day, the drivers with the most points will also go through alongside those podium finishes. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from that race.
So yeah, we indeed saw Liebert just drive off into the distance, done what he needed to do. And here's the Connor Anton, the move by Zach Willis, retaking the position. So you can see Willis there was up the inside. Anton then just holds it firm around the outside, runs down then in towards turn number 1 and completes the move successfully. Willis, though, was very patient to indeed wait for his opportunity once again to get into the lead battle. And then we just saw Liebert pretty much lead the entirety of the race. And then this happened, a big smash into the wall, and ultimately just was never able to recover from that. Heater then gets up into the lead, but Zeke Willis, you can see just in behind with the orange front of his car, took his opportunity, and once it did indeed happen, he did not look back. And then we have the battle here for what would be P2 and P3. In the end, Liebert tried his best to hang on. Oh, a big slide there indeed by Michael. Didn't quite work out. Liebert just didn't have the car underneath him in the end. Again, just trying a bit too hard. Had to try and muster something up, some magic, if you like, from his sleeve. Didn't quite work out, but Zeke Willis comes across the line, picks up victory, and takes the checkered flag.
Absolutely a phenomenal race. Don't forget, you guys can go ahead and join in as well. If you're just watching at home, you can get involved. Use !giveaway and visit the link in the Twitch stream for the chance to win Logitech G gear and iRacing credits. As long as you're watching the stream and you hit !giveaway, you are in with a shot of winning those fantastic prizes. Thank you very much to Splunk, Logitech G, Quantum Pay, and McLaren for helping us put this stream together and deliver this absolutely exciting racing for you guys. That was the stock car race in North America. We're going to be moving on next to the Suzuka Grand Prix circuit, where we will be featuring the Dallara IR01 car in the open wheel race. I can't wait. Grab yourself a drink, maybe a little bit of a snack, and we'll see you in just a little bit for race 2. Attention racing enthusiasts, the wait is over. So sit down, strap in, and start your engines. This is the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. This video will explain everything you need to know on how to race your way into the grand finals. First, let's break down the basics. There are 4 regions: North America, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. That's over 170 countries. Each region will have their own stock car, sports car, and open wheel challenge. Open wheel and stock car challenges will be racing on iRacing, and the McLaren 720S Sports Car Challenge will be racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione. The season starts in July and goes through November. Each region will compete through 5 rounds of monthly races. Each round will consist of a qualifying period and a live race broadcasted on Twitch. So now that you've got the basics down, let's dive even further. Where do you begin? One word: qualifier. Anyone can participate on your own schedule. Set your best lap time in any challenge. Drive to the limit and get your best lap submitted. This is your chance to qualify for the monthly round races. So, are you fast enough? If the answer is yes, then you'll move forward to the monthly round races. Every month in every region, the top 30 drivers from the open wheel, stock car, and sports car challenges will race for a shot at reaching the semi-finals. To reach the semi-finals, you must get a podium position in one of the monthly races or accumulate enough points throughout the season. The top 30 make it in. So, the top 3 from each race in each region and the points leaders move on to the semi-finals. Over 100 drivers have a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. All right, you've made it to the semi-finals, but you haven't crossed the finish line yet. In each region, 30 drivers will race for a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. So, if you're one of the lucky ones that makes it this far, you now have a chance to win it all, because only the fastest drivers from each region will get sent to the grand finals weekend in Las Vegas, a 4-day, 3-night trip to Sin City, including an on-track supercar driving experience. The grand finals weekend will be a massive, in-person sim racing community event where drivers will put pedal to the metal and compete on stage in front of a live audience cheering you to victory. Want to be part of this but didn't qualify? Compete in a wildcard event for another chance to make it. More information and locations are at logitechgchallenge.com. Winners of the stock car, open wheel, and sports car grand finals will win a McLaren Racing VIP experience, including a 4-day, all expenses paid trip to London, a tour of the McLaren Technology Centre, coaching from Lando Norris, and a behind-the-scenes tour with McLaren during the Formula One British Grand Prix in 2022. So pull out of the garage and onto the track, and join us for the world's largest sim racing competition with the 2021 Logitech McLaren G Challenge. And we are back with the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Ladies and gentlemen, we're getting straight into qualifying now for the open wheel race. Remember, we're watching the open wheel race right now, but you can play on iRacing or Assetto Corsa Competizione and submit your lap times all the way up until November. We've got a different set of tracks every single month, and you could be in with a shot at making these races, making it to the semi-final, and potentially to the Las Vegas Grand Finals in January. For now, though, we move on to the Suzuka Grand Prix circuit, an absolutely delightful driver's circuit, and it really has served up some great races this weekend already, Luke. We're hoping to add one more to that.
Absolutely. This is going to be a superb race. 22 drivers in here as well. A couple of drivers doing double duty. You see Eric Heater actually currently 22nd as they are early in this session. We've also got to watch out for David Moore. The reason why he's got a 10 by the side of his name, he has to change his account every 5 years. So he's got 10 accounts being 51 years old. That's just how it is. I'm only ribbing him. I'm sorry. It's one of my mates. He's a good guy. But yeah, he was actually a world finalist in 2019. I was going to say last year, but it wasn't last year. It feels like it was last year, but it wasn't. In
Feels
Vegas.
like it was 2 months ago.
Yeah, he's already been to Vegas, and he was a lot of fun in Vegas as well.
Hopefully we'll get to see him again. We'll have to wait and see. Oh, I'm looking forward to the interesting colored rims. It looks like we've got a couple more out in force today. These seem to just be in qualifying and not in the race so far. But from what I've seen so far, Luke, I think they're worth at least 7/10 a lap.
Yeah, easily. And if you've got the second name Red Wine, it's also worth a couple of tenths as well. As 17th position, James Red Wine. Yep, I like a tipple of red wine for sure. Hopefully he does
I'm glad
well today.
he's picked red as a color as well. I approve of this.
Yeah, for sure. Well, it'd be silly not to, wouldn't it? Surely.
Right.
7 minutes 41 seconds to go then. So the first lap of the banker times will come in very, very shortly, and we'll just see exactly who's going to start near the front end. Brandon Hawkin is the driver we should be watching out for. Just want to confirm that he's actually in the session. Future drivers, obviously, who already qualified have qualified in terms of this month, but haven't shown up to the races, unfortunately. But where is he? Did he make it in? Yeah, Brandon Hawkin, number 99, P3 as it stands, yet to put a lap time in, expecting huge things, and was ever so dominant in the previous race against some unbelievable talents. And he wanted to just get a real firm grip on proceedings and become our second driver to get 2 wins from 2.
A couple of drivers have tried. It's a little bit more difficult than it looks on the tin at the end of the day to be able to consistently come in here and get those wins. It's not as straightforward as it seems. Several drivers have attempted it. We've only had one successful so far. And the reason guys would want to do this is because the best way to learn about your opposition is to be on track with them, race alongside them, see if you can currently comfortably beat them on track. You could be watching from the comfort of, I've qualified for the semi-finals, let's just chill and watch the stream. At the end of the day, Luke, these guys are racing drivers. They'd much rather be competing, and what better way to suss out the competition than to literally be racing side by side?
Yeah, you're only going to gain from this. Like if you race side by side with someone and realize they're either a bit of a soft touch by giving space, or you know that they're going to stick their nose in where it's not wanted. Ultimately, when you get to the final, you've got that experience to fall back on. And that's where indeed you earn the prizes, right? The semi-finals and then into the final. So ultimately, it's all just good experience. Again, you know, you've got drivers that are, you know, elite level and maybe not racing against elite level so much in the qualifiers here, but they're still going to learn about who they're racing against. So ultimately, it just adds a little bit more. It makes it a little bit easier for you later on when you know exactly who you're racing against and what their strengths and weaknesses are. Strengths, though, for Brandon Hawkin is that he is absolutely rapid. And that's all you need to do, really, in qualifying. He's currently 3/10 clear of everybody. Matt Adams, currently second spot then. And then we had Raymond in third position. Not everybody's got lap times in as of yet, but I'm sure that it won't be long until they all put them in.
We were waiting, looking for a driver to dip below the 1 minute 30s. Brandon Hawkin will be the first driver to do just that, running a little bit deep into the chicane, but managing to hold a bit of momentum there, trying to get slightly squirrely on the inside curb on the run up to the start finish line, but a 1:29.968 suggests that he is in a pretty decent position to start with 5 minutes left to go in the qualifying session. The next car along is Matt Adams on a 1:30.1. Oh, I beg your pardon. No, he should actually be in fourth because you've got 2 cars on 1:30.0s behind him. So we'll get that updated in just a second. Several cars within a tenth or two, but still only the one below 1:30.
Yeah, it is indeed going to be Brandon Hawkin that, unless someone brings out a magic lap, is going to take that pole position, being super quick. Expect to see him right up there. Raymond Aguilar then should be P2, and then we've got Lyndon in P3. Still got, what, five drivers yet to put a lap time in as it stands. Porcelli, Verano, we've got Presser, Leonard, and indeed Lockwood. They're yet to get those lap times in. Todd Aitchinson then is in P6 as it stands, and that is a hell of a time from Todd. So he'll be very, very happy with that. 1:31.3.
Still waiting for 5 drivers to get a lap time on the board. Should have enough time to do that still with 4 minutes left to go in the session. We're on board now with David Moore. Currently a 1:32.5, so we'll absolutely be looking to improve on that. Moving towards the end of the lap now. We'll see what happens with the lap time this time around. There's the famous Ferris wheel coming by. Looks beautiful when you look at it, and then it seems to hover there for maybe 6-7 seconds, but as soon as you get close to it, it really does zoom by so quick. These cars are picking up a tremendous speed across the start finish straight. No Look at that. Absolutely no time to admire it up close and personal, as you're already focused on getting through turn 1 and through the S's.
Yeah, most people would have finished their 2 lap times now. It's just a case of maybe getting into a rhythm into the race. Other drivers like Brandon Hawkin, he decided to go back into the pits and just relax, really. You know, just maybe take a look at some of the other drivers and see what sort of lines they're taking, if there's anything maybe he can gain in terms of lap time from them. But yeah, the drivers such as this is just stay out as many laps as you possibly can. Just be really warm going into the race here. Still 3 minutes to go, so plenty of time to get a couple more lap times in here. Well, not lap times, but laps in. So yeah, pretty exciting stuff here. Matt Adams then is second with a 30.1. As it stands, that'll be your front row of the grid. Still yet to get 3 times in from Presser, Leonard, and indeed Lockwood.
David Porcelli also was one of the drivers that didn't have a lap on the board before. He's now slotted himself up into 3rd place with a 1:35.74. So he'll be reasonably pleased with that as a first lap. I think he's going to get another go as well before the end of qualifying. So an opportunity to further improve. Still waiting for the final 3. But as things stand, it looks like that 1:29.9 seems to be good to go at the moment. A couple of cars still out on track, but Brandon Hawkin sitting pretty.
Yeah, we've seen a couple of times just dip below that, haven't we? In terms of the other regions, but still a rapid time, 2/10 faster than the actual qualifying time that Brandon Hawkin did. He did a 1:30.142. So yeah, to be already 2/10 of a second up in his qualifying, he'll definitely be fast in the race. We know that he's already gone out and won a race at Okayama last time out. But it's whether Brian Lockwood, who's now P2 actually, whether he can indeed pile any pressure on in towards turn number 1. We've seen the leader tend to get away, haven't we? They've either got away or they've ended up in the back of the pack. It's kind of one or the other, really. We've not seen them battling for P2, P3. It's just kind of been like your race is over, or you end up going out into the lead relatively quickly.
Hopefully we'll see, well, whichever scenario that ends up serving up. I just want to see some close racing, Luke, to be honest. I don't want to see someone sail off into the distance unless there's some drama they can recover from. I'm a meanie. I enjoy a good drive as much as the next person, but I want to see what they do under pressure, and 6 seconds up the road doesn't qualify as under pressure to me. I want to see them backed up a little bit and see what they do when other drivers are behind them in racing scenarios. I think we're going to see a lot more of that in the semi-finals, of course, where it's not just about finishing in the top 3, but here, at the moment, if you can sail off into the distance, absolutely no problems whatsoever.
Yeah, for sure. Porcelli, we just saw there in the orange car park up. He's happy.
Oh, he's done it?
He's happy. He's up to P2. Yeah, 1:29.998. We're starting to see some really quick times posted now. And I just don't think we're going to see someone drive away this time. I think there's too many drivers that are too close at the front here. We may have a potential for what we saw last time at Okayama, where there was a couple of races over the weekend where there was sort of 5 or 6 drivers battling for those top 3 positions. As Brandon Hawkin then has just been displaced here by 3/10 of a second. Brian Lockwood locking out that pole position at the death here. And that is something we did not expect to see. So Brandon Hawkin under a lot of pressure here. Porcelli moves up to P3. Dane Verano is in P4. Matt Adams then down to P5. Raymond Aguilar in 6th position. And well, it was all changed at the death there with only 10 seconds to go. We didn't expect to see it. Brandon Hawkin is not on pole position. It is Brian Lockwood.
Really exciting stuff right at the death of that qualifying session. Let's go ahead and take a look at the track conditions moving into the race as well. Ambient temperature of 25 and a smidge degrees with a track temperature just a shade under 40 Celsius. It's going to be an overcast race as well. A light breeze, but nothing to worry yourself too much about. So it should be relatively calm going into our race. And the grid, well, the grid looked like it was more or less settled until the last 10-15 seconds of that session. I'm looking forward to seeing what is going to happen in the race. Now, it wasn't just pipped to the post either. It was several tenths in the end. Let's go ahead and take a look at who is going to be lining up where. A 1:29.6 coming out from Brian Lockwood at the death to take pole position from Brandon Hawkin. Behind them, we've got David Porcelli and Dane Verano slotting into 4th place as well in the last stages of that session. Matt Adams and Raymond Aguilar will form row 3 of the grid. And following on from them, we've got Lyndon Swaby and Jeffrey Decker. Finally, our top 10 are rounded out by Todd Aitchison and Philip Scott.
Our next set of 10 drivers then, starting with the 6th row, we've got Warren Watkins and Eric Heater, David Moore and Zachary Robinson. We've got Nolan Alea and Max Bowman, Michael Blaze and Abigail Paquette. We've then got Greg Laborde and James Redwine. Everything's so excited here. Alexa, stop. Alexa's going off again. Oh, it's just crazy stuff going down.
It hurt red wine, that's what it is. Alexa likes red wine as well. I entirely approve. Sebastian Preza and Stephen Leonard will then round out 21st and 22nd positions on the grid in the number 12 and 233 cars, respectively. Oh, I'm looking forward to this race. 3/10 at the death as well. That's not just a pole position, Luke. That's a statement as well.
Absolutely. And now, well, I'm going to try and order it here. Alexa, can we have a smoke show of a race, please?
Sorry, I don't know that.
No, it's a shame. It's a shame. It is what it is. Well, what you're going to find out, Alexa, is it's happening right now. Here we go.
Most of the cars
Alexa,
now
stop.
loading in. Hopefully, Luke will finish wrestling with in-home technology enough for the start of the race. It looks like pretty much all the cars are straight in there immediately.
Well, she doesn't know what a smoke show of a race is. She's about to find out, because this is going to be an absolute classic. Can't wait. And again, as always, you're always waiting for one driver. Doesn't matter whether there's one driver or 41 drivers. There's always one that you are waiting for. But here we go. All of the cars are lined up on the grid. 22 drivers here for the North America second race. It's the open wheel. We're at Suzuka GP circuit. All of the engines are indeed revving up, and we are green light racing here. And as you can see, they're all jostling for position. And I tell you what, it is almost 3 wide going on. It is 3 wide. A couple of cars then off into the barrier on the pit exit there. And actually, it looks like Porcelli. No, is it not Porcelli? I think Matt Adams has potentially gone up from P5 here to P2. What a start it's been from him. Brandon Hawkins dropped down the position. Brian Lockwood holds on to the lead. But wow, we saw cars into the barrier. We saw cars making overtakes. But one thing we didn't see is a car in orbit.
We've got about 12 different things that we could look at the start there, but I think it might have been Matt Adams going all the way from the outside of the circuit to the inside, using the pit exit there to his advantage and managing to slot his car all the way up. Very, very impressive there. Really, really good start from him. But further back, we did have a car in the wall, unfortunately, and some shenanigans further back in the midfield. We'll have to pick that apart a little bit later on with the Quantum Pay replays, but I'm sure we'll be getting those lined up for you in just a second. In the meantime, though, a solid second and a bit gap out front. Brian Lockwood is going to be very pleased with that.
Tell you what, John, I'm super proud of you. 4th broadcast of the weekend, and you finally got the Quantum Pay replay figured out. Great stuff. Is this 5th broadcast of the weekend?
The 5th broadcast of the weekend, mate. We're getting there.
What? There's only 4 regions. What's going on?
Oh,
Brandon
sorry.
Hawkins.
I was counting 5th race of today. I see what you mean. Yes.
He's
absolutely.
tired, guys. He's tired. He needs his teddy bear in bed.
Yeah,
up
exactly.
towards the final chicane we come. And well, we saw a potential move there by Brandon Hawkins, but I don't think he made it stick. And now we're going to see Matt Adams make it up to P2, as it does indeed change at the end of every single lap on the left-hand side. And it is Matt Adams then. What a drive so far from P5 up into what would be P2. I think Porcelli's just made a move on Brandon Hawkins, and he wasn't able to do so. So he just stuck his nose in there, and it didn't quite work out. David Moore, by the looks of things, was part of that crash that happened at the start of this race, which is not ideal at all. And then we just look a little bit further back here then. And well, there are battles all over the circuit right now. Oh, big mistake there from the purpley car. If you say purpley over and over again, the word becomes really funny to listen to.
All right, we have actually got a replay from the start, so let's go ahead and take a look at the Quantum Pay replay. The future of modern banking. Make your move for a lot of these drivers, but unfortunately for some at the back, this resulted in disaster.
Yeah, it did. Just a bit of a coming together in the middle of the pack there. One car then sent off to the right-hand side of the screen, which is just very, very unfortunate there. Where's the checkups? It's 4 wide. That's what's happened here. And unfortunately, a driver moves over to the left, and yeah, everyone checks up, and everyone's trying to jostle for position. And ultimately, one person's going to make the wrong decision, go left instead of right, and yeah, ended up into the wall, which is super, super unfortunate. But that is racing.
I want to give a shout out as well, Luke. From P12 to P6, Eric Heater had a pretty decent stock car race, and I have to say, he's moving very, very well in the open wheel as well.
Absolutely superb race. Porcelli, by the way, has just made a hell of a move down into that final chicane. Brandon Hawkins, by the way, has got up to P2. Matt Adams has just been mugged off twice in one lap. I hope we get to see a replay on board with Porcelli of that move. That was last
great.
of the late breakers. It was delightful to see him make that move there, but ultimately now he's got to try and chase down Hawkins. He's right behind him, but he's in that top 3 positions right now. That's where he needs to be.
Things are eventually starting to settle down for these drivers. I have to say the first 2 laps have been very, very incident packed, and a lot of drama up and down the field. Unless your name is Brian Lockwood, who has just kind of been chilling out in front. 1.5 seconds the gap now between him and Brandon Hawken, who, to be fair, in terms of lap time, is keeping pace. It was just that first lap where he managed to get more than a second's advantage, clearing everybody else. Let's see now if Brandon can maybe reel him in a little bit without needing to go too defensive on the cars behind him.
And it has through Kobayashi there. Very much close up. That's a back marker, isn't it? Surely it's a back marker.
It has to be, right?
Yeah, it's definitely not the race leader for sure. Getting out of the way, though, that's the perfect way to deal with things. You've got to respect that as well. And is that Philip Scott? I think that was Philip Scott then, who was just being lapped. But as we look at the leader, you're right, 1.5 seconds. It was 1.7. So Hawken is now starting to close up. But ultimately, with the poor start that he's had to make a couple of overtakes here. And ultimately, it was going to cost him some time. And Porcelli is not here to hang around. There we go, around the outside. How late can you go on the brakes here, Porcelli? We tried it. Ultimately, though, Hawken gets his car in the way. And this is now actually perfect for Lockwood. So Lockwood would be a little bit worried by looking on the relative, thinking, oh, here they come. But if they just battle like this for position, he's just going to be able to drive away. So great stuff here. There's some battles in the background as well as a back marker removes himself that way. Great to see the awareness then from all parts of the field as it stands, which is, again, fantastic stuff. Again, it's not always about being at the front. Brian Lockwood did take extra tenths of a second out of Hawken. Porcelli, Adams, Aguilar, Verano, Decker, Heater, Swaby, and Alea are your top 10 as it stands. Lockwood, and we're saying, is he going to be starting to struggle here and potentially be closed up? Well, there's your answer. 1:30.159, new fastest lap. He's doing absolutely fine.
Verano must have taken a good advantage of a mistake, maybe, from Heater there, who drops from 6th to 8th position on that last lap. Not 100% sure what happened, but he's managed to recover, and he's at least holding that 8th position, so has the potential to try and come back up the leaderboard a little bit later on. He started 12th, remember, so 8th isn't a disastrous result, but at the end of the day, if you climbed all the way up to 6th, you don't want to be losing those places again. Might have shot some of the tires a little bit early on as well, but on lap 4 of 12, frankly, if your tires are shot now, you're going to be in massive trouble. That's a huge slide, and I can't believe he managed to save that.
Wow, what a save that is. That is very, very impressive indeed. But ultimately, a position is going to be lost here. That is not ideal. That's not what we want to do. Side by side then as we come through 130R. Wow, trying to hold it around the outside. And I tell you what, this is not done. Matt Adams then trying to hold on to P4 is a beautifully done. Well recovered. Those tyres are indeed going to be well hot at this stage and to have held on to that position, ultimately losing a lot of ground to the front three. But that is a hell of a recovery.
Tokyo drift from Matt Adams. Tires don't even care. Just about holds on by the skin of his teeth from Dane Verano. What a show we are putting on today. Matt Adams, a little bit, well, okay, a huge mistake, let's be honest, to start off with, but take a bow for that recovery.
Yeah, very good recovery. And Verano in the background is just going to be like, yeah, absolutely. This is easy peasy lemon squeezy. I'm having that position. And Matt Adams is like, absolutely not. It's going to take him a couple of laps now to get the tyre temperatures down when you overheat the tyres. Again, it's the biggest factor in iRacing. Tyres, you've got to look after them. You've just got to wrap them up in cotton wool. You've got to cuddle them. You've got to make sure that they are indeed happy. As we just saw someone exit stage right in the background. Not too sure what's happened there. But who was that? I think that might have been Eric Heater, you know, in P8. So we'll see the timing indeed update once they come across the line. They're coming up towards then the spoon curve into the final sector. I think we've just seen Eric Heater shoot off into the Stegner 2 and off into the barrier.
Unfortunate stuff there with the drivers really pushing on the limit. It was bound to happen eventually, sadly. It doesn't look like anyone else was involved in that incident. We might be able to get another look at that later on. But for now,
there's a battle for second. There's a battle for second right now. This is perfect then for Adams to potentially be able to recover here. And I tell you what, Porcelli is not letting Hawken go. It's easy for Porcelli just to stay in P3 and just take the position into the semi-finals later on this year, but he's not. He is battling with P2 right now. They were super close in the foreground, but it doesn't look like we're going to be able to catch that battle, unfortunately, which is not ideal. We're still on board, but Matt Adams here has recovered again very, very nicely. It's taken him a whole lap, but he's built up a nice half a second gap. Hawken then, did he get overtaken? No, he didn't. So Porcelli did not get the move done, unfortunately for him. The gap now around about half a second between the two, but ultimately Hawken now is actually catching up to our race leader here. I feel like we are going to have a battle for the lead now. He hasn't got to worry about Porcelli trying to send one up the inside.
I would absolutely love to see Brandon Hawken and Brian Lockwood lock horns at the front of this race, but David Porcelli giving Hawken all sorts of problems, and Well, the rear mirror full of orange car at the moment. Not quite close enough this time around for an overtake, but he's got to have that on the back of his mind. He needs to realize that at any moment he might have to start thinking about driving a little bit more defensively. But the moment he does that, the gap to the car in front then increases.
Yeah, it does indeed. It just looks like Brandon Hawkin is a lot more comfortable in the mid part of this race. He's just really coming into his own here. The gap now 1.4 seconds, so it has come out ever so slightly here, but Porcelli is only half a second back from Brandon Hawkin. So again, he will want to try and stay in that slipstream, but right now the driver that is pushing for sure is Brandon Hawkin. Again, he's already qualified, so right now he's not here just to make up the numbers and finish P2. If he's got an opportunity of winning this race, he is taking that on for sure.
They haven't really been able to settle into a rhythm, have they? Every single time, I think there's been 2 laps where the drivers can just sort of settle down and get into their own space where they don't have to worry too much about the cars either side of them. Something happens, a mistake happens, someone coming up from behind absolutely rockets a lap in, and there's just no rest for the wicked. We're on lap 7 out of 12 now, officially into the second half of this race. Brian Lockwood currently 1.5 seconds up on Brandon Hawkin, with David Porcelli breathing down his neck. And those are the top 3 drivers at the moment. Matt Adams and Dane Verano putting on a show of their own in P4 and P5 right now. And hopefully we won't see too much more drama there. I'm not sure how many more get-out-of-jail-free cards Matt Adams has, but he certainly played a fantastic one earlier on.
Yeah, for sure. You're talking about Heater making up loads of positions early in the race. Obviously was involved in that incident at the Degner curves. No longer in this race here, but we have got Abigail Paquette. She is up into P12 then from around about 20th on the grid. So yeah, phenomenal performance so far in this race. Only 22 seconds off the pace. Obviously a lot of drivers unfortunately are not in this race any longer, but just keeping your car on the straight and narrow for 12 laps around here is the challenge all in itself. Dane Verano now closing in on Matt Adams. And while he wasn't able to get it done when Matt Adams made a huge error earlier on in this race, and now he's going to have to do it cleanly here without the opportunity of a car going slow in front of him. Verano, though, is into the slipstream here. He's not quite going to be close enough down towards turn number 1, and through the S's is where he's going to lose a lot of time with the jet-washed air on the front of that green car.
I wonder how much as well that earlier incident shot the tires on Adams' car to a point where the last 2 to 3 laps might be slightly more difficult. It's difficult to tell. At the moment, it looks like he's able to hold his own, to be fair, even his fastest laps, as you can see. Only really a tenth and a bit down on Dane Verano. So, if anything, I think that guarantees that these 2 drivers are going to be tussling all the way to the end of the race.
Yeah, for sure. Verano, though, has been quite aggressive in this race as well. So, I feel like they're probably going to be in the same boat as indeed the longer this goes on. I'm going to be very interested to see as to whether we're going to see a battle for the lead of this race. It's 1.7 seconds, now it's down to 1.3. Lockwood under a bit of pressure from Brandon Hawkin. The only solace that Lockwood could take is Hawkins had to make some overtakes, and he's had to be a bit defensive with Porcelli as well. So definitely wouldn't have been able to save the tyres fully as he would like to have done, just like Lockwood has been able to. Lockwood's got clear out in front, and he's absolutely golden then to indeed take this race victory. But we'll find out exactly what the gap is from them both as they come across the line in a minute, as we're watching Adams then. And well, have we got some lap vehicles here to deal with? I think we do. So some lap traffic then that's still out on circuit, which is good to see. They're trying to finish their races, but ultimately the leaders in this race will not be one in that. And there it is. Look how close it is. This is the battle for the lead here, ladies and gentlemen. It is 0.6 of a second. Lockwood now being hunted down like a hawk, actually, from Brandon Hawkin.
This could end up being a grandstand finish. At the same time, you do have to ask yourself, and I realize we're pouring a little bit of cold water on it. At the end of the day, if your goal is to get one of these top 3 podium positions, how much do you really want to risk an overtaking maneuver? I feel like Brandon Hawkin here in the battle for first will be trying to pressure Lockwood into a mistake. If there's an obvious mistake that he can take advantage of, he will absolutely go for the position. But I'm not... If I'm Brandon Hawkin right now, I'm not exactly lunging for a 50-50. Let's put it that way.
He's already qualified, Johnny. He won the race last month, so he's got nothing to lose. He will absolutely be taking this opportunity on. He's here to showcase that he can win every single race. There's no other reason that he's here. That's a fact for me, personally. So, yeah, if he gets an opportunity, he is taking it on every day of the week and twice on Sunday.
Oh, you got to be... I mean, you got to feel for Brian Lockwood that he really doesn't want Hawkin to ever get that sort of opportunity. At the end of the day, there is so much to lose on one side and nothing on the other. It's a little bit of a brutal imbalance.
Well, you've got here Lockwood, who was, within 0.6 of a second of second position, but ultimately his first 2 sectors then of this circuit have been absolutely bob on as we go towards 3 laps remaining in this race, and Lockwood has indeed extended that lead here. And you find this in like the other series, like Formula One and stuff. Look at what's happening tomorrow at Spa. George Russell is second on the grid, right? He is not fighting for the championship. So tomorrow, if he gets an opportunity to make a move on Max Verstappen or Lewis Hamilton, he's taking that opportunity on. Whereas if it was potentially Max and Lewis, as much as they've been aggressive with each other, they're going to be a little bit more tame because they've got a championship to fight for. So it's very similar here. Like, you've already done the hard work, is Brandon Hawkin. Getting P1 here, finishing P2 here is just finishing P2. Winning is just like, here you go, lads. I'm still here. I'm still winning. I'm the one to beat. There's a mistake by Lockwood. It's going to be easy. It's going to be really easy up towards Kobayashi. He's got the inside line. He's going to get squared up here, though. And actually, he has to break on the curb. And ultimately, Lockwood's just about hung on. But this is what we wanted. This is the smoke show of a race we're after. And we're about to see it then. Underneath the rear wing, into the slipstream. Defensive move, then up towards Spoon Curve by Lockwood. It's going to have to be sent around the outside of Spoon Curve here. Oh, pinches him onto the apex then. It does indeed. Hawkin, and actually loses a bit of momentum there. And on the exit, I don't know, maybe a bit naughty there from Lockwood. And actually, I feel like he's just given away that position. So ultimately, he made the mistake by running out a little bit too wide there. Whereas actually, he tried to get the slipstream to retake the position. I think they're playing a game of cat and mouse right now. I don't think Hawkins did too much wrong there. There was contact between the two. It was very sloppy from them both, especially, like you said, Lockwood here doesn't want to be really getting involved in this, doesn't need to get involved in this, but he's been indeed baited into it. So now you can see he's in the slipstream. Right now, if it was me, I'll be out the slipstream right now. You go and have your 2-second advantage. I've only got 2 laps to go in this race. But right now, they are battling for bragging rights, not only that qualification position.
This is, how do I put it? Earlier on this weekend, we said that one of the moves of the weekend was a driver recognizing when it was acceptable to just let the move pass and just calm down and stay in one of those top 3 positions. Let's go ahead and take a look at the Quantum Pay replay for that overtake. It was sloppy from both drivers, as you said, Luke, but a lot going on here from that original mistake.
So here's the mistake then. Lockwood runs a little bit wide, but he's very clever. He pinches Hawkin onto that curb, which means he knows he has to brake on the curb, which means he's got to brake a lot earlier because you cannot put the full pressure down on the pedal. Otherwise, you'll just lock the wheels up on the right-hand side, and that is it. And then we come up towards Spoon Curve here. He gets the run. He's got to go all the way around the outside again here. So very clever driving from Lockwood. Yeah, Lockwood just runs out wide. The overlap was there. Hawkin had the opportunity to back out, but you're going at such speed. But I think Lockwood's given the position up there. I think he's just decided, you know what, that's my fault there. I am sorry. These two would have raced each other. They're at such a level that they would always be in the top splits with this car when indeed the series is on in iRacing. So they know each other really, really well, and they're still battling for position then. So last month's winner, Brandon Hawkin, is still leading this race, but Lockwood then is very, very close behind. But it's not only a battle for the P1 in this race, but it's also Canada versus America. So right now it is indeed Canada out in the lead, America in second position. And well, I would love to see an onboard here of Lockwood through these S's. Let's see whether we can see this battle indeed come to fruition. So indeed, it's been a great race from Hawkin. He dropped down the order earlier in this race, but ultimately he's bided his time, waited for his opportunity, and then taken it when it presented itself. Lockwood then right up in behind, needs to be a bit closer. He needs to be really close out of Spoon Curve. And then he can make a move potentially on the exit of 130 yard down towards that final chicane. Through the Deggan as we come. And grabs a load of curb then on the exit. And you see that's where he made the mistake previously, which gave Hawkin that opportunity. And ultimately, I think it may cost him the chance here of getting back up into the lead of this race. Through Kobayashi they come. You've got to be so delicate with the throttle there. The car wants to oversteer, wants to turn around. It's like a happy dog chasing its tail. But ultimately, if you're very good on the throttle pedal, you can get that power down and gain so much lap time. Through Spoon Curve then. 2 apexes here. And you go out nice and wide, cut in nice and deep. You can run over the curb on the exit. And with the tyres being in the state that they're in, it's not the best idea. And you can see the gap is pretty big, but it will close up. It will definitely close up, but not sufficiently enough, I don't think. I think Brandon Hawkin's done the job here. Through 130R they come then for the very final time. Up towards that final chicane. Not quite close enough to make a late lunge here for sure for Lockwood. Lockwood, who took pole position at the death. Well, it's going to be roles reversed in the race. Then it's going to be Brandon Hawkin, who's going to become our second driver who goes 2 for 2 in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge here in 2021. Lockwood tried. And well, you know, he's got the prize of qualifying for the semi-finals later on this year, and Porcelli in third position will also follow them through.
I think this goes to show why these drivers are amongst the best in the world in the open wheel category. And I'm sat here going, I'm not sure I want to be dealing with this. If I was Lockwood, I would have been happy to settle for second in a race where I knew that the top 3 was required. But what incredible racecraft from all of these drivers, really trying to tussle all the way to the end. You have to give the hats off. Brian Lockwood had so much more that he could lose, didn't even care, wanted to go for it anyway. Massive respect. Absolutely brilliant racing from Brandon Hawkin and Brian Lockwood there. Really, really good fun to watch that fight at the front.
Yeah, Lockwood made the slight error there of running out wide into spoon curve. Maybe he didn't realize that they were quite alongside as much as they were, and maybe expected Hawkin to back out. Hawkin didn't back out. There was the contact. That could have been race over for both of them, and I feel like that was race over for us as spectators. As soon as that happened, it was like, oh, let's just qualify now. You know, we've tried to give everyone some fireworks, but maybe not quite worth it. But ultimately, Hawkin was given back the position by Lockwood. Great sportsmanship shown there. So yeah, fantastic to those two. It was a great race to watch. And Porcelli, he's going to qualify for the semi-finals. Didn't get as much camera time as those two. Again, just got on with his business, got the job done. That's all you need to do at this stage.
Let's talk about Porcelli for a little bit, because there were points in that race where he was fighting with second place and it looked like an overtake might happen, but it seemed like every time he got close, I don't know if it was the dirty air or something else, he then subsequently backed off just a little bit, and we never really got to see that overtake come to fruition.
I think he had a bit of a scare. I think when Hawkin was making the move for P2, he had one lap opportunity to try and retake the position. And we saw them go very close through the final chicane. But something happened because he was in their next maybe 1.5 seconds behind into turn number 1. So something's happened there, maybe some contact. He was ghosted by it. Indeed, then realized that Adam was just in behind. Obviously, we know how quick he was. He made that mistake, but we know how fast he is. And it was just kind of like, right, okay, let's just qualify here. We could do all of the shenanigans later on in the year in the semi-finals. But yeah, I think he was trying to give us a show, but realized very, very quickly that actually there's a bit more to this. Let's get through, and then we move on.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at our final results here for the open wheel race, sponsored by Splunk. Brandon Hawkin will take the win. Brian Lockwood there in second place, and David Porcelli bringing up the podium. Dane Verano will be in fourth, with Aguilar finishing about 10 seconds behind. So the front 4 cars really in a league of their own. Matt Adams will finish in 6th. Nolan Alea in 7th. We've got Max Baumann in 8th. Jeffrey Decker and Lyndon Swaby completing the top 10.
So there's your top 10 now into the next 10 cars. We've got Warren Watkins in P11, Abigail Paquette, who had a great drive in P12, Philip Scott in 13th, and then we have got indeed drivers that unfortunately didn't finish. Greg Laborde, Michael Blaze, and then got James Redwine, Eric Heater, Zachary Robinson, and Todd Aitchison, and David Moore as your 20th driver.
And Stephen Leonard, Sebastian Preza will round up 21st and 22nd in what was a very eventful race around Suzuka, with several drivers unfortunately not able to make it past the first couple of laps. A lot of stuff went on in that race. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these moments again.
Yeah, we already saw one car out before they even made it to the end of the pit exit, which is very, very unfortunate. But Lockwood just made his way up into the ascendancy here. But here's the big mistake. Adams. Oh, how easy saved that. Verano then trying to make the move in the green car and behind, but Adams recovered so well to hold on to that position. I don't know how he's managed to do it, but look at this. He goes around the outside of 130R. Oh, we're not going to see it, which is unfortunate. Verano then trying to potentially get back involved as well here. Not quite close enough, but I think we're going to see his onboard of Adams making the mistake. And no, we don't. So Lockwood then makes a mistake out of the second Degner, but forces Hawkin to get onto the brakes then on the curbing, on entry into the braking zone, which indeed is costing time. But then as they come across the line, Hawkin indeed did get away from that battle and took the victory here at Suzuka.
An absolutely fantastic open wheel race. We asked you earlier for some of your tweets using the hashtag Logitech G challenge. We have one here from Off the Groove TV. These drivers are massively impressive to watch in Indy, hashtag North America, and using the Logitech G challenge hashtag as well. They absolutely were. The stock car race was a real delight to watch, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of this, not only in the semi-finals, but hopefully in the rest of the heats as well, moving up to November and December. And don't forget, just because you're not driving doesn't mean you can't join in. Join the race by hitting !giveaway in the chat. Visit the link for a chance to win Logitech G gear and iRacing credits. You can win that all broadcast long, and I believe you can even enter the competition after the end of the broadcast as well. We'll be picking the winners out in a day or two. A huge thank you one more time to Splunk, Logitech G, Quantum Pay, and McLaren for helping us put on this show. But don't go anywhere, because we have had 2 races in North America. We've still got a third one. The McLaren 720S GT3 sports cars will be absolutely tearing up around Kyalami after this break. We'll see you then. Attention racing enthusiasts, the wait is over. So sit down, strap in, and start your engines. This is the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. This video will explain everything you need to know on how to race your way into the grand finals. First, let's break down the basics. There are 4 regions: North America, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and EMEA, Europe, Middle East, and Africa. That's over 170 countries. Each region will have their own stock car, sports car, and open wheel challenge. Open wheel and stock car challenges will be racing on iRacing, and the McLaren 720S Sports Car Challenge will be racing on Assetto Corsa Competizione. The season starts in July and goes through November. Each region will compete through 5 rounds of monthly races. Each round will consist of a qualifying period and a live race broadcasted on Twitch. So now that you've got the basics down, let's dive even further. Where do you begin? One word: Qualifier. Anyone can participate on your own schedule. Set your best lap time in any challenge. Drive to the limit and get your best lap submitted. This is your chance to qualify for the monthly round races. So, are you fast enough? If the answer is yes, then you'll move forward to the monthly round races. Every month in every region, the top 30 drivers from the open wheel, stock car, and sports car challenges will race for a shot at reaching the semi-finals. To reach the semi-finals, you must get a podium position in one of the monthly races or accumulate enough points throughout the season. The top 30 make it in. So, the top 3 from each race in each region and the points leaders move on to the semi-finals. Over 100 drivers have a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. All right, you've made it to the semi-finals, but you haven't crossed the finish line yet. In each region, 30 drivers will race for a chance to win a trip to the grand finals weekend. So, if you're one of the lucky ones that makes it this far, you now have a chance to win it all. Because only the fastest drivers from each region will get sent to the Grand Finals weekend in Las Vegas. A 4-day, 3-night trip to Sin City, including an on-track supercar driving experience. The Grand Finals weekend will be a massive, in-person sim racing community event where drivers will put pedal to the metal and compete on stage in front of a live audience cheering you to victory. Want to be part of this but didn't qualify? Compete in a wildcard event for another chance to make it. More information and locations are at logitechgchallenge.com. Winners of the stock car, open wheel, and sports car grand finals will win a McLaren Racing VIP experience, including a 4-day, all expenses paid trip to London, a tour of the McLaren Technology Centre, coaching from Lando Norris, and a behind-the-scenes tour with McLaren during the Formula One British Grand Prix in 2022. So pull out of the garage and onto the track, and join us for the world's largest sim racing competition with the 2021 Logitech McLaren G Challenge. Back onto Kyalami we go, Luke, and so far this track has served up an absolutely delightful array of races across all of our regions. North America is the last to sample its delights, and I have absolutely no doubt that we're going to see a cracker of a race.
We are another race with over 20 drivers, which is always going to be exciting. But we're here at Kyalami. We did finally see it explode earlier in the LatAm region, yes. And I'm sure we are going to see the same here once again. Erie Riley's the one to watch out for me in this race as well. But a shout out to Andrew Berg. Andrew Berg is someone definitely to watch out for as well, from more of a Forza background, but ultimately just to qualify for this level at this stage, he's got some serious pace. So excited to see how well he does.
Drivers now out on track with 8 minutes and 30 seconds left to go. No times on board just yet, of course. We'll be looking to try and get those up to you relatively shortly. Out laps at the moment, nothing too scary. No drivers off tracks or sending anything off limits or anything like that. I think we're going to have plenty of time here. A lot of tricky braking points on Kyalami because of the elevation here. We've got uphill braking, downhill braking, off camber. It really does serve up a huge variety. As a result, it's quite easy, frankly, to miss or misjudge a braking point around here unless you know it like the back of your hand. And even when you do, just forgetting for a split second can result in a very, very weird line through some of these corners.
Yeah, for sure. We're on board, though, with Brian Mandeville, and it just went a bit wrong for him last time out at Spa. Want to be trying to right those wrongs for sure this time. So, yeah, it's going to be good times indeed.
Still looking for the first times to come up on board. Drivers looking pretty smooth so far. An interesting variety of lines through some of these corners as well. You can see some drivers using the full width of the track. Some drivers opting to stay a little bit tighter, looking for a better run up to the next corner. Kyalami is, well, not unique, but certainly fun, Luke, in the sense that you can actually have this level of variety here. It's possible to have multiple 3-4 different lines through a corner that don't actually lose or gain you much time at all, and it really just, it's interesting racing, but it's actually quite interesting in qualifying as well, trying to see what each of these drivers thinks is the optimal line.
Yeah, for sure, and it just promotes the chances of people making overtakes. But again, we didn't see that in the first two regions. Luckily, we did for the last race that we saw earlier on in LatAm region. I'm expecting to see very much the same here. I just feel like these are all very, very close, and any three could be at the top, if you know what I mean. When we look at the EMEA region, you kind of look at the grid and you're thinking, yeah, that driver's going to be there, that driver's going to be up there, that driver's going to be up there as well. But with this field here, I just feel like they're so closely compact that we're going to see an absolute cracker of a race. I'm just waiting for these times to come in. I'm so excited to see these times. And I'm wondering whether potentially we're going to see that low 140 once again. First times are in, though. A 141.8, expecting more there from Brian for sure. Christopher McNichol, a 141.9. Andrew Berg with a 42.0. That is the banker times right now. I'm sure they're all going to go faster. But to be in a 141, low 141 straight off the bat, is pretty good indeed.
Still waiting for most of the times to come through. They're going to want to improve on that just a little bit. There we go. 8 or 9 drivers in now. Andrew Berg slotting into P4, the first driver, just shy of a 142. We then have Belmas behind him, Blaine Hall and Alu Gobi. She has got a provisional P8 by the looks of things on the board. Still all changed though, 5 minutes and 40 seconds left. So the second half of qualifying will no doubt serve us a bunch of 140s. Most drivers though in between 141.5 and 142 at the sharp end of the stick for now.
Yeah, for sure. Then a little bit further back, got Gabriel rounding out your top 10. As it stands, there's a 5 minutes, 30 seconds left to go in this session. The times are now going to start to tumble. Still got a few drivers yet to even get a lap time in. Ryan Woodrow, though, back from last time out, actually indeed qualified for the North America Finals last time out last year when me and you were commentating, John. Good to see Woodrow back involved this time out as well on ACC.
Absolutely. Really good to see multiple disciplines as well. Lots of drivers actually competing in multiple places. It's just been a lot of fun, really, seeing how they fare, not just before and now, but also across different games, different disciplines as well. And that's exactly what we're seeing this time around. Will Woodrow be able to put it? Oh, hang on a second. I know there are multiple lines around the track. I'm not sure that's one of them.
No, that's a rallycross line, which this is not. There's no rallycross discipline in the G Challenge this year. Maybe in the future, but not this year. So Woodrow, that will be an invalidation of his lap time for sure. And Alu Gobi, she has gone provisional pole here of a 40.7. That's the first 40 we've seen. What a time that is.
Nice and solid lap time. I think a second crack at making that lap even faster is likely to happen, but a 147.73 is certainly putting the hammer down here. She's one of 2 drivers breaking the 141 barrier at the moment. I have no doubt that several more will come out of the woodwork shortly.
Yeah, that is what the number 8 does. Number 8 just produces times. The best number in the world. Fact. And it's being proved here as well. So Alu Gobi with a 40.773. Erie Riley then with a 914. Expect to see Riley right up there as well. Blaine Hall then is in your top 3. Only 3 drivers yet to get a time. That's Brett Madsen, Tyler Lim Snukan, and then we've got Max Bowman as well.
3.5 minutes left in the qualifying session. Still only the 2 drivers dipping below the 141s. We've got Brett Madsen, Tyler Limsukan, and Max Bowman waiting for that first lap time. We did see several drivers actually in the previous race come in at the very last with their laps and slot themselves into the top 5. So maybe we'll see something similar to that today as well.
Yeah, for sure. Here we go. Well, qualify is one thing, race is quite the other. So we saw earlier on that contact can happen. And ultimately, you could be the fastest out there, but if you're facing the wrong way because of someone else, that is the nature of sim racing. It's one of the only esports where you can have a direct effect against somebody else and sort of bend the rules effectively. If you think about other esports, things like FIFA, you're supposed to score more goals against your opponent. But with racing, you're supposed to not have contact, but you can just ultimately have a little bit of touching, a little bit of rubbing is racing, as they say, and ultimately cost people their positions.
We've improved that time. Alu Gobi has managed to come out to a 146.68. Incredibly strong stuff here. And maybe we still have even more time in the bank to improve. Can we dip below a 145? This is going to be a very, very good session for her. And I don't want to speak too soon, but it's looking like this could end up being a pole time.
Yes, Sviatoslav Belmas, by the way, P6 as it stands as well. So good to see that the times are tumbling for everybody here. Still, Brett Madsen, Lynn Snukan yet to get those lap times in. Still, Alu Gobi, P1, 40.6. Erie Riley, 40.9. Blaine Hoare, 41.2. 41.3 then for Caleb Lavender. Christopher McNichol then is in your top 5 as it stands. With only 1 minute 45 seconds to go. It's go time here. You've got to get your lap times in right now. Otherwise, you could indeed lose some positions.
Just 1.5 minutes remaining. If you think there's even a tenth in that lap time that you can improve, now is the time to absolutely bang all of that energy into that final lap. Top 15 separated by just over a second, I think. We have the, no, pardon me, about a second and a half. So we've got the 140.6s all the way down to the 142 flats. So very, very tight between these drivers. And oh my God, that's a 140.3 from Alu Gobi. She has absolutely blitzed the field for the 3rd time.
Yeah, that is indeed world level time in the EMEA region. Would have been good enough to put them in the top 10. So yeah, 140.3, 0.6 of a second clear of everybody right now. That is an absolute worldie of a time.
I am looking forward to seeing how this translates in the race. Are we going to see Gobi just send it out in front and have a nice quiet race? Is she going to be able to absolutely nail it? So far, based on this time, it looks like she might be able to. Erie Riley, 6/10 behind her right now. What on earth will the field be able to do to respond? Final 30 seconds. It's do or die for the rest of the field.
Yeah, 4/10 then for Erie Riley now, as they didn't improve by 0.2 of a second. So I don't think Gobi's going to be able to drive away here at all, to be completely honest with you. I think the race is completely different. Although the one driver we have seen improve over the course of qualifying each and every lap is Alu Gobi, but in the race it's just a whole different commodity, a whole different type of pressure. But yeah, favourite to do so, being P1.
You can see there using the entire width of the track and then some actually for Tran. Unfortunately, no improvement on the time there. 147.52 is an improvement for Erie Riley. No other drivers in the 140s. I'm a little bit surprised by that, but at the same time, all of the drivers behind them are so closely bunched up, Luke, that coupled with Kyalami being such a lovely racetrack in terms of producing these really exciting races, this is going to be really, really good fun. For me, though, I have to say, I want to find out if the front of the field is going to become a 2-horse race.
Yeah, well, we will find out very, very shortly as qualifying is nearly over here. Everybody who crossed the line before it went down to 0, it means they can finish their lap time. So still time for people to indeed improve. Gobi, P1, Riley, Hall, Lavender, your top 4, McNichol, Belmas then are your top 6 here. Everybody's got their lap times in. Everybody is underneath that 43 mark as well. 42.6 then being the slowest time out there as it stands. So it was 2.4 seconds separating the whole field in terms of the qualifying time to get to this point. Now it's 2.2 seconds separating everybody. So the whole field's closed up here in qualifying. So it says to me that everybody has indeed, you know, lived up to their potential. As across the line there for Blaine Hall, is there an improvement on the time? We're about to find out as it transitions over. It is P3 at 41.010 onto the second row of the grid. It is tight as a tiger at the front end of the grid for our final race of the weekend. And wow, I am super pumped for this. We're at Kyalami. It's nearly race time.
This is going to be so much fun. The qualifiers are now over, so let's go ahead and take a look at the track conditions. We're going to be racing very shortly on Kyalami after a very entertaining qualifying session. A little bit cooler than the previous tracks we saw, so just a 30-degree track temperature. Still reasonably toasty, though, with a 25-degree ambient temperature and absolutely no breeze. So we're going to sweat it out in South Africa. Wouldn't have it any other way, Luke, for this final race. And I'm looking forward to the action up and down the field. This is going to be a very, very tantalizing trip. I think it's over the course of the next 20 minutes. It's going to be really good to see.
Yeah, it should be. Again, set up beautifully well here. Got 21 drivers. It's going to be decent.
So many different lines through the corners, of course, means that in a race environment, it just makes it a little bit more conducive to having drivers side by side. We could see 2, 3, even 4 cars trying to squeeze their way into a corner together. Not all of them are going to be able to get an optimum time, of course, but at the end of the day, it means that the side-by-side racing is extremely exciting. It's one of the things that Kyle Lamy seems to be able to do that a lot of other circuits can't. And I wonder
if turn one. It's turn one, really. It's so open on entry, but the pinch point is huge. And especially as they go through the kink through turn 2 up towards turn number 3. So they can go into turn number 1 sort of 3 or 4 wide, as we've seen already this weekend. But slowly it becomes only a 2 lane and then 1 lane through the kink. So yeah, it certainly will sort everybody out very, very quickly indeed.
And then the rest of the lap as well, plenty of opportunities to, if you brake slightly later or earlier for a corner, there's still a way round where you can try and catch up and maneuver yourself to attempt to get alongside a car moving into another position. It's all sorts of opportunities, really, to try and maneuver yourself to get alongside other vehicles. And I think that just makes this circuit so much fun to drive. It's one of your favorites as well, Luke, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. One of my favorites. It's just an incredible circuit for racing. It's so easy to be consistent as well. So here we are. We are on the formation then, ready to rock and roll. So it is race time here. Alu Gobi will be on pole position. Can she get away? Get through turn number 1 without anyone diving up the inside. Erie Riley then is indeed in P2. Then we've got Hall and Lavender. And while we've seen already this weekend P4 move up to P1, I'll be going to see some fireworks here at the start of our final race here. It is indeed the August finals for the North America region. We're in the sports car challenge right now. We're waiting for the green light to be given. And there we go. Alu Gobi will indeed take them away down in towards turn number 1. And well, will she still be in the lead here? Erie Riley just tucks up in behind, gets a bit of slipstream there, tries to find that inside track to potentially make a move here. And ultimately, they're going to go through here very, very tightly indeed. Hall's going to sweep one round the outside. I don't think there's going to be any traction out there to potentially make up the position to P2. No, it's not going to be P2. And actually, the red cars seem to be the cars to be in this weekend on ACC as they indeed lead P1, P2. It is Alu Gobi in the lead, Erie Riley in P2 as they qualify. Blaine Hall third. Lavender then will hold on to P4.
Very interesting line from Hall in P3, trying his best to get in front of Riley. Won't quite make it stick. Gobi successfully keeps her lead out in front of the race. Riley, though, pretty much tucked straight in under the rear spoiler, looking for a way round. And they can be nice and patient now. The front 5 cars seem to have gapped, actually, the rest of the field a little bit. I think there's something like 6 or 7 car lengths between P5 and P6, if not more. So I don't know if that's because the car in P6 maybe made a mistake and bunched everyone up or otherwise, but we definitely have 2 big groups of cars now.
Yeah, Alu Gobi extending the lead right now then to maybe half a second, probably 7/10 of a second by the time they get to the end of this lap. Hall then indeed warded off the advancements of Lavender. Hall potentially looking to take on Erie Riley. Again, Erie Riley was the one, like I said, to watch out for in this race today. And as we come up towards the final few corners, this lap, Hall closes in, but ultimately not able to get on the power because on the brakes really, really deep. As we go a little bit further back, there was 2x2 in the background. It's like Noah's Ark going on there. And again, as that is happening, that means the front 6 have been able to get away here. So it looks like there's been a little bit of contact in the background, but ultimately front 4, front 5 are all away here nicely, and they're all battling then for those top 3 positions.
Yeah, I think what happened there is that Andrew Berg in car number 10 must have had a collision with something, whether it's another car or a wall. I'm not even sure, but he was in 6th. Everyone got bunched up sort of behind the front 5, and he now, sadly, I think, is out of the race. So something happened there with car number 10 in the first half of lap 1, but it looks like now that that car's out of the race, let's see if P6 starts to catch up with the rest of this leading group.
Well, the front 4 then starting to pull away here from 5th position. So Hall has actually been caught out as they come up towards sunset. Lavender close enough to potentially make a move as we come up towards a harsh braking zone here. Actually runs a little bit wide. P2's made a huge mistake there. Erie Riley as well, as they all indeed do check up. Gonzalez ahead then of Woodrow. So this is the next group of cars back. But then in behind them, yes, and McNichol is just on the back of the group of 4 at the front. So just keeping tabs on them right now. But there is a genuine gap then between the front 5 and then the group behind.
So this is shaping up to be 2 very interesting bits of racing. Woodrow looking to try and go around the outside of Gonzalez. Is this a little bit premature? It's not. He's actually got the head in front. But can he actually keep it there? It's a double right-hander there, remember. Woodrow will have an opportunity to come back in. Gonzalez, though, looking like with this inside line, he might be able to keep it, but Woodrow is not giving up.
Yeah, Woodrow just keeping the overlap there, as there was 3 indeed left-handers. Now they come through a right-hander, and well, you can see that Gonzalez does lose that position. Woodrow was always the second favourite to hold on to that position or take the position, and ultimately Gonzalez just not able to ward off the pressure. Great stuff by Woodrow. Again, we've seen him before in the North America finals, and again putting on a show for us this year as well in 2021. Moves up 1 position, but Erie Riley then under a lot of pressure here from Hall. Hall will want that extra bit of security of potentially gaining 1 spot, being up into P2. Indeed, top 3 will qualify through to our semi-finals later in the year, and Riley then under all sorts of pressure. Alu Gobi, she's able to just drive away at this stage. 2.6 seconds then is the advantage. They come through turn number 3, and now it's a long run then up towards Sunset once again, and Lavender again just keeping close tabs on this situation. He'll want them 2 in front just to battle for position, so potentially he could sneak one himself. McNichol again maybe just dropping off ever so slightly, but all is not lost. These 3 do get involved. They're going to hemorrhage time, and then again he could potentially snuffle a little opportunity himself.
So far, it looks like P1 is able to draw things out, and the battle behind her is currently heating up. Gobi is just doing such a good job of gapping the field. Over 2 seconds now ahead. She's going to be very pleased with that. Hall and Riley now battling for that second podium spot. You're right, Luke. In theory, they could finish second and third and both be through to the semi-finals. But at the end of the day, that extra security of being in P2 is quite useful, especially when there's still 3/4 of this race left to go. Now is not settled down in chill time. There are plenty of drivers behind them that are still absolutely up and at them and raring to take one of those podium places away.
Absolutely. Hall, though, was looking to move up to that P2 and get that extra security, but now looking in the rearview mirror, because Lavender has closed up beautifully well here and towards that final corner. Again, the leader out on their own at this stage of the race. No problem whatsoever. Doesn't need to be worried about the people in behind as it stands. Erie Riley has finally got a little bit of breathing room to work with here, as Hall is, well, I say a bit of breathing room. What is it? 2 car lengths? But ultimately, it's been 1 or less than that over the last couple of laps here. So Riley will be able to take a nice wide entrance through turn number 1. If there's no mistakes made here, we'll indeed try and extend that lead over the second group of cars in behind then of Hall and Lavender. But it's ebbing and flowing here. There are now 3 drivers here battling for 2 positions. Potentially McNichol could get involved as well. And well, this is just teetering on the edge of some brilliance coming, I'm sure.
One of the fun things we saw that isn't unique to Kyalami, but something that we absolutely love about the circuit, we saw with Woodrow earlier, how the cars are able to fight for position side by side for basically half the lap. It's not if you don't get the move done in one corner, that's it. You can stay side by side, and as long as you're brave enough, you can take other cars around the outside, around the inside. Absolutely no problem at all. We saw some of those moves in Suzuka, where drivers don't back off and we get some really exciting racing. Kyalami gets to serve us more of the same, and it's just absolutely delightful to watch.
Yeah, for sure. There's plenty of opportunities to make overtakes around here. Again, it's all about bravery. You're going to lose time to the drivers behind. You're not taking the optimum line. It's a fact. It's as simple as that. But ultimately, if you want to move forward in the race, you've got to take those chances on. Ryan Woodrow now closing onto the back of McNichol here. Yeah, definitely. Woodrow now starting to gap Gonzalez, who's just in behind. Wagner, Sweeney as your top 9. Looks like Berg's the only driver out of this race then as it stands. But very, very unfortunate then for Berg. Again, we're not too sure what's happened there, but there was a big shunt for sure. Woodrow, again, has to just lay these lap times down like it's a qualifying session here and try and latch onto the back of the pack, battling for P2.
Ryan Woodrow now still holding on to his position. 1:41.4, fastest lap of the race so far, but things beginning to settle down a little bit. Taking a look at McNichol in front, not exactly nose to tail at the moment, so we'll want to make the most of his clean air. Well, I say clean air, relatively clean air compared to someone directly in front. He's going to want to close that gap, and it's always nice as a racing driver to just have that target in front of you. Even if the next car on the road is far away, at least you've got a target, you've got something to aim for, and something to distract you from the car behind. You just focus on getting the best possible lap time, with that being your goal. So it's a lot easier to do that, for example, than not having any sort of point of reference at all. So hopefully he can focus on that. We get to see the cars bunch up a little bit more.
Well, he just has to put himself in a position here to just close up sufficiently enough that if someone makes a mistake, because we've only got 12 minutes to go. So on raw lap time pace, what's Woodrow right now behind the battle for P2? About 3.7 seconds. What we've got left in this race, we've got ourselves around about, let's say 6, 7, potentially 8 laps here. So you've effectively got to be half a second a lap faster. And we saw in qualifying that there just isn't that gap between the fast drivers at the front and Woodrow. Like they're all too closely matched in terms of pace. But he needs to put himself in a position here that if they do get involved with each other and there is some contact, that he can take full advantage of it. Again, he'll know that as an experienced driver. He'll know that you've just got to put yourself in a position. You've got to take advantage if something can happen. It might not even happen, obviously. The three drivers in front here aren't just going, yeah, right, we're going to push the nuke button on ourselves now. But you've just got to be there to take the opportunity if it presents itself effectively. Because ultimately, it's just too much to catch up. So we're on board then with the race leader, Alu Gobi, picking up the fastest lap, a 1:40.650 as it stands. And just extending the lead right now. It's 4.7 seconds, although the timing just seemed a little bit bugged. So it's around about 4 seconds anyway, which again, for being only 9 minutes into the race, that is a huge margin. And definitely Gobi is someone to beat for sure and setting a marker down for the rest of this competition.
She's doing an incredible job at the moment, considering it's quite a lonely race out front, but that's completely fine. At the end of the day, she has no competition that can touch her right now. Really, really strong stuff, and continuing to set fastest laps and pull away from the rest of the field is going to give us some really good just buffer space at the end of the race. You don't need to risk a mistake. If you're getting overtired, for example, you can take your foot off the gas just a little bit. If you're losing a second or two a lap in the last couple of laps, if you built up a 5-second buffer, that's your time to use. Make full use of it, and that's effectively your reward for stringing out this sort of lead. So currently, absolutely picture perfect for Alu Gobi.
I'm having nothing of that overtiredness. If you can't get through a 20-minute race when we've gone from what, a 10-hour window of two broadcasts yesterday and now till 5:30 in the morning, and now what we at 1 a.m. in the morning here on day 2.
Yeah, that's the breeze in comparison.
Yeah, exactly. And we're not. Well, I am overtired right now. If we could get through this, they could get through 20 minutes to give us a bit of entertainment. I'm not having it.
Absolutely. Still about 4 seconds. It doesn't look like Gobi is stretching her lead at the moment, though. Riley is keeping pace, but about 4 seconds off. So I think Gobi's currently managing the race, not feeling the need to absolutely push to the maximum. If she can squeeze out a couple of tenths a lap, for example, from a comfortable pace point of view, then that's literally all she has to do. We're halfway through the race now. It doesn't look like there are any back markers to potentially give her trouble or anything like that. She's just having an absolutely picture-perfect time so far.
For sure. The battle, though, really is heating up behind it. Eerie Riley now losing a bit of time to Hall. Hall is gapping Lavender here as well. And again, this is the battle for the top 3. Only 2 of these drivers are indeed going to get themselves into that top 3 as it stands. And Lavender just maybe losing a bit of pace as the race indeed goes on. Maybe just not able to be as consistent as the front 2. Of course, has the outright raw pace, but consistency in the race is really key. And that's where you earn your onions, as they say in racing.
It's one of those things, isn't it, when you are right on the back of a car and you're sort of in that zone where you're hyper focused on looking for the opportunity to overtake. You can't really stay in that zone for the entire race. You know that the opportunity is coming. You're therefore mega focused, but if you're not able to pull it off or the driver doesn't open the door for you, you sort of have to sit back and get into a zone where you can just put good laps in. And it's a different kind of concentration. It's not something that drivers can just switch on and have on all the time. That really would make you overexhausted even in a 20-minute race. So I suspect what Lavender's doing right now is saying, okay, I had an opportunity on Hall earlier on. It didn't quite pan out. Let's forget about looking for that open door for now and focus on absolutely narrowing the gap and keeping the gap to the car in front as low as possible.
Yeah, for sure. And again, Lavender is starting to get to a similar situation as what I was saying to that Woodrow earlier on. Woodrow has just got to kind of put himself in a position that if there is any incidents happening in front, takes full advantage. Lavender maybe dropping back too far now to start attacking. And again, just hopes that the front 2, but the 2 in front close up and then they get involved. But again, when it's in your own hands, you just got to push. Leave nothing out there. You want to get to Monday morning and you're thinking about the Logitech McLaren G Challenge. You go, did I give everything? Did I give it? Is this maybe the only opportunity I get to get into the final? Because there are going to be some huge names that come in. We've seen obviously the championship grow hugely from month 1 to month 2 because effectively each month is like an advertisement, isn't it? People are going to be seeing this going, oh, I fancy a crack at that. So you're going to get to Monday morning, you go back to work and you're like, no, I just didn't give everything there. There was like 10 minutes where I just lost my concentration, and it's just not an excuse, really. You've got to leave everything out there. Ultimately, you may lose a couple of positions because of it. And, you know, I don't think these drivers here are taking it easy by any stretch, by the way. You know, I think Lavender, Hall are on the absolute limit here. Iri Riley just pulling away as well on the absolute limit. It's just got to try and force that opportunity, unfortunately, in the 20-minute race.
You're completely right. You don't want to be regretting not giving it everything. Perhaps if you're in a top 3 position and you're wondering what would have happened if you went for second instead and you settled for third, I might forgive that. At the end of the day, getting through to the semi-final is rather important in the Logitech McLaren G Challenge, but I think that's possibly the only scenario where it's possible for a driver to be thinking like that. Pretty much everyone else up and down the grid right now are focusing on giving it their all, and if there's an incident in front, like you say, even if you're not in the top 3, if you're not just on the cusp of the top 3, if there's an incident ahead, 2 cars could get taken out in the blink of an eye, and before you know it, you're fighting for one of those positions. So every single one of these guys and girls have to focus on giving it 100% and leaving absolutely nothing to chance.
Yeah, for sure. Blaine Hall and Lavender, it's between those two right now, and I think Blaine Hall has maybe run out a little bit of steam here with, what, 6 minutes to go. I think Lavender may have something left in the tank here, potentially looking to get into that top 3. Iri Riley has found another gear, pardon the pun. Maybe we should have used that in the Twitter puns earlier on.
Yes, maybe. Oh,
because it's a lot better than by car. Oh, that's a rubbish one. I'm sorry, I had to say it. I got emotional, John. I kept it within myself, but
you're gonna
have
to tweet me something better, Luke. Like you are king of the dad jokes here. You are dad joke supremo on the broadcast. We're gonna have to see the improvement as well.
I got too emotional. Okay, I had to let it out. It was a rubbish pun. Oh, we can do better than that.
We'll focus on doing better.
Yeah, let's focus on the race. I'm sorry, I just had to tell somebody. But yeah, they're still here battling for P3. Caleb Lavender, very, very close indeed here. Well, it's now make or break time. We've got, what, 3 laps remaining of this race. I'm just going to do some quick maths here. It's gonna be 3 laps remaining of this race. They're going to cross the line now with, what, 4 minutes and 45. Yeah, for sure. 3 laps remaining. And now it's just give everything. You've got a gap, maybe, what, 7/10 of a second? If you can find a couple of tenths here and there, really force the issue, force the driver in front to go run a little bit wide, force the driver to have a bit of pressure on them. Ultimately, and then try and get into that top 3. The worst position to finish, although there is that points narrative where you can score points, and 4th is the best position in terms of not qualifying but scoring points, it's still the worst position to finish because ultimately it's not an automatic promotion or automatic. Well, yeah, I guess it is a promotion, isn't it? Automatic promotion into the semi-finals later on in the year. You've got to effectively come back and do it because you can't guarantee yourself scoring those points every single month.
Yep, exactly right. And at the moment, this is going to be the fight to watch, I think, with 4 minutes to go here. I have to also just give Hall a lot of credit. A lot of times we've seen in the other regions as well as races earlier tonight, when you've got someone more or less up your tailpipe consistently within a second of you, it has pressured a lot of experienced drivers to still make mistakes. We haven't seen those mistakes creep into Hall's race. Not really, not yet. He's been soaking up this pressure very, very well.
Well, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. We are now going to see Blaine Hall make a mistake and give up P3.
And the fireball in 3, 2, 1.
John's strike rate has been pretty impressive this weekend, so yeah, expect Blaine Hall now to do something wrong. He's doing a great job here. The fact that he's been able to hold Lavender behind him for the entirety of this race, and the fact that he potentially here could indeed ward off your curse. I don't know which is harder to do, but if he does it, fair play to him. Down towards the final corner again, you can just see maybe on the brakes a touch too late there, ultimately. But again, tyre wear's not going to be a huge factor here. Just trying to maximise your time. Lavender then, as we can see, just above the rear spoiler there, and maybe not quite close enough to close the gap. So come through the kink, then down in towards the braking zone 4, turn number 1. They've got 2 laps remaining here, and Lavender is now going to start to really throw everything at Blaine Hall now.
Maybe just varying their line a little bit to try and get that car slightly larger in the mirrors occasionally throughout the lap, just doing their best to stop Blaine from thinking about the racing line and the braking points and the apexes that he has to hit. Caleb Lavender will be thinking of ways to just distract Blaine right now to see if there's an opening that he can possibly exploit. Realistically, though, if we're talking about things that any driver can exploit, one thing is absolutely imperious right now, and that is the pace of Gobi out front. There is absolutely no weakness right now that anybody can think of, short of her completely going off the track, and she has just been nailed to the racing line, setting blistering lap times for the entirety of this race. Absolutely fantastic.
Well, Caleb Lavender here is going to be looking in front and actually be relatively pleased with what he's seeing. He must realise now that probably doesn't quite have the pace to make that run at P3, but if the front two here close up, P2 and P3 close up, and they potentially start battling for position, that might be the opportunity then for Lavender to take advantage. So it's all about Hall here. If Hall feels like he's going to get backed up into Lavender, he will try and make an overtake. That's for certain on the final lap of this race. So it's not all lost here for Lavender. Final lap of the race, final lap of the weekend. And well, it comes down to this. It is indeed Alu Gobi. She leads the race here. Has been at canter effectively, nearly 7 seconds now in the lead. Erie Riley then is in P2. Well, it's been ebbing and flowing for Riley, leading by quite a considerable margin to this group. Then gets closed up, then goes out once again, and now it's being closed up once again. Blaine Hall then, who has been dealing with the pressures of Lavender for the entirety of this race and the pressures of the commentary curse from John. But he's doing a successful job as it stands so far. And then we've got Lavender just in behind. This is how it's going to play out for the top three positions as it stands. But is there going to be maybe a potential twist in this story?
Looking for a mistake, however small, from one of these drivers. They're all within a second of each other, ready to pounce if something should go wrong. They're not quite close enough that the tiniest of mistakes would instantly bring up another car alongside, but put two wheels on the grass, take a little bit too much of a raised curb, any of these things, any excuse, and there might be the possibility of lining up. Just 20 seconds left to go, though, for something to happen here, and it looks like, so far, they have kept their composure well. This is Gobi coming across the line for the final time. Absolutely imperious race, and she's going to be finishing more than 6 seconds ahead of everybody else.
Yeah, just a couple of corners now to negotiate here. Tricky right-hander, no sausage curb grab there, though. Again, that's a risk you'll take in the race. But when you've got a 7-second lead, you just don't need to be taking those risks. Around the final corner then, and Alu Gobi, taking the world by storm in the North America region, is absolutely taken the Logitech McLaren G Challenge by storm. Picks up the victory then and qualification to the semi-finals. It's the number 8, of course, that indeed is the most important factor there. Best number, fact, in the world. Erie Riley does indeed hold on for P2, and Blaine Hall, with all of the pressure on those shoulders, does indeed take that top 3 position.
Really strong stuff that you can't take it away from Gobi. I believe she was also the only driver to put in race laps sub 141 as well. She didn't just put the odd lap in quickly, she was so consistently fast throughout the entirety of that race. An absolutely fantastic performance. I'm looking forward to seeing how she stacks up in the semi-finals already, because that sort of pace is absolute world level. She's done herself very proud today.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, looking at semi-finals, maybe we can look beyond with a driver with that much talent. It's going to be incredible. And it's great to see that all 4 regions have drivers of a very similar level. And again, the EMEA region has always kind of historically been the strongest region by quite a considerable margin. I just don't think that's the case this year. We are in for such a cool competition moving forward, and I am super excited to be a part of it.
The fastest drivers of all the rest of the regions can arguably all slot into the EMEA race and comfortably hold their own. It's just really, really delightful to watch. The midfield and maybe towards the tail end of the pack, you could argue that the depth of talent in EMEA is still pretty decent, but when it comes to the top of the field tussling it out, I don't think I could instantly call a region out by name. All of these drivers, especially at the sharp end, have just been so close to each other across all of the disciplines that I think when they finally all come together in the semi-finals and later on in Las Vegas as well, we're going to get a delightful mishmash of drivers with all sorts of different styles from all over the world, but ultimately the best of the best are going to go head to head. They're so quick, and they're all so close to each other as well.
Yeah, I don't want to do a disservice to the other regions. It's just historically, EMEA has been the big dog, if you like, has been the region to produce the fastest talent. It's just the way it's been. But the beauty of this year is it's changing, the changing of the guard. And I like the narrative of the regions against each other. I know some people don't, but for me, I cannot wait to see them pitted up against each other. That's just me. I don't know. I just like the intercontinental battle is good for me.
Well, let's go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights from that last race. A lot went on, Luke, and towards the start as well, I have to say, drivers very, very well behaved once again.
Yeah, well, here's Bowman coming. Well, Bowman is actually the car on the right-hand side of your screen, coming through the kink. Again, just watching at the back end here, there was a big smash here. So Bowman, yeah, just loses traction on the inside there, and Lim Snooken unfortunately getting caught there in the tangle, and ultimately just loses a couple of positions there. And we're watching the battle then between Gonzalez and Woodrow. I think we've already seen the overtake. Woodrow managed to make on Gonzalez. It lasted for about 73 corners. It was incredible stuff from Woodrow. Mad respect then, but unfortunately it may have cost too much time. And as you can see, monkey see, monkey do. One car runs off wide. Invariably, the car behind tends to follow them as well. That is just, again, the nature of sim racing. And then we're just having a nice little look here of the battle for second and third position. Blaine Hall does indeed ward off the pressure of Lavender and does indeed hold on to that top three. But it's all about Alu Gobi. She picks up the victory today and moves and advances to our semi-finals.
Really very tense, despite not having any overtaking maneuvers in the last quarter of that race. That battle between second and fourth, second and fifth, you could say that there was so much tension in the position, it just didn't ever get resolved. We were looking for the opportunity, looking for the open door. The fact that that didn't appear doesn't mean the racing was boring or it was a procession by any means. Pretty much every couple of corners we were looking to see if a chance could possibly present itself. It was really tense, and at the end of the day, the only reason it ended up like that is because each one of those drivers drove absolutely brilliantly. You couldn't really fault the way that they were driving, and they finished in the order they did because they're that damn good.
I think we saw some nerves creeping as well, to be completely honest with you, from three regions. LatAm, wow, it's like half the cars were equipped with nuclear bombs. They were just going sending out the inside and not worrying about it. But the other three regions, there was some nerves there. So yeah, moving forward, of course, you know, if you qualify, it's almost worth coming back to just keep experiencing that same experience. Of course, the pressure, if you've already qualified, isn't going to be the same, but it's the only way you can really replicate it. Because you can't just go onto an online lobby with your friends or whatever and try and replicate the pressure of racing against the very best from your region and try and qualify for, you know, the semi-final stage of a huge competition such as this.
It's also very different trying to get the fastest possible time to make it into the lobby and then having to demonstrate the racecraft in order to stay in front of these guys as well. It's very different, even in a multiplayer competitive setting versus something like this where the best of the best are congregating. You're absolutely right. And the only way, well, not the only way, but certainly the best way to improve is to get stuck in, race against some of these fantastic drivers day in, day out, really try and pit yourself against them, learn from your mistakes. If you're giving them a little bit too much room, a little bit too much respect, tighten things up a bit, but still race fair and keep practicing, keep getting used to it, because no matter how good you are over a single lap, at the end of the day, when the nerves take hold, when you're on the big stage, remember, this is an online competition, Luke, but at the end of the day, we've got some live grand finals in Las Vegas. If a crowd is going to unsettle your game and you're not going to perform as a result, you have to be able to take the nerves to get up and perform on a stage like that.
Yeah, for sure. And, you know, there's going to be some people that absolutely thrive on that. And there's going to be others that are just going to hide. And that's the nature of all esports. That's the nature of all sports, ultimately. And that's why you find, like, in sports such as football, for instance, or as we are indeed on the North America subject, soccer, away games, when you've not got as many fans that are supporting you, ultimately, home games normally get the victory. Is kind of the way that footballs work. But yeah, if you're going to be that sort of person that thrives on it, you're golden. But yeah, if you're going to hide, it's not so good. So if you are struggling now, you just need to get some more races under your belt, because it is only going to get tougher.
110%. But for a lot of these races, thankfully, the race is now over and they can relax before going back into their practice. Let's go ahead and take a look at the standings for the sports car race we just saw on Kaya Lami. Gobi successfully coming home with a very, very big win there. An imperious performance. She has done incredibly well. Erie Riley in second place, with Blaine Hall completing the podium. Just behind them, though, Caleb Lavender showed us a really delightful chase. He finishes in fourth. McNichol is in fifth, and then we've got Woodrow and Gonzalez in sixth and seventh. Behind them, Wagner Sweeney and Lefrene and Lawrence Tran and Brian Mandeville will complete 11th and 12th. Mickey Chudabudi, Brett Batson and Brian Douglas will complete the top 15.
I honestly thought you said Lafleur there. No, it makes me bleed my own blood, Lafleur.
Almost, but not quite.
Yeah, the rest of the drivers then we have indeed got here. Sviatoslav Belmas was in P16, Max Bowman in 17th. Then we've got Jeffrey Shepard, Tyler Lindschnukan, Blake Phillips, and Andrew Berg rounding out your 21 drivers.
Such a shame for Andrew Berg, who was in P6 before something happened at the start of that race. Hopefully we will see them back next time around. Let's now go ahead and take a look at the stock cars that you saw right at the beginning of the North American broadcast. We have Willis, Heater, and Wright, the top three there on the podium. And then we have Lane, Anton, Liebert, who was doing so well, but a critical mistake sent him down to 6. Still finishing with a good fistful of points, though. Nichols, Lavender, we've got Drake, Glazek, Robinson, Harris completing the top 12, and then Bean, Selby, and Decker rounding out the top 15. So all of those drivers that are outside the top 3 still going to be able to get a decent points haul.
Trey McCrickar finishes in P16. Miles Morse in 17th position. We've got Ched Martin, Shane Hensley, Jason Leadingham, shall I say, and Matthew Dinkle rounds out your 21 drivers from the Stock Car Challenge.
And then finally, this is the open wheel. Brandon Hawken taking that second victory in a row there in the number 99 car. Brian Lockwood, though, pushing him all the way. And David Porcelli in third. Behind them, we have Verano and Aguilar making up the top 5. Adams, Alea, Bauman, Decker, and Swaby will complete the top 10. And Adams in particular having a very, very exciting race, certainly with that Tokyo Drift stuff going on in Suzuka. Behind them, we've got Watkins, Paquet, Scott, Laborde, and Blaze to finish out our top 15.
And then the final drivers then, out of our 22 driver field, it was James Red Wine, which I may have to have a couple of glasses after this weekend. Eric Heater, then in P17 was Zachary Robinson, Todd Aitchinson, David Moore, Stephen Leonard, and indeed Sebastian Pressett rounding out your 22 drivers.
So now we're in a position at the end of this race weekend to give you guys the top 3 in each region. So these are the winners of the Stock Car Challenge. We've got Sidrati, Bortolotti, and Martin in EMEA. In APAC, we've got Danson, McDaniel, and Bunyan. In Latin America earlier tonight, Lopez, Rondoletto, and Lima go through. And in North America, which you guys just saw, we have Willis, Keita, and Wright. Moving on to open wheel then. EMEA, Martin van Luzenoord. Oh, what an incredible drive from him. But we've got Keita and Dinar also making it through. In Asia Pacific, Chris Aoun, Bo Albert, and Muhammad Ali will also successfully qualify for the semi-finals. And then moving on to Latin America and North America, Philippa, Velez, and Marcel will make it through in LatAm. And then Hawken, Lockwood, and Porcelli from the race you just saw will also make it through in North America. And finally, last but not least, we have the sports car as well. Van der Velde, Murphy, and Wolf make it through from EMEA. In APAC, we had Houlihan, Baquida, and Rakhmat doing an absolutely delightful job of completing that podium. In LatAm, we have Borges, Cognin, and Oliveira, and that's Danny Oliveira. And then we have North America, Gobi, an absolutely imperious performance from it. Did so well, but Erie Riley, credit to him, and Blaine Hall for completing the podium there too. An absolutely wonderful weekend of racing across a whole bunch of different tracks, across different disciplines as well, Luke. It's difficult to sum all of them up. It has been a lot of fun and a lot of action as well. What are your takeaways from month 2?
Well, the EMEA region normally are head and shoulders above every other region. But North America, of course, last month showcased their skill set in the Stock Car Challenge. But I think this month, it really has come to the ascendancy that all 4 regions have got some absolute superstars. And the more people to find out about this competition, the more superstars we are indeed going to have. And moving forward in this championship, like, we are just going to, again, it's becoming more and more difficult to predict the winners in each race. So I'm super excited for what's to come. So my final thoughts about this month is I just want to see some more action, to be honest. I want month 3 to be here right now. Well, okay, maybe give us a couple of days, but I want month 3 to be right here, right now.
Well, congratulations to everyone who qualified for the semi-finals. Month 3 will begin very shortly. And remember, anyone can race, and you could be one of those qualifying times that allows you to appear at our end of month races at the end of month 3 as well. So go to logitechgchallenge.com and make sure you can set a time. It's completely free to do so. All you need to do is grab your wheel and get in a game. A massive thank you to Splunk, Logitech G, Quantum Pay, and and McLaren, who have done an absolutely delightful job for putting on this show for you guys this weekend. It's been absolutely incredible. We will be back in September with month 3 of the G Challenge across all 3 of our racing disciplines. I can't wait to be back then. Thank you very much. See you soon. Good night.